see everything that is there. Every one of them, you look at it, and for the area, it was just a wow. So that part, it's part of the American performance.
And you've got pieces of that history here this weekend, not just the metal, not just the cars, but you've people like Ron Fellows. You've also got Peter Brock, who penned, of course, the design for the 63, or is famed for that. He did a lot more than that. But, you know, I think there's guys that are a part of the heritage, and there's so many great drivers, of course, over the years. That's a big part. How much time and preparation has it been to put all this together for you guys?
Well, I tell you, I feel like we've been celebrating 70 years for a year, which I think we have actually. We're so honored to be here, and we're honored for all of the fans and enthusiasts to want to rally around our brand. So, yeah, we've put several months into this and several months into other celebrations as well. But I tell you, the collection of cars we have today for Corvette's history, I don't think I've ever seen it like this before. All three serves from us, from GM, the 59 Stingray, which doesn't get out into the public eye very often, and then the private owners that brought their cars out. There's only 5 63 Grand Sports that exist, and 2 of them are here, which is pretty amazing. All 3 1960 Corvettes that raced at Le Mans are here together. I don't think they've ever been together. So what an amazing, as a Corvette enthusiast or just a race enthusiast, to see all this stuff together in one place is pretty phenomenal.
Well, as you can see, the car's on track for our first group race of the day. Yesterday, it was John Chip Fudge who won away the first race. Of course, they get 2 races each weekend. Fitzsimmons was in second place, and Cameron Healy was in third. You know, I was looking through the program last night, and I'm a big space fan, and I think whoever was in charge of marketing and came up with the idea of, hey, how about give the astronauts Corvettes? That was because already the culture was for young 17, 18-year-olds to aspire maybe to have a Corvette, and it was always that kind of racy look of a production car. But then add the astronauts to it, and a line of that where they could all use that line. We saw them all driving around Houston back in the day. You know, a fantastic touch. But again, just you'd expect it from Corvette.
Yeah, yeah. Being able to, I'd love to be able to recreate that moment again in modern times, because that was brilliant. It's kind of interesting. We've had astronauts and others have been interested in Corvette even in the modern era. We've had some space shuttle pilots who've been ZR1 owners that we've met, and we meet people like the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds when we go to races, and give them rides around in our Corvette. There's just like this mutual love for things that go fast and things that look beautiful, and it's nice to have that connection. And you know, Phil can talk to it, but a lot of the design inspiration for Corvette over the years has come from aeronautics and aerospace too. So
yeah, it's one of those, it's kind of the designers that started in the Corvette, they're into aerospace, they're into planes. There's a lot of things that we tie into motorcycles as well. So they gain inspiration on detailing and just overall proportion. So everyone's kind of connected from that standpoint. And again, from the astronaut perspective, it's just the bold, the visceral feel.
And they, I believe, had an input into kind of getting the colors that they wanted, or the wings and so on. So yeah, you know, including them into that made it very special.
Yeah. Even look at some of the historic cars here that have the silver interiors. It's all kind of that era where space was really, you know, the new frontier. What's new? What's different?
It's funny. My business partner is an absolute Corvette nut, and like every typical American, it's always, well, what's the performance? What I want to get into the ground, and what can it put out? It's not foreign to the Brits, but it's never been. You know, I think that becomes from these cars. We never thought about performance per se.
Yeah.
It was all about, you know, capability, obviously, looks, but also with these smaller displacement cars, and I guess in some ways practical is the word I would use, because they were the road-going cars. But what he always says to me, and what he said about the C8 was, dude, I cannot believe we produced a car that is as good as a Ferrari performance-wise, as good as a Maserati and a Lamborghini performance-wise, but it's under 100 grand now, basic price. And I think that is a typical American attitude, that you come up with a supercar that is attainable. It's not unobtainium. You know, and that's been the story of Corvette in many ways, in my opinion. You tell me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's what Corvette's founded on, is to be an attainable sports car that you know, can be driven every day if you like, but has the performance capability to compete with the best or beat the best, as you said, and that's the mantra that we've always been. We don't dwell on price, but it certainly is something that our owners and fans and customers appreciate, that it's obtainable, and it's what a great fan base that we have too, to be able to have so many people have the ability to own these cars, and so many car clubs and so many things that we do with our owners. It's a great connection.
And it's funny, as a Brit, I can admit on behalf of us Europeans, but the cynics at Le Mans who said, what's this yank tank here in the early 60s? And now we only have to look back to this year and the last 25 years to see what Corvette have achieved at Le Mans specifically, but also the Nürburgring, Spa, you name it. I mean, all around the world, it has become a world beater. And while it remains a special car for the American audience, when I see a Corvette somewhere in London or whatever, I always kind of smile because of exactly that thought, which is nobody thought, that they could compete against Ferrari, but Ford did it, you guys did it, and long may it continue.
Yeah, I tell you, that was the goal with going to Le Mans 25 years ago. Is Corvettes had great performance. I don't think we got credit for it back in those days, in the 90s and 2000s, and that was really the connection for racing. There's a deep connection to make sure that what we learn on track actually finds its way into the car. That's one of the reasons the car is so good, because of that connection, but it's also the visual, right? You see cars on track performing well, changes people's opinion, and the first couple of years we went to Le Mans, I don't think they thought we should have been there, and now I can't believe we were just there, won our 9th time this year, so proud of the team, but the amount of Corvette fans that are in Europe at Le Mans just blows me away every year.
Yeah, I had Ben Keating on our radio show a few weeks ago, and he was waxing rhapsodic, obviously. I've known Ollie Gavin over the years, obviously Magnussen. There's so many great drivers that have found a home doing so many other things, and have either come from Formula One like Jan or other forms of motorsport, but they've stuck with the brand. Yeah,
well, we're so lucky to have some long-term drivers. As you said, Ollie Gavin, 20 years, Ron Fellows, over 20 years, and amazing careers. You mentioned them, Jan, Antonio Garcia, Tommy Milner, all the guys. It's just
Taylor.
Taylor. Yeah. Well, until now, but
yes.
But no, it's like a family, and they have to be. They're fast drivers, but they're also ambassadors for us, and we rely on them to give us good feedback, help us with the development of our cars. A lot of these guys have spent time in early production models over at Nürburgring and others, giving us feedback, and they're an integral part of what we do. They really are.
Yeah, and Phil, very special to be effectively the centerpiece of this event, because for those that don't know, the Rolex Reunion here at Monterey is the center of the planet pretty much for this week. And there's so much going on. We've got 400 cars here alone, but this year we're celebrating Corvette, and I think it's appropriate here in California, where I think it almost became a rock star Hollywood icon. There was movies made about it, and I think that's where the Europeans got the sort of misty-eyed about the Corvette, was that the cool people drove it,
That's what we're shooting for. And I tell you one thing, we talked about performance, we talked about numbers, and the one thing that really C8 kind of moved forward, when you look at the car, look inside. Right. I mean, everything is the seats, wrapped, suede, leather. There's no more, the plastic is gone. So it's really, from a performance standpoint, it's met the Europeans, and also from an interior look, feel, and execution standpoint, we're there as well. And that's really been one of the success of this new car, is really getting into new markets. We are kind of crossing into the European
let's
customer.
talk about that, because, the market has changed. I mean, let's face it, we've had this Japanese era. We've obviously always had a European era of motorcars, and the Americans have always been present. But as you expand from America, let's say in the early days, what markets? Obviously Europe, but where were the hit points? Where did people really warm to the brand?
Warm to Corvettes?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as you know, there is a following in Europe, which we'd like to grow to get that moving. Australia?
Yes. That makes total sense.
Exactly.
They're very similar to the Americans. Let me see how much. Let me see the engine.
Yep. Yeah. But with right-hand drive version, that'll be exporting. Japan, there's a market there. So we're expanding, and with the C8, it's opening up more markets for us.
Well, I don't know what interest you have in some of these beautiful cars here, but as you get around, do you look at the other categories and look at the other cars? Because I know you're busy, but it is a wonderful chance to see the history of the automobile, isn't it?
Oh, it's ideal.
Yeah.
A lot of inspiration walking around.
Yeah, one of my favorite events. It really is. We're glad to be here, and yeah, we're all car fans. We love them all, and it's fun to see the other categories.
And I'm presuming the Corvette is very prevalent also in the concourse and also in some of the auctions as well.
Yeah, for sure. We were just at some auctions yesterday, and plenty of Corvettes going through. They're always some of the big money, especially the mid-years, the 427s and split windows, and yeah, that's big.
I wonder if back in 1963 that split window had any when they designed it, whether they thought that everybody would. I mean, everybody who thought, that's the only one that's the only one. Clever little touch, but it's made a name for itself instinctively, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. I mean, it's probably the most iconic Corvette we've ever made. I mean, for most. So,
and what was the thinking, do you think, behind having that split window, or was it just?
It was a unique look and feel. How do you run that through so you get a different appearance? It was dynamic, but unfortunately, there are some areas that of the company that were concerned on visibility and some other items. So that's why it became so iconic, because it just ran that one short year.
Yeah, amazing. And we've got some of those here this weekend. Well, we're listening to Todd Christensen and Phil Zach from Corvette. We're celebrating the 70-year history of the wonderful Chevrolet Corvette. And, it's a special weekend. Sorry about the fog. We're watching Ransom Webster going about his business, chasing Chip Fudge at the moment. Webster down a little further down in the grid. He's down in 14th position at the moment. Just behind him, Charles Christensen. Leading the way at the moment, Chip Fudge, as he did yesterday. Horatio Fitzsimon in second place, and Cameron Healy in third, Rob Walton fourth, and Mike Sweeney. This is our first group of the day, 14 in all, and we really do take you through the history, including some ragtime races. That's the only exhibition we put out, and they hark back to 1908, and back to some of the races back from Indianapolis that raced at the Indy 500 back in the day on the bricks, and so we really do get a smorgasbord of the history of both racing and the automobile, and I think that's something that is often not forgotten, but for those coming, and I'm thinking of kids learning about history. I'm a big history buff, and I don't think there's any other example of a history portrayed so dynamically. And what I mean by that is you can get a history book and you can read about, the development of a country or world wars and so on. But to come to an event like this and see history being used for what it was designed for, I think is actually what makes these events so special.
Yeah, you can open any car book. But you're not going to get the look, feel, going in the pits to watch some of the Can-Am cars in that turn around the corner. Just feeling the exhaust and feeling the presence of the car. You don't get that in a book. So that's why this event is fabulous, just to actually see them running at pace.
Well, I commend some of the people with these high value cars that they put on track, and they use them the way they were designed to be used. I mean, I can't believe, the Revs Institute drives their Corvette that normally race their Grand Sport every time. It's pretty amazing. The other thing that's cool to me is the stories behind these cars. It's great to see them perform on track, but then you walk through the paddock and you learn and read about some of the history and the stories and what the legacy of each one of these cars. Every one of them has a great story.
Yeah, Ron Fellows came in here yesterday and he said, I said, how did it all happen? And he said, I won a race, and he said it just happened that the head of Chevrolet was giving out the prizes, and he took one look at what I'd done and said, hey, I didn't put you in a Chevrolet, and the rest is history, as they say. Whoa, little tight racing here, the number 7 going through there, and that's Horatio Fitzsimon, the man who's currently in second place, just going through some traffic there, but that was nice and close to his Lotus 26R. Also what makes me think, we talk about lines and design and so on and so forth, and the Corvette absolutely exudes every part of that. But when we have a doyen like Adrian Newey, who epitomizes somebody who is always looking at cars and would always say, look at a group like this and say, there's an essence there as the checkered flag is out. And it looks as though Fudge is going to take the win, and Fitzsimon is coming over on 3 wheels there in the last corner to take second place, Healy in third. But, every one of these cars that we're seeing here from 55 to 67, you can see sort of little touches that you think, that's I can see a bit of that in this and that and this. And so designers and people who are looking at the history of it also can just see where they got their ideas, whether it be from Colin Chapman or whether it be from a Harvey Postlethwaite Formula One car or whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, Phil's the designer, so he's probably better to speak to this, but to be able to walk through and see the eras, it's interesting to see the trends that happened during that era, because you can see similarities between different manufacturers and the body lines and some of the shapes. It's fun for me to just, you can sort of pick out that body shape is that era, and you can sort of see that span across manufacturers.
And I guess for us as designers, as you look at a vehicle, you're inspired by history, you're inspired by some of the cars here, but no matter what vehicle we're working on, it has to be a Corvette, has to be a Corvette. So as much as we get inspiration from looking at other things and what's happening in the market, we make sure that we tune everything so when you first look at it without badges, yeah, that's a Corvette.
Well, guys, lovely to have you up here. Feel free to come back. Kev's down in the paddock. I'm sure he'll come find you later. But thanks for coming up this morning. I know it's early, and it's a busy day for you. But thank you for coming up. And I may add the final comment I would make. I don't see any copies of Corvettes. Nobody's trying to copy because you just can't. Corvette is a Corvette. It's a true American wonder. Thank you for inspiring us more again. And giving us some insight into the 70-year history of this wonderful marque. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who is in the mist. Literally, no gorilla though. Back down to you, Kev. What have you got?
Well, welcome back to the paddock here, where I am down next to a fantastic McLaren that is owned by this man, Chris Springer, who has just sprung into action, grabbing himself a water, because we've been chatting for quite a while about this fantastic car, Chris, and you came to get your hands on it, I think, not that long ago, December of last year, but, that's the thing with these historic cars. When you see one that you want, sometimes it's a bit of a journey to get your hands on it.
And it was, yeah. I first had contact with this car when I very first decided I wanted to buy it was about 18 months prior, but we just couldn't seem to agree on price-wise. Yeah. And but
tell us what you managed to get in the end, though. It's a McLaren, but it's one that people may not have seen before. We'll step to the side here while George has a look at it. But tell us about it.
So this car was one of 9 produced, and they replicated the factory cars, of course. And so the 2 team cars were. They moved on to the M20, which was the 73 model, and then this was offered to all the, I guess you call it, privateers or semi-professional people. Yeah. And there was nine chassis or 9 cars built, this being number 6 of the 9. Yeah. So it was finished in June of 1972.
And when we talk about the Can-Am race series, this didn't actually race in the kind of like the original Can-Am race series, but over in Europe, in Germany, that's where we started to see this thing hit the racetrack.
Yeah, correct. So they had an inter series, called inter series group, and it was all Group 7 though, and so that was basically the unlimited category, and that's what this car was. And it was originally a big block Chevy with twin turbochargers, but the reliability wasn't there, and so at some point they fit just a standard, normally aspirated 500 cubic inch big block Chevy, which is what it has today.
And when we look at the the outlet pipes on the top of the engine block there, I commented to you a while ago about why are those pipes all at different angles, yeah. And that's quite interesting. That was a feature of the car that you quite enjoyed and drew you to it.
Yeah, I think whoever had that idea, the artistic flair was certainly high on the list too, because they were trying to cover up a big hole in the torque curve, and they established the fact that they could stagger the intake trumpets like that, and it actually worked. And but for me, it's a sexy, really sexy deal, So.
But also, as well, interestingly, at the Rolex this year, you've brought a McLaren along, but we're celebrating 70 years of Corvette, and that's something that I know that you also enjoy driving. But you haven't bought one here this year.
No, I thought I had my hands full with this car, and jumping from this car to a Corvette may not have been the smartest thing. So the speed differentiation is pretty high. It's about 10 seconds a lap faster than my fastest Corvette, which is no slouch. And so my brain's having a bit of a time to try to keep up.
Let's spin ourselves around so we can put the car behind us, because we really should be seeing this over your shoulder, I think. And what I want to ask you, you've driven all sorts of things. You were racing cars, I think you said, from when you were about 14 years old, and you're back into historic racing now. What is it like, if I'm going to get in that car there, all of that horsepower, 800 brake horsepower, whatever it is, what's it like sitting in that driver's seat, holding onto that wheel and planting your foot?
Well, your heart rate goes way up. You get a pretty good shot of adrenaline, and that doesn't seem to subside. But it is kind of like getting shot out of a cannon. I've heard that a while before, and you definitely hit you in the back. And if your tires are a little bit cold, they just spin. And that's what happened yesterday at the start of yesterday's race. I spun my tires and went like this, and so I'll see if I can do a better job today.
And I know that you live just down the road from Laguna Seca here. You've probably been to the racetrack many times before, been on it, I'm sure. A lot of work's gone into the facility in the off-season, last sort of year or so. The track's been laid. How's it holding up? How's it handling?
It's really good. So we really enjoyed ourselves. The track's beautiful. They take out a couple of the bumps. It seems like there's more traction here. Maybe the track's faster, but the bridge is real pretty, and of course the whole deal is really top-notch.
Fantastic. Right, listen, Chris, what time are you going out? We're going to make sure that Johnny, our man in the booth, spots you in the commentary and gives you some well-deserved court time. When are we going to see you on track?
It should be 11:30, and good luck to me.
11:30, and good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you indeed, sir. There you go, Johnny. Keep your eyes peeled for this. So what we're saying, Group 7, aren't you? You're Group 7, 11:30. The McLaren MAF 672. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. We're going to take a short break, though, and when we do come back, it will be Group 2 out on track. Thanks a million, Chris.
Thank you, Kevin.
Welcome back. What a beautiful sight that is. You are watching the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2023. 14 groups in all, plenty of Ferraris and plenty of nostalgia throughout the weekend. It's been an absolutely glorious weekend so far. And yes, it was a little bit misty for our Group 1 as Group 2 starts to get ready to head out. The glove's going on, and this will be our FIA Manufacturers Championship 1961 to 71. And boy, these guys, if you want to blow the cobwebs off, waking everybody up at Laguna, this will be it. Because these guys make some good sounds. And they were out yesterday, and it was Remo Lips who won the first race of the weekend. Gerard Lopez taking second place, and Alex McAllister, son of Chris McAllister, and those of you who know historics will know that name very well, was in third place, so well done to them. Also, you might notice a name that is well known in motor racing terms. Adrian Newey is out there in a GT40. Fantastic to see him here. I don't know how he has time with his busy Formula One schedule, but he loves to be here, and that is Alex McAllister right there in the number 9 Ford GT40 from 1966, and of course that year they won Le Mans. Chris Amon and the boys doing the business, and as they say, the rest is history. Ferrari versus Ford. If you didn't see the movie, well worth a look, and a fantastic story, and long may it continue. And of course, I mentioned Adrian Newey, and it's so wonderful to think that Ford now reuniting with Red Bull in the future. And if that doesn't get your taste buds excited for the future of motor racing, let alone Formula One, nothing will. And it's an absolute pleasure to have one of the great designers and innovators of motorsport here. And I think it shows quite a lot what this event means to those interested in motor racing, to take time from their schedule, based in Europe, obviously, Adrian. But a sort of storied history here in the States. Started out here in the States, in fact. Got some of his best-known time or learning time here with the Grand Effects back in his Indy days. He was telling us yesterday that he ran Mario Andretti right here at Laguna. So, yes, great to have Adrian here and great to see him almost appropriately in a Ford GT. So the fog is lifting, which has been hearing from our pilots and our cameramen that it's getting a little bit better. The first group was hard to see, to be fair. And let me point out some of the cars that you're about to see in action. We've got some IMSA GTUs, some Porsches from there. Obviously the GT40, I mentioned Adrian Newey. Look out for him in the number 2. You just saw Alex McAllister, he too in a GT40 from 1966. Remo Lips is in that number 19 312P Ferrari. Watched a great documentary with, of all people, Mario Andretti doing the commentary. Speed Merchants it was called, on a DVD the other day. And it was the perfect fill-up to get ready for this kind of racing. And Mario talking about the likes of Vic Elford and Brian Redman and those early days at Sebring. And there's our drone shot. You can see the fog, and eventually, as the day goes on, you'll be able to see the sea from that vantage point. And there's that sound I promised. Absolutely glorious, no question about it. And here we go then. And we'll do a couple of pace laps. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, obviously, the mist. But yesterday, obviously, a lot of talk about the upgrades here at Laguna Seca. They've spent some $20 million in the last few months on getting this. And it's been a task, I can assure you. I had Barry Tucky up here earlier in the weekend talking about how they were hampered in the renovations by the weather. There was a lot of tough weather here. And it looks as though we're about to get some more. Hurricane on its way, potentially, in Southern California. Hopefully it'll stay away from here, but I think we're all right for now. But yeah, obviously a lot of upgrades. They put a new bridge. They've repaved the circuit. And, of course, that's what everybody's talking about, because most of these drivers know Laguna like the back of their hand. India coming here in a couple of weeks, and a lot of interest in that, obviously, because they're expecting lap records. Dario Franchitti here this weekend. He'll be out later in one of the Formula One cars. And great to have him on board as well this weekend. Tom Christensen, Ron Fellows, Peter Brott, all here this weekend. So we've got some real luminaries, and as I already mentioned, Adrian Newey here as well. But yeah, it has been. Mike Joy also came up to the booth yesterday to regale us with some of the history of Trans Am and his love of NASCAR, as he continues to be one of, well, if not the top commentator in the USA on motor racing. And as we look down now to our 61-71, this is FIA Sports Car Manufacturers Champion, also known as the International Championship for Sports Prototypes. And yeah, 62-71, it was all the rage. And it was a European Sports Car Champion was proposed in 61, but it didn't actually start until 62. And in those years, it included the likes of Le Mans, Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers, and they'd also go to South America as well as Sebring. And so these cars were seen literally around the world, and I think that's what made them so popular and iconic. And certainly with, I wouldn't say no bars, but the chance to really let Ferrari design something that was just gorgeous, and then Ford's bringing its GT40. I've already mentioned that rivalry between Ferrari and Ford that culminated in finally Ford beating Ferrari because they dominated so much in that period in the early 60s. And yeah, it's a wonderful time. And of course, out of that also Porsche reacting with their 917 and with a flat 12. And that too had its own dominant period. But a really interesting time, the early 70s. And also, because these cars were so tough to drive, it really took the very best drivers in the world. And that's why I take my hats off, even at this historical pace, because they are pushing these cars. I can assure you, you have to be very wary of what you're doing out there. You heard from one of the drivers of McLaren just a moment ago about how literally you put your heart in your mouth, and it really does get the adrenaline going when you get behind the wheel of one of these kinds of cars. What else have we got out there? We've got the odd Alfa Romeo. We've got a TZ from 1964. Marinix Dillonys at the wheel of that one. Look out for that, the number 7. Obviously, we're getting lots of time for the pole man at the moment in that 312P. Nemo Lips. And this is chassis 872. 3-litre engine. And an absolute world beater in 1969. Plenty of 911 out there as well. 66 911S's. Look out for the number 88. Frank Jr. Asario was out here yesterday. He had a good day. I think he was on the podium. Not in this group, but he's got a couple of groups he's in. He's in a Lotus 19 from 1960. And Dave Hagan also out there in a Porsche 910, a 910 Porsche from 1967. Got the odd Chevron out there. We've even got a BMW CSL from 1973. Richard York at the wheel of that one. As the green flag waves, and we are away in our second group of the day. And it is the 19 of Remo Lips leading the way from Zurich, Switzerland in that beautiful 1969 Ferrari. The number 19 diving into Andretti corner. I was with Mario just a couple of weeks ago in Nashville, and he continues to be an absolute superstar. And still driving, as are all the Andrettis, it seems. About the only one that doesn't do any competitive driving anymore is Michael. But he's got his own work cut out running Andretti Global and hoping to get into Formula One, and we wish him the best of luck in that, because that really would. With Ford coming back, if Andretti could get on the table there, I think that would just rock the world of motorsport, full stop. But it's an exciting time. Everybody talks about the history, obviously, at events like this, but what I've come to learn about these historic events is that so much of it is looking forward as well. Yes, you're dipping into the past, you're looking at the GT40s and thinking, this is how it all began, and this is history in the making. But, you know, when you look at the future of what Ford are up to and what Chevrolet and Corvette are up to, you just heard, it's exciting times, there's no question about it. So, a good start, and we've got two cars out front, very much so, in their own little race. And we've got a nice little battle for 4th and 5th as they come through turn 10 for the first time. And as you can see, the fog starting to lift here. As across the line comes the 22 in second place. Excuse me, the 27. And that's Gerard Lopez in that number 27, right there, hounding down the Ferrari at the moment. Lopez taking second place, so Remo and Gerard very familiar with each other, and they're doing it again as they did yesterday, almost wheel to wheel. The lights on in Intimidation in second place. And then there's Alex McAllister in third place, and then followed by Dena Perez in the number 11, and that's the 908-02 Spider from 1969. There it is. Immaculately prepared. Over 400 cars. Think about that for a moment. 400 cars competing. Now, not 400 drivers necessarily. Several of the drivers, people like Charles Nurburg, doing double duty and sometimes triple. And but some very handy drivers here, and with people like Patrick Long and Tom Christensen here. Guys who know exactly what they're doing behind a wheel. It's great to have Patrick here in the booth yesterday talking about his love of the Porsche and his time as a factory Porsche driver. Just recently retired, but still a very, very fast pedaler. Our first quick look at the 44, the Chevron B16 from 1969. Ray Gregory at the wheel. And putting a little pressure on the 908 as they battled for third and fourth. And we're expecting, as the day goes on, for the crowd to kind of make their way from Monterey. They've had the Quail event and the concourse and obviously the auctions going on. There's Adrian Newey. First look at him in his Ford GT40. He's had that car for some time, actually. He owns it. And big lover of Ford, but it seems ironic. Of course, he's got to drive a Ford now. That's his new partner in Formula One. So I cheekily wondered whether he and Mr. Farley, Jim Farley, here this weekend, who is the CEO of Ford Motor Company and a big historic racer, he'll be out later today. I wonder if they would get together for a quick drink to talk about the future. And like I said, we're here to celebrate the past, but it's always nice when the past meets the future, so to speak, with the likes of Newey and Jim Farley here this weekend. There's the number one. Our first look at the Sparling Special, Ferrari Special from 1971. John Goodman at the wheel, another driver who's been around the historic scene for quite some time, coming out of the final turn 11. And you're looking, if you're wondering, if you know Laguna Seca and thinking, I don't know that Mission Bridge. Well, that's because Juan Gonzalez, who runs Mission Foods and of course is now a sponsor in IndyCar and in Trans Am and SVRA, has also made himself a part of the Laguna Seca circuit with this brand new bridge that is purpose-built for golf carts, wheelchairs, you name it. So it's a real step up for the track. They did away with the old wooden tower, and now they've got this purpose-built bridge right from the pits over to the other side, and just makes things a lot more accessible. They've just cleaned it up a little bit. There's lots of different nice little touches as we look at Jonathan Rosenthal in the Chevron, in the number 23. Car from 1969, the B16. And even in plain colours, it just pings, doesn't it? You don't need all the decals and the stickers of a big sponsor. It still looks absolutely... In fact, you can see the lines better sometimes when they don't have all the sponsorship on it. So, even in the mist. Coming up towards the corkscrew, the famous corkscrew, here it is. 5 flights is how it's described. And having driven it just in a mere road car, it's pretty exhilarating. Goodness knows what it would be like on a motorcycle, and I've seen plenty of motorcycle races here. Never forget Casey Stoner, Valentino Rossi battling each other down that famous corkscrew. No change at the front. Remo Lips looks as he's on for his second potential victory. Leading the way by some 20 seconds at the moment over Gerard Lopez. Alex McAllister still third. Greg Gregory in fourth position at the moment. Dana Perez in fifth. Adrian Newey currently sixth ahead of John Goodman. John Rosenthal in eighth. Dave Hagen in ninth position. And Alan Turpins, who also is doing double duty, out there in 10th position at the moment. Great to see Ross Merrill out there. He is one of the locals who's a big part of the organisation of this event, and it's always nice when they get a chance to actually not relax, that's far from it, but at least a chance to run around. There's Alan Turpins, top 10, in 10th position in his Porsche. But it's nice to see Ross Merrill out there. And hats off to he and the organisers for putting so much work into this event, which began in 1974. Steve Earle putting it together, and since then it's gone on from strength to strength. Rolex, of course, part of bringing it to its eminence and prominence, and bringing over the likes of Jackie Stewart, Mark Webber, Jensen Button, and this year Tom Christensen. So Rolex, just as it does at Daytona, stamping its mark as the official timekeeper. And you'll see a lot of RVs parked along the way, and that's always the way at any of the big events here. But for an event like this, they park up and they've got access to Monterey. It's only about 15 minutes into town, and there's a bunch of restaurants, and as I said, so much going on in this week of festivities, which I hasten to add is really the center of the planet when it comes to motor racing and the automobile. Blue flags waving out there as the number 36. That's Matthew Gottsinger in the 911 from 1965. Coming down to the double apex Andretti curve. And a good example of how exactly that does work as well, because it really is a double curve. And from above, it's a lot bigger than it looks. And when you go into it, you keep sort of asking when it's going to open up, and it just keeps going. Now you can see what I'm talking about back in the distance there. It's a much bigger bend than it looks. I was asking some of the drivers yesterday which, obviously the corkscrew stands out, but it's this corner here that a lot of them say is one of the keys to a lap here, because getting a smooth run in and out of this corner before you start climbing the hill, there you see that hill, is so important, because the next is almost flat out as we look at Ross Merrill in his 911 ST from 1970. Give you the slingshot back up the hill, because it gets even steeper now in the run-up towards the corkscrew. And as you can see, but just before the corkscrew, the cars disappear, and then they dive down. And it really is blind going in. If somebody is stuck in the middle of the track, in the middle of the corkscrew, you're not going to see them until you come over the lip. So, not easy at all. I've stood at that corner many a year, and it really is thrilling to be there. Through the rainy curve, Wayne Rainey here this weekend. Of course, he lives just across the road. And I asked him how it felt once to have a corner named after him while still living, and he said, well, I have to sweep it every week. That's why they got me to do it. And I said, but jokingly, one of the greats of American motorsport, a three-time 500cc world champion, sadly paralyzed in a crash at the height of his powers, as he and Kevin Schwantz, another American who was the 93 world champion, went head-to-head for many a years. I was very privileged to speak to both of them, and it is a who's who. We've got the Bobby Rahal straight, and of course Andretti corner as we take a look at the 42 BMW. The CSL from 1973, Richard York at the wheel, in those classic BMW colours. No change in the top 10 since we started this, and bit by bit the mist is rising. The kart circuit in the background. We've got the Ferris wheel. Haggerty have got their own showcase. Obviously, we've mentioned Corvette, and that's right in the middle of proceedings here in the paddock. So if you are coming down to join us here at Laguna, so much to see and do, and not just for the adults, but for the kids as well. So back with our leader in the Ferrari, and those beautiful gold wheels. I think when I think about the 70s, I think that is an image from motor racing that you can't forget, that bright red Ferrari with the gold wheels. And some of the greatest drivers in the world pedaling those particular cars. Got a few IMSAs out there as well. We've got the 911T from 1969, Jeff Waysard in the 07. And a 911L from 68, Robert Smalley driving that in the number 20. And here's our second place, Mark III Lola of Gerard Lopez. And again, even though these are the big monsters, small companies or smaller companies without the prestige stepped up and took on the mighty Ferraris. You'd expect Ford, Ferrari to come with all of their might, but the likes of Chevron and Lola holding their own very much so in this league, and the ever-present Porsches. Just a couple of laps to go now. We did get one look at that Sparling Special Ferrari, John Goodman in the 1971 version of that. Come on, Fog, lift you go. From the ground, it's not so bad. We can actually see the cars as they come through, but the drone's still struggling to give us a really clear view. But once it clears away, which it will, or it usually does, put it that way. And it looks as though it's going to be a double win for Remo Lips. And, of course, no prizes, no money. It's all about prestige. And although in historic racing we don't look at the lap times, it's de rigueur. But to be honest, everybody, because of the new surface, is kind of looking at their own times over the years. I mean, you've got to remember, some of the guys competing here have been competing here for 20-plus years. And it's a fraternity of fellow enthusiasts and lovers of racing. Just making his way around for the last time. Glorious sound. Right on, I'm perched right by the bridge at the moment, so I'm hearing every sight and sound that comes by here. That Ross Merrill car you saw just outside the top 10 is one of 7 Porsche factory 1979-11 STs. So you're not talking about mass factory here, you're talking about rare commodities. The Dave Hagen 1967 Porsche, for example, an original of 29 cars made, approximately just 10 remain worldwide, with only a few of them actually raced. This car, very well documented. And we saw a quick glimpse of Dave Hagen at the wheel of that 67 Porsche. And now Remo Lips as, well, I don't know. Coming now down to the finish of this race. Takes the checkered flag, as he did yesterday. So well done to Remo. The winner of our Group 2 in the number 19. He hails from Zurich in Switzerland. We've got drivers from Luxembourg, Switzerland, Brazil. Quite a few Texans, actually. Obviously a bunch of Californians, as it is their home race. But yeah, there's a lot of guys coming from around the world to be part of the reunion. And so we welcome them here. So, just to confirm then, Remo Lips with his second win of the weekend. Gerard Lopez again in second place, and Alex McAllister in third. Red Bull fans, Adrian Newey flying the flag in his GT40 in sixth place, just behind Dana Perez. Ray Gregory in fourth position. And then in seventh, John Goodman, Jonathan Rosenthal in eighth position, Dave Hagen in ninth, and Alan Turpins in 10th. So that's the scene here in the paddock as the mist and fog begins to rise here as we start the second day of our coverage of the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2023. And in a moment we'll take a short break and we'll be back with our next group, Group 3, coming up, and hopefully some more interesting guests to join us and talk about their experience. And I've got a very special guest coming in after this, a young lady who is really enjoying her weekend here, first time at the Rolex. We'll speak to her in a moment. We'll take a short break. We'll be back after this for more action from the Rolex. Come in. No, that is absolutely fine because we can chat. I've just been on your bloody YouTube site. You're having far too much fun. It is. As one human shouldn't have. Good on you. You are blessed. I've had a lot of really cool experiences. Yeah. Yes. Hi. How are you? I know. How are you?
I was talking to your girl downstairs, and she said something about commentating at 10 o'clock for the Trans Am race.
Please, that would be that. Oh man, that would make my day.
I was just kind of scoping it out.
And is Doug Peterson here?
Do I have something?
No, is Doug Peterson here?
I don't think so.
Because somebody told me he was in a mini last night. Anyway, I'd love you to come in. Yes, that would be great.
Awesome. I'll see you 10.
Who are you working with?
I'm with the Seymour Enterprises.
Okay.
They got the Williams GTP, the Toyota GTP, a couple of older Trans Ams, I guess.
Great. Oh man, it'd be perfect.
Fellows,
Yeah, of
those
course.
guys.
No, I'd love you to come in. It'd be great. Yeah, come on in. Come on in when you're ready.
I'm excited. I just met Matt in his locker, so.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Mr. Porsche. Girl, that'd be awesome. How's it going? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back to the paddock here in Monterey, and I'm pleased to say that I've just managed to drag Mike Seymour away from one of his customer cars. We were about to go live there, Mike, and then you were doing what you do basically. You were helping one of your customers with a fantastic Porsche, just putting it back on the lot, just coming off the track, and this is what you do. Mike Seymour Enterprises, you look after fantastic cars.
Yeah, thank you. We're happy to be here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion, and we're taking care of 8 cars this weekend, so it's a little bit of a chore. We're back to back on a lot of sessions, and we've got 5 different customers driving the 8 cars, so it gets very busy.
Yeah, and they're fantastic cars. We're going to swing around and have a look at some of them just under the lot here. We've got World Endurance cars, Le Mans cars, Can-Am cars, Trans Am cars, and I mean, these are incredible vehicles. And I was chatting about them before. When we look at this one here, the number 10 car, the Wins, back in the day, it would have taken a team of people to look after that car, and you've got to get it ready with 2 or 3 people and get it ready to go out on track.
Right. We do a lot of preparation at the shop. We spend about a month on the cars before the event, so that when we get here, we have the least amount of work to do possible, other than your basic maintenance. So we have 11 guys here working and keeping the cars fit, and new tires and brakes.
Let's just have a little walk down as well, because something that strikes me that we were chatting about before is if you got the budget to buy like this Toyota here, this endurance car, it's a hell of an undertaking for a privateer to buy one of these and look after one of these, isn't it?
Correct, yes. And the advantage of my professional motorsports background is taking care of cars like this when they were being run in anger in a professional series. So it's nice to be able to, in a little more casual circumstance, be able to maintain the cars for these guys, and they know that they can trust me and my team of also former professional race car mechanics to be able to handle the needs and basic maintenance.
And that's the thing as well, as we just stroll down, Mike, I was chatting to you, I said, how'd you get into this? And, you've made this your business. People would think that the only way to sort of, have a living at the track is just simply by being the guy, being the driver. But you sort of realized early on that you don't have to just be the driver. If you've got some mechanic skills, then put them to use.
Right, yeah, it started 1987 at Skip Barber Racing Series. I went there to maybe be a driver. I had a really good time driving the cars, and a really good time being a mechanic. And I enjoyed being a mechanic, had a lot of good skills there, and I realized early on what it took to be a driver, and the amount of money and the contacts and the sponsors. And I enjoyed being a mechanic so much, I just stayed on that side of it, and here we are.
Yeah, here we are. And I want to walk you this way, Mike, because I've been coming to Monterey now for 2 or 3 years, and one car that I've seen at the shows is right here, the number 8, the Jerry Titus Pontiac Firebird. I love this car. Talk to me about this one.
It's a very beautiful car that was restored by Bruce Canepa back in 2015, 2016. I took the car over in 2018, and we've done a lot of mechanical tuning with this car. And when I got the car, it was about a 15th place finishing car, and these days it's right around the top 7. So that's always fun to be able to improve on something that's already nice.
And for me, as an English guy coming to the US races, when I think of what I would have liked as a kid as a Matchbox car or a Hot Wheels car, it would have been that. These 1966 to 72 Group 8 cars, they're just fantastic. They shake the bones in your body when they start up.
Yeah, they do. They're a lot of fun, and I'm very lucky to be able to prepare 3 of them. We've got the Jerry Titus Pontiac, we have the Dana Chevrolet Camaro, which is a 67 Camaro, and then we have a 69 Camaro that was originally built in the garage of Jerry Lagarde out of Ohio, a pretty famous racing family in SECA, GT1, and Trans Am racing. And this car, when we got it, it had all the original documentation from General Motors to Jerry Lagarde for how to specifically build this exact car at home in your garage.
That's phenomenal. That's the number 44 car right on the end of the lot here. Duplicolor. And I mean, the color of that car, it's just... Look how good that paintwork is.
Yeah.
How do you get paintwork to look that good?
A lot of preparation and just maintenance. We like waxing the cars. Everybody here that works on these cars likes keeping them beautiful. And in the day when we were professional racing, the beauty was the last part that you did. Yeah. The mechanicals were always first, and this is not really flip-flopped, but the beauty is just as important as the mechanical aspect.
Yeah, the first thing that you guys are going to be looking after for these privateer drivers is the steering and the brakes.
Yeah, for sure. Safety first. A lot of these drivers come from various backgrounds, and safety is always paramount. So steering, brakes, and then the rest of the suspension, and just making sure the cars are mechanically sound every session.
Listen, Mike, it's been fantastic talking to you. Thanks a million. I'm going to be back chatting to you, I'm sure, later on throughout the day. Great. And I'm looking forward to seeing your cars out on the track. So thank you ever so much. Right, don't go anywhere, because in a moment or two, we're going to bob just across the way over there, because Gordon Murray is waiting to have a chat. Welcome back to the paddock here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. How about this? Talk about car design royalty. I've got the man himself here, Gordon Murray, alongside me. Gordon, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. We could talk for hours, but sadly we haven't got hours. So I'm going to cut to the chase. Talk about the 2023 car that you've designed and you're delivering this week.
Well, this is our T50 supercar. This is actually our Halo car, the first car we've done. It was done to celebrate 50 years of car design, hence T50. And this car, this actual car, is the first customer car delivered, and it's come here to the States. So it's a real pleasure to bring it over and show it to everybody.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And has the customer seen it yet, or has the reveal been done?
The customer has seen it, and I think the customer will be driving it around the circuit a little later.
Ah, absolutely fantastic. Do you know what time that'll be? We'll kind of make it an appointment to you, and if not, we'll find out.
I think it's around midday.
Okay, super stuff. So talk about some of what went into the design of this car, because obviously car design is something that you are, renowned for. But what was this all about?
Well, the philosophy and the ethos behind this motor car is exactly the same as my McLaren F1, which is now, of course, 30 years old, or a little more now. And when we wanted to celebrate 50 years of car design, I looked around, and I honestly don't think anybody's done another focused, well-engineered car like the 50, just focused on the driver and not horsepower and lap times and things. So we thought, well, if nobody's done one, let's celebrate by doing a modern version of the F1. So really, the T50 is just my F1 30 years on.
Super stuff, super stuff. So give me some of the facts and figures and the stats on this one. If we're talking horsepower, if we're talking RPM, and we're talking top-end speed, it's what the fans love to hear.
Okay, so it breaks a lot of records, this car. As I say, we're not chasing ultimate horsepower figures. It's all about the driving experience. It's under 1,000 kilos, so it's about 400 kilos lighter than the average supercar, which of course makes it, from a vehicle dynamics point of view, pretty special. It's got a central driving position and 3 seats. It's got a V12, a brand new V12 Cosworth engine that we specified from a clean sheet of paper, and that breaks just about every road car record. It revs to 12,400 revs. It's the fastest revving engine on the planet. We've seen up to 50,000 revs a second on transients, and it's also the lightest V12 ever made for a road car, and the lowest center of gravity. So the specific horsepower, that is the horsepower per litre, breaks all the world records for a road car.
That's absolutely phenomenal. We are going to make sure that our cars are following this car around the track a little bit later on, about midday. Just a little question I'm thinking of here, Gordon. I mean, do you remember the first time that you took pen to paper and sketched out a race car or a car? How old were you? What was that like?
I can remember being a petrol head from 6 years old in South Africa, watching my father, who's a motor mechanic, build racing cars on weekends. I can remember back to not wanting to do anything else from 6 years old.
Fantastic. So you went through whole of school just saying, yep, and design cars. Your teachers are saying, all right, Gordon, okay, whatever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Listen, super stuff, Gordon. Thank you for talking to us. Just one last little nod as well. We were chatting to Dario Franchitti yesterday, and he was going out, I believe, in one of your cars, which is sitting just over there as well.
Yeah, the little Brabham BT. That's particularly nostalgic for me because that was my first Grand Prix win for that car way back when I was about 25 years old.
Super stuff. All right, well, listen, Gordon, thank you ever so much. We're going to be chatting to Dario a little bit later on, I'm sure, and I'm going to stick around and have a look at this record-breaking car. We have to go, sadly, so thank you for talking to us, Gordon. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Lovely, and lovely talking to you.
There we go. So we're going to head over to the track now. Group 3 are getting warmed up and ready to go. We continue the action here from the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, and I tell you what, this has been a weekend where not only do we celebrate the marques and the cars and the fantastic drivers that are here and part of it, to have some of the great designers like Gordon Murray and Adrian Newey here, it's very special. I feel certainly very privileged to have been around when these guys are still at the top of their game, making a name for themselves. Gordon Murray, as he mentioned there, just 25 when he penned that Formula One car, and here he is in 2023 with his own marque, the Gordon Murray Automotive car, and it looks like an absolute gorgeous car. So we'll see that on track, I hope. Now, talking of gorgeous cars, coming up, we have our 1927 to 1955 Grand Prix open-wheel single-seater racing cars. This is our Group 3, and it involves the likes of Craig Bartow and a Bugatti, Paddings Dowling, one of the well-known figures of historic racing. A figure that you may not be aware of is sitting alongside me, and her name is Nicole Johnson, coming to Historics for the first time, but she has her own YouTube show called Detour, and she's stepping out, a fish out of water somewhat. You love your cars, I've seen that on the show, and the enthusiasm you bring to it, great stuff to watch, but this is completely different for you, isn't it?
I came from rock crawling and monster trucks and King of the Hammers off-road racing, and for a long time only knew off-road. And so Nicole Johnson's Detour, my show on YouTube, is literally my exploration of all these other things I've been missing out on all these years. I had no idea about vintage racing. I had no idea about Cobras, Porsches, resto mods, hot rods, all the things my dad was into and I kind of took for granted as a kid. So it's just super fun. I've been out here all weekend with Lynn Park, who is Mr. Cobra himself. I have featured him a couple of times on the show, and it is just so amazing. I got to ride in a 1963 Corvette Z06 with the very first 427.
Nice.
The very first Chevy 427. And we went down that corkscrew 6 times.
I tell you what, nobody prepares you for it. And they always talk about how, ominous it is. But when you actually come over that lip for the first time, you look down and your stomach goes, whoa. No matter how fast you're going.
It's amazing. I think I'm used to being all off camber and crashing spectacularly and doing a backflip or whatever. So the heights and the transition and the elevations don't intimidate me. I would love to be able to drive on this track at some point. I have a Porsche Boxer that we're building into a track car, and someday I'm going to bring it up here.
It's always nice because most of the people that come and join us here in the booth or talk to Kev down in the paddock obviously have come to this event many times. Historic racing is well established. This is what goes back to 1974, and the racing here at Laguna Seca goes all the way back to the 50s. So we've got literally 100 years of the automobile and race cars here as they get into action for Group 3. But it's nice to have somebody new to enjoy it and also be enthusiastic about it. I mean, have you sort of found yourself going, I had no idea what this is all about?
I mean, I've been here since Wednesday, and I don't want to leave. I have been here since, till 5 o'clock every single night. I love it. I am soaking it up like a kid in a candy factory. My husband's with me. Is
he into cars too?
Yes, he's into cars, but he didn't know he was into vintage cars until this week. And we're having so much fun. It's really cool to see how they did things. Their welds weren't perfect. They just fabricated the parts. And you can still do that today if you need to on your own car. That's what it is it's giving us inspiration to do these things to our... We're having such a great time.
Well, what you're watching on screen right now is some real history here as the number 6 of Padding Starling goes through his... he's in the number 7, excuse me. I'm just going to check on who's where, but the number 6 is Charles McCabe, yes, in that ERA. It had me thrown there because Paddings is also in an ERA. But coming through the corkscrew, there he is, Charles McCabe. But here's a little known fact that you may not be aware of. When these guys were back in the day, back in the late 20s, early 30s, they didn't have seatbelts. They felt it was safer that if they really did get into a problem, to be thrown away from the large piece of metal they were hurtling around the circuit.
They're practically motorcycles.
Yeah, they didn't. Kind of, yeah. And you'll see them actually physically leaning one way or another with the wheel, like there. You'll see them leaning to the left. So that's a very good analogy, is that they are almost like motorcyclists. And so talk about magnificent men in their flying machines. Talk about the bravery that it must have taken to go 100 miles plus. There's Padding Starling in a similar ERA A-type this time. He is in the number 7, and those two are going at it. But yeah, I mean, I every time I see this group and look at the size of the steering wheel and effectively the lack of safety, if you will, from what it would have been like on the original days. No smooth track like this. It was probably very bumpy indeed, usually on roads or airfields. Long before these tracks were made, most of the Grand Prix races were run on old airfields.
Yeah, this is, to me, like watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in real life.
With no wings.
I mean, we watched it so many times when our boys were little. So to see these in person and to watch them race, they are really getting after it. They are surprisingly fast. Yeah,
that says, I mean, you saw the ragtime guys yesterday.
Yes.
They get over 100 miles an hour.
It's crazy.
We opened the show this morning with a 1925 Bentley, and the Englishman, of course, who was showing it, said this was the first ever supercar. And I say, well, how do you define that? And he goes, well, Bentley guaranteed back in 1925 that it would do over 100 miles an hour. And think about that, in 1925. I mean, you've only just got over the horse. That's about 30 miles an hour, and that's pretty exhilarating if you've ever been on a horse at speed. But to be going over 100 miles an hour in 1925 on roads that were not prepared for that would be a real bone crusher, I would have thought.
I think it's really amazing to watch the evolution of the car. Look at what they were doing, the transverse leaf springs and the weird cables that operated like the brakes. And, I asked why were on some of these cars did they have so much positive camber?
Yeah.
Well, if you look, there is a cable that goes to the brake. And if they had negative camber, they would hit the brake line. Yeah. It's crazy. It's really neat to watch.
And it's funny. It's so many things that look at first to be complicated are so simple. Yes. That's a good example, actually. It's like, well, why are they so cambered? Oh, well, we don't want to hit the brake line.
Right. Well, of course.
It's like in the ragtime guys, one of the first questions I asked is, well, what do you need a passenger for? He said, well, we didn't have mirrors and we needed somebody to start the car or push it out of a ditch.
Yes, and I think some of them needed some oiling manually. Like you had to take a mechanic with you.
Yep, and you see them pumping it. We'll see the ragtime guys out later. Plus, of course, they were the early spotters. What we have in NASCAR today, and literally engineers out there keeping an eye on what was ahead or behind you. Well, no mirrors. In fact, the mirror came in the Marmon Wasp in the Indy 500, and that was the first guy to get rid of the passenger and therefore have a lot more of a lightweight car. So it's innovations like this that we use to this day in our cars that were all invented and all innovated, back in the early days. So when you look at these sorts of cars, you can kind of just see where the beginnings of what we see on the road today. And still, to this day, I think these cars, you can't look at these cars and not be, just interested. Maybe not as excited as some people get, but I have to say, you can't look at one of these cars or be up close to one and not be fascinated by wanting to take a closer look.
And you have to respect these guys for being able to keep these cars running. How?
Yeah.
You can't go to AutoZone for a lot of these parts. They're either having to source from something. A lot of times they were sourcing from all kinds of other things. So you might go over to the tractor industry. You might go over maybe to aviation to get your parts. Yep. But it's amazing that they can actually keep these running.
Well, we're looking at this massive big Alpha coming up the road here. That's a big part of why these cars were so big front-ended wise, was that the sort of, they basically used the technology from aircraft in the early days, and so the early race cars had these huge fronts, and therefore were weighted very much towards the front. And it wasn't until they started pushing the engine a little bit further towards the driver that they got a bit more balance, because you can imagine how unwieldy this particular car, this Alfa Romeo, must be at speed. But it looks absolutely gorgeous, and he's wheeling it beautifully at the moment. But technology like that, I just love it. I absolutely love it, and I love learning about how it gets to that point where that how it comes to be that they were designed that way, and why they were designed that way, and how it's transformed over the years.
And it's one of the things I am longing to experience. On my list of things that I want to do is to experience one of these cars. I have to go drive a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that Alfa Romeo, that was a 6C SS from 1939, and we're looking at the number 2. That's Kurt Engelhorn in a Maserati. So wonderful 250F. Here he comes. That's William Lyon coming across the line. Now, tell me about the show. I'm sure you're getting a little bit of inspiration by coming here. Are you going to do some detours around these sorts of cars at some point?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely here not only to experience it and have fun, but to kind of keep my eyes out for what else we could do on the show.
Well, do a shameless plug. Where can we find you?
On YouTube, Nicole Johnson's Detour. You can also just go to the website, NicoleJohnsonsDetour.com. On Instagram, I'm actually Nicole Johnson Off-Road, because I had my Instagram long ago, before I started the show. The pandemic is actually kind of what propelled us into, we had more time on our hands, so it propelled us into just doing that show that we'd always thought of. We thought of this concept of almost a decade ago.
Wow.
And, we were just busy. And sometimes, we were pitching the idea to producers in Hollywood who couldn't get their head around the concept. So we kind of just carved our own path. Everybody said your YouTube video has to be 8 to 10 minutes long. Well, ours are episodic. They're longer. They're 22 to 39 minutes long.
Yeah, so they're full half-hour TV shows, really.
Our 39-minute episode with Lynn Park in his Cobras has almost 1 million views.
Wow,
so
that's
people
fantastic.
will watch it.
Yeah.
And it's professionally produced. It takes us 160 hours every episode. That's a man for an entire month.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's a lot of time. I know, having done, having been part of magazine shows with cars, just what time and energy goes into this. So hats off to you to do it on YouTube, because, like you say, that's not easy to finance, and you're doing it off your own back. So good on you. Yeah. Definitely take a look. I took a look. Yeah, she's the Sarah Silverman of Autosport, I think. That's what I'm going to revamp you.
There's a funny story here. My hair has a few highlights in it, because when it's totally dark, I get a ton of Sarah Silverman.
I looked at you. I was like, my word.
Yes, people will come up to me on the street who I don't know.
But you have the same enthusiasm as well.
Well, also, my bank account is much fatter than hers. I'm totally sure.
That would be good.
No.
She's one of my heroes. I love her.
I add highlights so that I can distinguish myself, I suppose. But, yeah, we have a lot of fun. We have some outtakes at the end that are really fun. We don't, there's no script.
Yeah.
We just run in there.
And if you're watching in Australia, which you might be, Sarah Silverman, big comedian here in the United States, and well worth a look up. She's got HBO shows and all the rest of it. But we're with Nicole Johnson, and we're talking Detour, and we're talking Grand Prix cars at the moment. Charles McCabe leading the way, making a beautiful sound here in the early part of the day, waking everybody up with our Group 3, 1927 to 1955 Grand Prix open-wheel single-seaters. We'll have Grand Prix cars from a later age. We've got Formula 1 coming up. We've got Formula 5000, Can-Am, you name it. It's all coming up. Trans Am coming up, and I've got a very special guest for that as our 2 leaders who are going about it very nicely in the ERAs. Racing cars, McCabe and Dowling. And Dowling literally led by a country mile yesterday in his English racing automobile. Of course, the company founded back in November 33 in the UK. Basically, as you'd imagine, they were trying to take on the likes of Maserati and Alfa Romeo. That's what it came from in 1933, and they were pretty darn successful at it. Had Mr. Rawlings up here yesterday, a big part of this, currently in 9th position. Rick Rawlings has been a part of this setup. He's got a beautiful 1927 Bugatti out there. But what I love about these events as well, Nicole, and you can speak to this for those who may be thinking of coming, and you've come for the first time, is the access.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
nobody saying, no, you can't come in here.
No, you
can
can
walk up to the driver or the guy preparing the car and bore him to death.
Walk right up to the cars. I got to walk right up to a 1969 Porsche 917 PA, the very first Can-Am entry from Porsche.
Oh, wow.
That is a very significant car. Not only did I walk up to it, but they said, hey, Nicole, you want to hold the brakes while we torque the wheels? Oh, heck yeah.
Yes, please.
I climbed inside of that Porsche, and it's so weird because it's very basic.
Yeah.
It is not fancy. It is just stripped down race car, and you lean way back like you're in a Barca Lounger.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. From the outside, racing in itself looks not simple. That's the wrong word, but it looks as though it's comfortable and fun going. John Kerr's got some sort of problem because he's got his hand up. That's usually the international signal for I'm slowing down. But once you get closer, the basics and how they strip them down, and of course that's all about weight. Mm-hmm. You kind of look in there and you go, well, where is everything?
Right. It's really cool. And then, you know, it is easy. Like you said, it looks simple.
Yeah.
When you're spectating and you watch them come down this straight and then they go over that blind turn one at full throttle,
Yeah.
it looks easy. Could you imagine doing that reclined in an old Porsche?
Yeah. Well, and we were talking about this yesterday, you know, when these cars were at their best going around, let's say the Indianapolis circuit, back in the early days, it was made of bricks. That's why they call it the Brickyard. It was actually made of thousands of bricks. So can you imagine what your teeth must be rattling through? And back in those days, the race was like 7 hours.
That's crazy. I actually got to go to Indy 500 last year as a guest of Shell, and I kissed the bricks.
Oh, you got to do that.
I kissed the bricks.
Oh, I've done that. And what an event, though. It's when you look out there and you see the crowd going on infinitum and you think, are they in the same stadium as I am? Because, you know, I've got my own little stadium of 100,000 here, and it keeps going. It's just... You only, when people say, well, how big is it? I go, well, there's a golf course inside it. An 18-hole golf course.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's huge. It's crazy. I think your first view driving down into Laguna Seca is incredible. You're climbing in this mountain and climbing, and then you drop down into this bowl. And it's everything that you thought it was.
Yep.
That you saw it on TV or on YouTube. It's everything you thought. And that corkscrew, to see it up close, is awesome.
Yeah, I spent many years doing motorcycle racing in the UK, and one of the World Championship stops was here for both MotoGP and World Superbike. And so I used to sort of get up in the middle of the night in England to do this race, and it just looked like the ultimate place that I'd never been to, and it just looked so special. It was typical American, typical surf city, as it were, or for me, growing up, thinking of California, that's what the image was, the Beach Boys, the sun. And it is every bit of that. Not right now, I may add, but it will later.
I grew up in California, and in the summertime, in Southern California at least, all of this is overcast. This is all typical, and then it would burn off. So this is super, reminds me of growing up in California in the summers.
Well, Paddington Dowling leading at the moment as he did yesterday over Charles McCabe, and there he is, leaning as I mentioned earlier. Look, now you see what I'm talking about. Look at that large wheel. Can you imagine wheeling the size of that wheel? It's nowhere near a modern Grand Prix size wheel, is it? That's another factor, if you like. I mean, you really are muscling the car around, quite literally, leaning with it and being as much of the part of the chassis as you can be.
They did not have any power steering, and so if you increase the diameter of that wheel, it's going to assist you in being able to turn it.
Exactly right. But
could you imagine doing like an endurance race
and
how sore your shoulders would be?
Unbelievable. I really do. You know, modern racing drivers, and Paddington's been around a long time, you know, they love doing this, but they really do have to keep fit. It's almost as though, you know, the modern cars are, I wouldn't say simpler to drive, but, you know, there's a lot of mechanisms with the paddle shifts and so on that make it a lot easier.
Have you seen the workout routine for these F1 drivers?
Oh, it's nuts.
And their cardio training. Your heart is always elevated unless you can control it. I can't imagine how they do it.
Yeah, it's the one thing that people coming to motor racing for the first time I get mad at is when they call them adrenaline freaks, because I don't know a motor racing driver or rider that is one of those. I've never met one. These guys are cerebral, they're smart, they're athletes, they're putting their life on the line, and if you've ever done that, as you have, there's no time for being funny and no time to being unserious. Your life is genuinely in a large piece of metal, and you are wanting to get out of it at the end of it. So they're very sensible people.
Yes, and you have to get in the zone. And when I was at Monster Jam, we had a lot, it's a show, it's entertainment. We would get out of the truck if we'd wrecked or if we won donuts or racing, and we would, excite the crowd and wave to the crowd and give them our trophies. But then we had to get right back in the truck and drive in 3 more minutes. So how do you bring your heart rate down? How do you come down from that high? Deep breaths. You really have to learn breathing techniques to bring your heart rate down deliberately and focus.
Yeah. Well, Charles McCabe, I don't think he's going to catch Paddings at this point as we come down to the closing stages of our group action. Been a good fun little group though, here coming out of the mist are early Grand Prix cars and just another part of this Rolex reunion, and it's very much a special part too. Fabulous sight coming down the corkscrew, all 5 stories of it, and they're going to roll on and dominate this race. Padding still out front, McCabe second, Engelhorn in third, Kurt Engelhorn in third place at the moment. He's gone up to third, and Nathan Green dropping down to fourth, and Conrad Stevenson in fifth, and William Lyon currently rounding out the top 6. Rick Rawlins, the man I mentioned earlier, in 9th position, just ahead of Michelle Heido in 10th.
Yesterday was really spectacular.
Checker flag coming up. Go ahead.
Oh, checker flag. We don't want to miss that.
Hey, we don't want to miss that. Go ahead. What was yesterday?
Oh, yesterday we got to drive in a parade of vintage race cars into the Quail.
Oh, nice.
It was very, very rock star.
Yeah,
it was
I bet.
super cool.
And of course, they're all coming up here now, having done the Quail, so we'll get a lot of that action and people coming from that today. Well done to Padding Starling. He, again, is the winner here, as he has been so many times. I've seen him at Monaco. I've seen him here in the States. He loves his historic racing, and he is probably one of the best-known drivers in the world at this early Grand Prix racing cars. He owns that particular car, and, great to see him out and about. Really? Well, listen, thanks, Nicole. Thanks for coming in. Go and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll watch out for the detour and what you get up to, but I think you've been inspired. And talking of inspiration, let's head down to Kev Harris and see what he's got going in the paddock. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, we're down here in the paddock, in amongst all of the noise and the excitement, and I've just managed to drag Remo Lipsy from his car, fresh from the racetrack. Fresh from a race win, Remo?
Yes, I won the race. I am really thankful that I can drive in Laguna Seca and really happy.
This is great stuff. This is what this event is all about. We're talking about cars, folks, that in some cases are absolutely priceless. There's only one in the world, or in the case of this Ferrari here, there's only 2 in the world. But men like Remo actually take them out on the track and give them a thrashing. You went from, I think, 9th place up to 1st yesterday. So, we're at a classic car show, but this isn't a show. It's a race event as well.
It's a race event. It's a great race event. And yesterday, on the qualifying, we had a little bit problems, and so I had to start from the back. Yeah. But I drove quite aggressive, and I won the race, and today as well. So I'm happy.
Well done to you, sir. You were at the wheel of a car that isn't yours. You're a hired gun. You've been flown in from Switzerland to drive this. Your racing pedigree speaks for itself. But let's talk about the pedigree of this car. Late 60s at Le Mans, there was all kinds of battles going on, and that's where we would have seen this one running.
Actually, we built so long time to go on the racetrack, and now we are finished with the car, and we can drive races. So it's for me, I mean, it's one of the top that I can drive races with this car.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic car. When we talk about it, like I was chatting to you just before, you started out in karting, something that I follow a lot of, but You know, when you were a youngster starting out in karting and cars, would you ever have thought that one day you're going to be behind the wheel of a classic, you know, what is it, a 1969 Ferrari? You could never have dreamed you were going to be driving this one day.
No, actually not. And I mean, I was always thought I will be a great Formula One driver. Yeah. So it wasn't. And now I can drive these old cars, and I think it's the greatest stuff what I can drive. I'm really happy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about the car just for a little bit. What's it like when you squeeze yourself into that car, because you're a big guy, but it's small in there, it's cramped, it's claustrophobic. What's it like being behind the wheel of one of these and putting your foot down? What does that feel like?
The feeling, I can't explain it. I mean, everybody I would love to that everybody can drive one time with this car, and you can feel how powerful is the engine and how loud it is, and you're so. I drive like this in the car, so. It's unbelievable. Everybody have to drive one time with this car that you can feel how it is.
Yeah, and
to explain is quite difficult.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And interesting as well, if we just spin sideways and have a look at it, just have a little spin back, you'll just see, the bubble on the top of the car there. I think it was Dan Gurney on the GT40 started putting the bubble on the top of the car just to make more room for the driver.
It's still too small. My head have no place in this little hole, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just a word about the track here at Laguna Seca. Is this one, you've come in from Zurich for the weekend to drive. Is this one that you've driven at before? Are you familiar with it? And how was it?
No, I never drove this at Laguna Seca and no in America. And this is the first time that I drive in America. But this track is one of my best tracks that I ever drove. It's so fun. You have good straights, you have downhill, uphill, so it makes a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the big thing about Laguna Seca is obviously the corkscrew, dropping down 9 stories or whatever through the turns of the corkscrew. Talk us through that.
I love this corner. I mean, actually, also I've tell it again. You have to drive this one time. Yeah. Also, that this corner makes so fun. You see just the sky, and then you fall down. You see the track again. Oh, I'm happy to see the track again. So great.
Well, listen, great. Thank you for talking to us, Remo. Supercar, super chatting to you. Safe journey back to Switzerland, and enjoy the rest of the weekend here in California.
I will. Thank you so much.
No problem. Stay right there. Now, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Group 4 cars are going out on track, and we'll see you for that right after this.
Now is the moment to plan your trip to Monterey County.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca as the cars file underneath the Mission Bridge, the brand new Mission Bridge, and as you can see to the right of that WeatherTech sign, the long ramp there as part of the new look Laguna Seca. The fog and mist has lifted, and we are going to turn our attention now here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion to Trans Am and GTO Trans Am from 1981 to 1991, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be joined by a very special guest, but I'll wait to see if he does come up. But this circuit obviously is synonymous with the beginnings of Trans Am back in the 60s. Trans Am began in 1966, and it's the longest road-running series in America, and still runs to this day. I was in Nashville just 2 weeks ago watching modern Trans Am, and the DNA is as immaculate as it always was. Perhaps not the heydays of the manufacturer's involvement in those early days. Some would point to the 1970 championship and the beginning of the Trans Am series in 1970, right here at Laguna Seca, to say that that was really the height of its powers, when the likes of Roger Penske, Parnelli Jones, all the big names, Bud Moore, were all part of this wonderful championship called Trans Am, and it really came to prominence in that era, and still at this level back in the 80s, still very much household names racing these cars. Dorsey Schroeder, for example, here as one of our race directors and stewards, came up in the booth here yesterday. Ron Fellows also here, the Corvette man and Chevrolet man for many years, and one of our major guests here this weekend. And like I said, as we turn our attention to the 80s and early 90s, it was, of course, the likes of Chevrolet, Oldsmobile, Ford Mercurys, but in fact we've actually got a Nissan 300 out there as well, some Roush Fords from IMSA, so it also involves not just Trans Am, but some interesting cars. But Pontiac's always popular in the mid-80s, the Pontiac Firebird particularly, of course, and we've got a couple of iterations of that. We've got the Mercury Mercure, and Mike Joy was explaining to me yesterday how they came up with that, and very interesting. We've got the old Oldsmobile Cutlass out there, so an interesting time where NASCAR, as it always has been, was at its heights, and Trans Am had its heyday in the 70s, and as they moved on to the 80s, still a lot of sponsorship, and of course that's the point of these particular cars, is they keep the sponsorship, you keep the cars looking as they did when raced, and that includes the decals, so everything is as it was, so to speak. We've got the Skull Bandit out there, we've got the Pink Panther. There's Walt Brown in that Pink Panther car. Can't miss that out of a day at the races. Yeah, it is Walt Brown in that 1987 Chevrolet Camaro, the number 28. That Nissan 300 ZX is the number 32 in all yellow, so keep an eye out for that. We've got the Pontiac Firebird from 85. That's John Hildebrand at the wheel. And interestingly enough, yesterday came up as John Hildebrand Jr. So let's see if it's Junior or Senior today. We'll soon find out. We've even got a Chevrolet Beretta out there. Nick DeVitas at the wheel of that. And Michael McGarry in a Pontiac Trans Am GTO from 1983. Just going to take a look at the results of Group 4 yesterday, just to keep you informed if you weren't with us. Ron Fellows did actually take the win yesterday, ahead of Chris Hines, and Rick Jeffrey taking third place. As away we go, the green flag waves on our Group 4, 81 to 91 GTO and Trans Am. They roar into action around the hills of Monterey, as they always have done, and into Andretti Corner for the first time. And it is the number 2 of Wally Owens leading the way in the Protofab Corvette. Mobil sponsored. And already getting ahead of that Skull Bandit car. And pulling away. And there's Walt Brown in that old pink number 28. Can't miss it. He's on the outside now, trying to take the Oldsmobile, and does so. On the outside, nicely done. The man from Scottsdale, Arizona, in that 1987 Camaro. Beautiful sound. Just ahead now of the 6 of Gordon Johnson in the Cutlass, 1991. Through comes the second place man. Third, fourth, and fifth. And there's some nice little battles starting to evolve here in the midfield as they start to spread out here. So we've got a good 10 years across the board here. So you're going to see some discrepancy in speeds at times around the racetrack. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't in historic racing really keep too much of an eye on the clock because that's not the point. But with this new surface, I know these racing drivers. Oh, sadly, we've got the 03 coming in. And that's not planned. What's gone on here with the Skull Bandit car, I wonder? Well, he's pulling off very, that's Chris Hines in that Camaro from 1987. And obviously, it's gone a little bit awry there. Now, I did promise you a special guest, and here he is. A guy I spend a lot of time with on the road, because he's part of current Trans Am and has been for many years. Poncho Weaver, still preparing cars for the likes of Boris Said and many others. Great to have you here, Poncho, first and foremost, but I'm sure this is an area you're very familiar with. Before we get started, obviously we're broadcasting around the world, so not everybody knows who you are. Why don't you give us an idea of a sort of potted history of your love and involvement in Trans Am?
Started back in the early 80s and building these cars that we see on the track today. And I'll tell you, it's just been a great pleasure to work with a lot of the best, Ron Fellows and Boris Said and Paul Menard and Andretti and, oh goodness, the list just goes on. Currently building car number 50s on the plate today, but car number 003 is out here, a yellow Lindley car. And just a lot of cool stuff, yeah.
What do you think is the key to why Trans Am has managed, and it's had an up and down time, it's been, there was a time when the manufacturers couldn't get enough of it and were spending millions of dollars, quite literally, and bringing the top drivers from around the world to come and race Trans Am. And I'm talking about, just a moment ago about how, the early 70s here at Laguna Seca was kind of the zenith, the height of Trans Am. But it continued, and here we are looking at the 80s and 90s. And it was still a big popular sport then, and it is today.
It is today. It's continued. I mean, it fluctuates a little bit up and down, but it's such an innovative group. They welcome innovation, in the TA group, and you can go and think of what you, the most. I got kind of tongue-tied here a little bit.
That's okay.
The performance level. That's what it's all about, right? Yeah. So. Yeah, because it is performance-based, it just appeals to a lot of people across the country, across the world.
Well, I also think that what Trans Am brings to motorsport, which many of the earlier motorsport didn't, was the fact that it was accessible to the mere mortal, as it were. These are the cars that obviously are road cars, and so you would see these going to the grocer, but when they did what you do, which is pull everything out, and make them into race cars, they were of a price point where people could go racing, and they were some amateurs racing against some of the great professionals.
Yes, absolutely. It was something that the performance-based guys could get involved with, and they could do a lot of it on their own. They didn't have to be tied to a manufacturer. Of course, that was always a better program. They had more resources, but yeah, you see it today, even in today's Trans Am, same kind of program. And we kind of all grew up with these muscle cars, and it relates. It's iconic to a lot of people, and very appealing.
Well, it's good to have you here because you're the right man to ask this question, which is, what exactly do you do with a standard stock car from the beginning? Let's say somebody delivers you a new Camaro or a new Mustang or a Dodge Challenger, which I know you worked a lot on. But what is the, I'm talking about this period now, but what would you do to start with?
Well, you start with back in the day, back in the 70s and the 80s, 60s and such, when Sunoco, Penske and those guys, they started with a stock tub car. and then they stripped it down, usually acid dipped it to try to clean all the goo and stuff off the underneath and lighten it up a bit, and then tubed it out and tried to make it as stiff as possible and safe as possible to rule standards, of course. And
what
then
kind of weights are we talking? How much weight were you able to discard, if you will?
I wish I could answer that.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure about
exactly,
that.
but it was pretty substantial, right?
Today's current cars are like 2,500 pounds, without the driver. Back then it was probably the V6s here. We're looking at Rick Jeffrey's car. That's an original protofab car. And they were like the changing of the guard, as you say, and when Chevrolet got involved and really pumped a lot of money into the program back in like '86. So,
I'm going to say, looking down at this field, particularly, is there any particular cars that pop out to you?
Well, of course, the Ron Fellows car, which is Danny Binks, a beautiful restoration owned by Wally Owens out of Florida, and the unfair advantage, I call that car. This weekend, apparently, it's just on rails, and it's a great car. We've raced with Ron for many years, and Danny Binks, of course, with Roush and Tommy Kendall and whatnot. But it's been a great ride, and it continues, and here we are today.
So you're running Ron Fellows. He's out the front. Who else have you helped out this weekend?
This guy right here, the number 8 Lindley bright yellow Camaro. And
Thomas
the
Kloa, yeah.
And this number 8 also the protofab white car, white with the yellow stripe.
1986 C28.
Actually, this pretty much every car that I'm looking at here has something to do with it. I just did the uprights on the new Ron Fellows car for Danny Binks, and we're doing some other work for them now. Chris Ligenberg, Three Dog Garage, and they're doing a lot of restorations at this point. We're building quite a few upright spindles and whatnots for those guys. So,
and of course, it's great to see a Dyson car out there. Rob Dyson, Chris Dyson, of course, celebrating 40 years they've been racing.
Isn't
and of
that
course,
something?
Chris Dyson's still current champion of the TA.
Yeah, now you're telling our age, aren't you? I mean,
But no, I mean, I love the fact that there is that DNA, not just in the cars, but in those that have taken part in the series. I think there is something that, I think that's another thing that is, we talked about the longevity of this series and what's kept it going over the years. And
well, it's kind of a family. It's a family away from family, and we look forward to going to the events and camaraderie. And it's kind of like Boris says, we'll help each other all that we can in the pits, but when it comes to the track, I'm going to take you down. So it's great competition.
Yeah, and Boris said is a good example. He races with you, often running out in a Dodge Challenger, whatever you can put it. He says, whatever you prepare, he'll race. But he's a typical Californian, runs a dealership here in California.
Yeah.
But and those that know American racing will know Boris said. He's done so much, NASCAR, sports cars, you name it. Done everything, really. Father was a brief Formula One driver, but he's the kind of guy that will only, that just won't let it go. He just wants to come back and race now.
He loves Trans Am because it's a real driver's car. It doesn't have ABS, and it doesn't, have a lot of the driver aids and traction control and things like that. So he just gravitates to it. It's a lot of power. It's a lot of grip, a lot of brakes, and there's just really nothing like a TA package. It's hard to explain it. But when you witness it or when you experience it, you get it. You understand really what's going on, and it's a blast.
Oh, some car just going slightly wide. Let's hope he's okay. But yeah, and interesting, you and I, most weekends, we'll be at Watkins Glen in a couple of weekends. But one thing that's amazed me in the 7 years I've been involved in modern Trans Am is how there's a new transformation coming through, which is the young guys taking to Trans Am on their way to NASCAR or wherever they want to end up. But it's an interesting sort of addition that we've had now.
It is. We ran Kaz Growler last year, and he didn't know what a Trans Am car was. I said, hey, it's a lot of fun. You're going to dig it, and so he showed up, and he busted off quick time and a new track record 2 weekends in a row, and then won at Road America last year. What a great talent that kid has, and now he's got a full-time ride in Xfinity. So it's really parlayed, and he's, I think, 23 years old. So the new young guns are starting to get it, and we need the new guys to get involved in Trans Am to continue this into the future, right?
Yep, and you mentioned that. Connor Mosak's another one now in Xfinity, making his way, cut his teeth in Trans Am. And we mentioned those youngsters. The leader of the championship currently is a 15-year-old Brent Cruz, a name for the future.
Amazing.
Without a doubt. Connor Mosak, another one, another World Kart champion like Brent Cruz. So these are names that you're going to be seeing in the Cup Series very soon as we take a look at Nick. Nick DeVitas in the number 77. What do you know about this particular car?
This was Baja Boats. I think their family.
It's the Beretta.
I forget the young guy's name that ran Trans Am back in the day, but it's a V6 powered car, I believe, and they had a lot of fun with it, and it was quite competitive at the time.
Yeah, that's right. It's a two-door, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not that many two-door Trans Am cars, but there is the Beretta to prove that it was out there. And how much of a disadvantage were you at with V6 versus V8?
Well, actually, they dropped the weight quite a bit. I currently own the number 1, or actually it was a chassis number 3 Protofab back in '86. Wally Dallenbach drove it to the championship win. Les Lindley bought it from Protofab, and we campaigned it for Les back in '87. And that's a beautiful car. It went through a cycle of a few different owners, and I've wound up with it. It's going through restoration, and I hope to have it here next year competing at this particular event.
Yeah, and then we mentioned Boris said another name, Wally Dallenbach, of course. And yeah, they just keep coming back. He's currently racing and leading in the Masters in Trans Am, and so he loves to show up from Colorado now and again.
Oh, yeah.
And throw on the overalls.
Yeah, he can't wait for us to get it done. Greg Pickett was the original driver. Then Wally Dallenbach said, that's just not quite right because this car's very fast. I like the V6, and I should be able to pick my choice of cars. So with Charlie Seelix and Gary Pratt, those guys, he worked a deal where he kicked Greg out of the seat and continued the rest of the season with the V6 and won the championship with that car.
It is that family thing, and it truly is, because you've got the Gregs, you've got Simon and Peter, and,
sure,
and then it really is. There's no question. I'm learning bit by bit as I get more and more into the championship. Yes, I'm excited by the youngsters coming through, but the more history I learn about Trans Am, I'm beginning to see how this it doesn't, I'm sure when you walk it down the paddock of a weekend, you pretty much know everybody there, right?
It's kind of gotten that way, yeah, and it's a lot of fun. At this point, we're really enjoying our time with the guys that we've spent, a lot of years with, and it pays off with great relationships and business as well.
Was there still a lot of money in the championship in the 80s?
Oh, yeah, there was great finances when you had the big three involved.
Despite actual manufacturer backing, or was there still? I mean, you look at Roush Ford and big names.
Well, the purses were quite a bit higher.
Okay.
Quite a bit higher, and we had good series sponsors and good money going into the points fund and those kinds of things. So it attracted, we had 30, 35 car entries, where today, we're in maybe, if we're lucky, the 18 to 20 car fields, but I'm hoping and I really believe that Trans Am can get back where they were. TV coverage obviously helps that and letting the world know what's going on, and that attracts the series sponsors, and that drives the purse money up, and that brings these cars out of the woodwork and gets them to prepare their cars so they can compete in today's TA.
Shameless plug for MAV TV Thursday nights. Get your Trans Am
there you
fill.
Go. Yeah.
But finally, we're on the last lap. Tell us about this car. Ron Fellows at the wheel, and how hard is it to prepare that one?
This is actually an 87 Protofab Corvette.
Yep.
And so Protofab started in 86, and so this was the next year, and they went from Camaros to the Corvette, and obviously it was fantastic. And it's an independent rear suspension car. It doesn't have a beam axle in it, and it really hauls the mail, doesn't it?
Yeah, no kidding.
That's a V6 with a turbo on it.
Right.
And it's making big power. They got it turned down, believe it or not, this weekend. And
so once you put that turbo on, you're pretty much on equal terms, are you?
Well,
not far off.
A little more than equal, I'd say.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fine machine, and Danny Biggs did a beautiful restoration on that for Wally Owens, and I'll tell you, he's been a good friend for many years, and these guys have got it going on. Professionals, right? They're professionals, and it shows.
Well, Ron Fellows hasn't missed a step, has he? Back in the seat, back in a Corvette, as is his wont for Chevrolet, and he comes across the line. It's been the perfect weekend for Poncho Weaver alongside me and Ron Fellows, one of our special guests and drivers here this weekend. Octavio Rincon will take second place, and Rick Jeffrey will come across the line in third. Walter Brown in that Pink Panther car in fourth, and the number 28 Chris Limbenberg in fifth place, and Gordon Johnson sixth. Ken Epsman in seventh place. Another familiar name to these Trans Am historics. Michael McGarry in 8th position, Nick DeVitas in 9th, and David Duval. What else are you working on today? What else have you got going?
Oh, just kind of working on some. We worked on a transmission last night. Guys had some trouble with that, and we wouldn't plan on doing any work, but just out here enjoying.
It never works out that way, does it?
A couple of weeks off. I went to Bonneville a week ago and watched the fast cars run, and it's been a blast. But we're getting ready to run Watkins Glen, as you know. We'll see you in 2 weeks. We're running Boris Said in the ECC Weaver Dodge, and really looking forward to that. We ran Paul Menard at Indy this year, and he only gets to run a few races here and there, and we really enjoy him as well.
Well, Poncho, thank you so much for coming up. I'll see you at Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks, and I'll see Boris, and I'm sure Boris Said Jr., the curly-haired locks of both of them, will be there. My thanks to Poncho Weaver, who prepares some of these great Trans Am cars, and it's great to have you give your insight into these historical, fantastic machines. We'll head down to the paddock because Kev Harris is amongst it yet again. The fog has cleared, and Kev Harris is clear-eyed as always.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Good lap times.
Are we live? We're down here in the paddock. We are indeed. Right, me and Taz were just having a little bit of a chat, chatting racing stuff. I said to you, Taz, how did you get on yesterday? And you said, well, I'm doing all right. You did well, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I picked up some time thanks to the repaving and some good tires. Got down to a 26.3 or 4, which is pretty good for me. Maybe if I apply myself a little today, I can even beat that, but we'll see. Car runs really good downhill compared to a lot of the other twin turbo cars.
Let's talk about the car because it's behind us, and it's a hell of a thing. It's a bit of a lump, Taz.
Yeah. So this car's from 1992. It was the Camel Lights champion that year. It won both Daytona and Sebring. 14 poles in a row with Parker Johnstone at the wheel. Dan Marvin was his co-driver. Fantastic driver as well. The car just has a lot of great history, and I'm really fortunate to own it. Parker told me about the car. We're friends. And I went up and made a deal in Canada, and it took a while to get it from Canada, but I finally got it, and just really delighted to own some important piece of Honda history.
Yeah, exactly, because Honda is what you're all about. You couldn't own anything else.
No, it's kind of funny. I have a Mazda collection and a Honda collection. My father became a Honda dealer in 1961 and selling motorcycles, of course. And then we moved into cars later in the family, and now we're Honda dealers in Northern California and Mazda dealers. So I also drive the really super loud four-rotor kudzu, and so maybe I'll bring that out next year again.
Well, maybe, but I mean, this is pretty super loud as well. I mean, when we look at these cars, it always staggers me that, what is it like to get behind the wheel of one of these? And you've got a massive, huge engine just behind that seat there, and, I mean, I'm not a pro racing driver. I don't know whether I can speak for yourself, but, what's it like for a mere mortal to drive one of these?
Well, I raced touring car for a long time, but these cars have no power steering, very, very big tires. They massively load up during the fast turns whenever you get the aerodynamics on them. And I really don't know how these guys did it for 24 hours with no power steering. And I actually increased the size of the steering wheel on this car to give it a little more leverage, and it's still an ass kicker to drive. I mean, it's hard to drive it. It's fun, though. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, and you're having fun, because as I look down the end of the results here from yesterday, and I say results because it's not a show, it is a race, you're mid-pack, you're top 10, you're an 8.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's funny, the thing, it does its best work downhill because it's only a 3.2 liter normally aspirated. So I'm going against these cars with 800 or 900 horsepower. So, but it's really fun. I mean, you just have to keep your speed up in the corners. You have to shift up a gear once in a while when you think that maybe you can. So you're just carrying speed. Your whole concept is let's keep the speed up.
Because the speed up keeps the downforce?
Yeah, exactly. It all works with speed. So you need to keep the speed up to get the downforce. You got to just remind yourself, don't overbrake, because it's got great brakes. So it's a constant coaching session in your mind. Okay, oh, that was too much. Oh, I could have gone deeper. But, I'm not a pro driver anymore, so I don't beat myself up over. I'm just having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you are having fun. What an event to have fun at. And the thing is, here with Laguna Seca as well, we had a whole lot of developments and improvements done to the track in the last few months. And as a driver, I'm sure you're noticing the benefit.
Oh, it's another 10 miles an hour going over the top of the corkscrew. Yeah, I picked up 10 miles an hour. Yeah, it's a massive improvement.
That's a huge difference on your speed curve, 10 miles per hour.
Yeah, it was a massive improvement year over year. So hats off to Laguna Seca to doing the paving work. I think that this, I drove it in my my F production car a couple weeks ago with no downforce, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but it's a really big deal when you have downforce. So I imagine the Indy cars and those kind of faster cars are really going to tear it up.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, we were chatting to your pal Remo Lips just before, and he said exactly that. He said the cars that got downforce are going to love the track. I mean, he was going out in that Le Mans car there. What a thing that is, the Ferrari he's in.
Oh, it's crazy. You know, it all came together. My friend Tazio called me and he said, hey, we've got these Swiss guys that need a spot. And I said, go ahead, no problem. They can park with me. And so when he got here, we were just walking around the track, and he said, after he drove the first session, he says, man, the front end is light going into turn one. And I go, well, yeah. I mean, you're going 140, 50 miles an hour, you know, and you go over a crest. You know, I just said, you might want to lift a little bit. So, yeah, he's a fantastic driver.
He's a fantastic, yeah, and he's having a blast. What a gig for that guy, flying from Switzerland just to drive a classic Le Mans car around here.
Yeah, he's a character. He's a great shoe. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know how he fits in there, man. Then the steering wheel doesn't come off of that car, by the way. I mean, you have to just, you know, I don't know how he gets in and out of it, but no, really, really fun. And, you know, it's just exciting. It's neat being around a car that's such a historic car, and people really, the crowd really loves the Ferrari.
You got a good vibe under your awning here. I mean, there's a good vibe at the whole sort of show, isn't there? But you got a great vibe under your awning. You meet some real characters.
Well, and you know, we come here to have fun, right? And so we make the most fun of it. I bring a great crew. My guys work with me all the time. Some of the guys have their own shops, but everybody kicks in and just pulls together and have a fun time. And, you know, we try to get the car ready to go before we get here, so we don't have a lot of drama when we get to the track. So yeah, hats off to my crew at home and at the shop. You know, they do a good job of prepping the car before we get here, so it's just little adjustments and whatnot. So it's fun. Yeah.
What else are you looking forward to over the course of this week? Obviously, the event here at Laguna Seca is one thing, but there's a whole load of stuff going on around Monterey, you know, for the whole week. Is there anything else that stand out, or any other car that you're really excited to see or hear?
You know, it's hilarious. If you see a traffic jam and you got Koenigsegg and a Pagani bumper to bumper, it's just ridiculous, the cars you see at Car Week. And so it's just fun just driving around. If you haven't been to Car Week before, get out and do it. Make it one of your bucket lists, because it's really worth it. The other thing, too, is the fan engagement here. You know, people walk right up to that car, and God knows how much that thing's worth. A lot. And, nope, people walk right up, ask the driver questions, and, hey, you know, this is the only one, right? And so people are really excited about it. So this car is the only one. Oh, there's three of them. Parker has the first one, the 91. I have the 92, and the factory has the third, the 93 car. So there's only three of these ever in the world, too. So that's another thing when you're driving it. It's like you kind of have a responsibility. You know, nobody wants to paint a mustache on the Mona Lisa, right? So, you know, you don't want to crash the thing. You would just be hated by everybody.
Yeah, you would.
And so, you know, there's that. So you got to be really careful.
Well, no, that's it, though. I mean, you don't want to dent it or bend it, but you guys are having a race. Like, I'm looking at numbers. Patrick Long lining up in number one. He's not messing around.
Oh, no. You know, Patrick is just the ultimate professional. He raced for Porsche for all these years, and just a great driver. And that car, too, the Leighton House car's got some history, and it's got some boost, too, man. When you see him go up, you know, when he goes flying by me, he's in another gear, man. Oh, yeah. He's just, woo, you know.
What about the Audi R8 that was lined up behind him, 2005 LMP car? There's some history in that car, and that, again, what a car.
Amazing car. I think my friend Emanuele Pirro drove it, who, another funny story is I gave Emanuele Pirro flying lessons here one year. I took him up in my Cessna, and we're climbing out, and he goes, wow, this is the highest I've ever been in a little plane. I'm, really? So anyway, he had a lot of fun, Pirro, and he drove that car. Yeah.
Awesome. We could talk all day. One thing I want to talk on, actually, just quickly, where'd you get your shirt? I think we're best in show in shirts.
So this is Ren Spooner and Art of Eddie. This guy, I've got 3 or 4 of them. My wife is constantly looking at eBay for them because they're not in production anymore. So this has got sports cars. I've got one that's even darker, that's more nighttime. You know, so it's just fun.
I love it. I'll give you best in show for sure. I'll take second. I went sort of Californian. You've gone auto, so that's great. You've gone cars.
You're fitting right in, Kev. You look like a Californian right there, man.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. If you ever need a man, I'm your guy. I could get used to this climate. I could get used to this.
We'll put you on the crew, man.
There we go. Listen, I've got a job. Taz, it's been great talking to you. We've got to go because we're going to throw to the guys who are going out on track now, which I think is the Ragtime Racers. What about that, Brian Blaine and those guys?
Wow, those guys are crazy, man. I mean, those things, they look scary.
Yeah, they're like 100 years old, and they're still doing 60, 70 miles an hour down the front straight.
Yeah, what if you break a wooden wheel? It's like...
I don't know. Taz, thank you for talking to us. I hope you've enjoyed listening to that one. How about that? Let's go trackside then with the Ragtime Racers.
Excellent stuff, Kev Harris. Yes, and I'm afraid he's lost the shirt competition. Welcome back, everybody, to Laguna Seca. Yes, we're here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion, and this is special, no question. Fastly becoming my favorite group because Ragtime Racers takes it back all the way to the start of it all, if you like, when racing was, well, I keep saying it, magnificent men in their flying machines, because these men and ladies were brave in these early days of the 1900s because they raced with very little safety and very basic equipment. But boy, did they get some speed. I've been in that number 16 car that you see going through there, and I'm delighted to be joined by a man who was also in the Group 3 races just a moment ago, Sandy Green. So fellow Green here in the booth, but racing a Type 35 Bugatti from 1925. But as we look at these cars, some of them earlier, or most of them earlier than 25, these guys bring a special kind of flair and fun to events like this. But there's a very serious connotation about the history that we can all see quite visibly here.
And you have to imagine that the Type 35 Bugatti is only 10 years newer than probably the average of these cars. So you could see the development that went on in just a very short time, which was in fact interrupted by the First World War.
just saw a quick shot of that Packard Model 30 from 1908. Rick Rawlings at the wheel of that one, and he, of course, is also in your group as well,
Yes.
in another Bugatti.
That's correct. Yeah, he has a Type 35A or 37A.
Yes, that's right. 1927, I think.
I think it is. Yes.
What was your love for the Bugatti? Why the Bugatti? Plenty of choice, but you stuck with it. Why is that?
Well, the story I always tell is that I went to visit my grandmother in New Hampshire, and something like when I was 10 years old, and there was this car that day that was going whoosh up the road and a whoom back down the other direction, and one up and then right back down again, and this was just an incredible sound and the whole thing.
What year are we talking?
So this has been 1952 or 53.
Yeah. And you fell in love.
And I said, what was that? And I had no idea. And eventually I bought the house that my grandmother had, and I got to know my neighbor, who it turns out was selling that car, and he was demonstrating it that day to a potential buyer. And it was actually the car that Julian Majoub now drives in England. He was a magic driver of Bugattis. And but in any case, I got to know Arthur. He'd purchased a Type 43 Bugatti. I was interested in old cars and had been for a long time. And so he steered me to Bugattis.
Interesting. And you fell in love ever since, right?
Yes, yeah.
These Ragtime guys, they put on a show, no question about it. But if you're ever here at any of the events, because they do demonstrate and put an exhibition on, because this is one of the few groups where, yes, we'll take the green flag, but we're not really racing. But these guys, and like I said, I've been a passenger in one of these. They're not holding back. They're doing 80 mile an hour plus, 100 miles an hour sometimes.
They can?
They can, certainly. We were just outside a Bentley at the start of the show that was a 1925 Bentley, and that was one of the guarantees that the car would do 100 miles an hour, and therefore it was a supercar of the time.
Exactly, yeah.
What are some of the intricacies? Because racing these things is no mean feat, both physically and maintaining, obviously. I think that's the first question everybody asks. How do you maintain them to go racing? What's the biggest struggle for you to keep it fettled?
Well, you're clearly stressing the car to the limits that it was designed to. And they are racing cars, and they weren't made to last forever.
What about tires and wheel rims and things like that, and gearboxes? I mean, how do you procure all the stuff you might need? Because things do, if you're racing as many years as you have, wear and tear, yeah?
For sure. Well, Julian Majoub is the owner of Blackley Tire, and he developed those tires because the Dunlops he had wouldn't hold up to his car. So he had a friend, and they designed a tire to work on his car. And he's gone on, and now most of the cars racing in the pre-war classes use Blackley tires. The gearboxes, all of the parts are available for a Bugatti. In fact, built up brand new cars from scratch, and you can't tell the difference.
You're looking right now at that number 20 National IndyCar Model 40 from 1911, that number 20. And yes, the passengers there, and I often get asked, is that a joyride? And yes, it is these days, perhaps. But there's an actual serious side to what that person did, because he was your spotter, he was your starter, and a balance, I suppose, because that was one of the things we were talking about in your group races, that you're physically almost like a motorcycle racer. You're physically using your body to keep the weight of the car down, right?
Well, you have to. You can't sit up straight in the car, because basically you'll get thrown to the side.
and am I right? In the original days, they had no safety belts. It was
that's correct.
Considered that it was safer to be thrown away from the car.
I mean, that's the way it is. Yes.
Scary.
You don't want, if cars going over, you don't want to be in it.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Have you had any moments in your Bugatti? I'm sure.
Well, I've spun a couple of times, but actually they spin. They do roll if you catch the tires on something.
Now you're seeing, of course, one of the classics, the 1950 Model T Ford. Ed Archer at the wheel in that all-yellow car. Look at the difference in size between that and the 19 coming up behind. Quite some difference, a much bigger car.
That's the National, I think.
Yeah, that's the National, isn't it, coming up behind? Yeah, the National Speedway Roadster. Eric Ramos, the driver. And yeah, just absolutely beautiful. Do you still get a thrill from seeing these cars on track?
Yes. I mean, they are the history of motor racing. You really have to understand that this is how the automobile was developed. They all went racing almost immediately. As soon as they were two cars, they were racing each other.
Yeah, and I'm sure, I mean, there's a lovely comment in a documentary I watched recently that said, you know, the first race was when the second car was made.
Yes.
Because it's true, and that's human endeavor, that's human nature, as it were. But the serious side of it was, as competition began and innovation began, because everybody wanted to be quicker than the next, that's when the development of the car, the tool that became the most used tool still today by humans, and long may it continue, certainly in the combustion form, and obviously electrics now, hydrogen, you name it, it's going to change. But I'm glad we still celebrate the history of these cars, because they have been so important to the development of mankind. Never mind enthusiasts who like to go racing. It's been important to our development as a society worldwide. You know, and you look back at how the car changed medicine, and how it changed travel and culture for people to be able to go from A to B, and racing played a huge part in allowing that. And so too did people like Ford, who was determined to take it to the people and not just have it for the elite. And that continues. You know, Corvette, we've been celebrating them this year and this weekend. And, you know, it's a very interesting side of it that isn't often talked about at motor racing events, which is what it's meant to people generally. Yes. And what we gain from disc brakes or airbags or mirrors. I mean, we were talking about the Marmon Wasp. You know, that was the first time it was used at the Indy 500. You know, a rear view mirror. And I mean, of course, you wouldn't do without one. But, you know, is there anything that you particularly like in terms of the simplicity that has now grown into being a sophisticated part of a car that was very simple back then?
Well, it's interesting. Almost everything in the cars that we have today, except the electronics, was developed basically by the time of the First World War.
Interesting.
Basically. And there's almost nothing that hadn't been tried, at least. It wasn't always successful by any means.
Including electrics.
Well, they had electrics, but not electronics.
Yes. But electric cars.
Electric cars were early in steam.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
The better cars were actually steam at the beginning.
That's wild.
Much the fastest.
Yeah, and I was talking to a young lady who has a YouTube channel and racing show, and we were talking about the fact that so much of the development of these huge cars and why they came is that the aeroplane industry had a big part to play in these early cars. Hence the reason why you have so many big cars and big engines out there.
Well, it was always, I mean, big cars required big engines, and so they were sort of driving themselves. And if I get back to Bugatti, he was one of the first who figured out that making it smaller and lighter was actually faster.
Well, you're listening to Sandy Green, who was out in Group 3 and is enjoying the ragtime races just as we are. But let's head down to Kev Harris. He's been wandering around again, and he's in the thick of it. What have you got, Kev?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Here we are then down in the paddock, and while the action's going out on track, I have a fantastic job because I just get to wander around and chat to some great people, look at some awesome cars, and I'm catching up with Nick here. Nick, you got 3 different cars running in different classes. First and foremost, you're having a great weekend?
Unbelievable. I mean, the event is, as we were talking, the Super Bowl of car racing.
It really is. Let's just talk about this one first. To our left, GM Corvette. They're celebrating 70 years of that car this year at the Rolex, but you've got a great one that you're taking out on track.
Yes, it's a 67. It's a 427 big block. This has always been a race car. Was purchased by a couple from the local dealership in Sacramento, and they took it out racing, and a few other folks in the period raced it, and then it went into the vintage world and has been raced by some pretty famous vintage guys over the years, and you know, I'm fortunate enough to be the caretaker of it now.
That's it. Whenever I chat to all of you guys at these shows, you just refer to yourself as the custodian or the caretaker of these cars. You're never the owner.
No, you know, it's just about keeping them alive and keeping the spirit of the sport in the car and driving it as best you can and as safely as you can.
Let's take a look at the next one, because this is a hell of a thing. Look at this, a Can-Am car. Running in, I think, Group 7. Is that right? Group 7?
That's right. It's Group 7 Can-Am, and it's a 1970 McLaren M8C. It runs on a small block, a Chevy small block with Hillborn fuel injection. Well over 600 horsepower, a handful to drive, but a wonderful drive, highly sophisticated car for 1970. You point it, you go, and you know, it's just an exhilarating ride.
Yeah, I bet it is. And, you know, what a thing to drive. I said to you before, you know, did you grow up as a race car driver? You said, no, I got into it in later life, you know. And look at what you're sitting in. What is it like to get behind the wheel of one of these?
You know, it's somewhere between a jet fighter pilot and the Starship Enterprise. I mean, it's got such massive acceleration, and it creates a lot of G-force in the corners. And again, for the period 1970, the braking and its ability to the corner is just absolutely fantastic.
It's a beautiful looking thing, the 70s. If I could go back in time, I'd probably go back and be a race car driver of the 70s. But another thing as well, you're sitting here at the Rolex, you're lining up on that start line, names on the grid, Zach Brown, Gunnar Jeanette, and then yourself. I mean, what company you're keeping?
Well, you know what? I'm just blessed and I'm fortunate, and it's a great bunch of guys, and you know, having people that are so active in motorsports to be part of this makes it all that more special.
Yeah. Listen, it's fantastic stuff. Let's keep strolling, because there's a third one, the number 19 car. Look at this. I mean, talk to me about this. Part of it's from Ireland and part of it's from the US.
This is a 1958 Devon SS. Bill Devon started the Devon Sports Car Company as really a body producer for people who are building their own cars. And, you know, in the back of a Sports Illustrated or whatever the magazine was at the time, you'd see his little ad, buy your body from me. Yeah. But at a point, he got bit by the racing bug and decided, I want to build a very special race car. So he joint ventured with some people in Ireland, built a fabulous tube frame, Didion rear end chassis, made it up with this body style, and dropped American V8s into it. And they were more or less considered Ferrari killers in SCCA and other sanctioned events in the late 50s. You know, this car obviously did a ton of SCCA racing and was really very successful on the West Coast.
Yeah, and when we talk about like West Coast racing, this is where it was, wasn't it? Like Laguna Seca, founded in 1957. This is a 58, and this is what it was all about at that time.
You know, and Bill Devon, you know, has passed away now, but and his signature's on the dashboard. But you know, he built these in Pasadena, Southern California. So it's all about California. For that period, it was really a hotbed of sports car racing at the time.
Yeah, it really was. And I tell you what, Nick, you know, the great thing is that we're continuing the heritage of sports car racing here on the West Coast of California. I'm just honored to be here, and it's great to chat to guys like yourself, because you're the ones that are doing it. You're loving this, aren't you?
You know, there's absolutely no place else I'd rather be than right here, right now, getting ready to go out.
And getting ready to go out is what Nick is going to be doing, because at 11:35, I think, or 11:30, Group 7 is going to be out.
That's right, yeah.
In that number 10 bright orange Can-Am car.
Yes, and you know, really looking forward to it. We have a great grid.
Listen, we're looking forward to seeing you run. Thanks for talking to us. Don't go anywhere, because next out on track will be Group 6. We're going to reposition over to the pre-grid, see if we can get a chat with Aaron Shelby before that one.
what defines the all-new 2024 Corvette E-Ray. The quickest Corvette ever, with 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. An electrified all-wheel drive that handles all 4 seasons. A supercar of contrasts. It's everything you never expected. One like none.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm continuing my journey around the paddock, and what a name to catch up with now, Aaron Shelby. Aaron, thanks ever so much for taking the time to have a chat to us. You're a busy man. Tell us what's going on this morning.
Well, this is always a fun weekend for me. There's a lot of Shelby history here at Laguna Seca. We're in front of the Ford garage right now, getting ready to do a tour of the new GTD Mustang with the Team Shelby group here this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic, and the crowds are loving this. But just a quick word about the event as well, how you find it this year. New surface, over 400 drivers and cars here. The Rolex event is getting bigger and better every year.
It is. This is always one of my favorite events to come to. I really enjoy it. Coming across the new bridge this year, it's something special. You can see the repaved track. The drivers love it. My favorite thing is walking through the paddock to see all the cars, and that's just what I spend my time doing.
And when you walk around, what's it like for you? The name of Shelby, obviously, Carroll Shelby, grandfather, synonymous with what this is all about. What's it like for you seeing the cars with his name on them?
It's really a neat piece of history for me. You know, as acting as a brand ambassador for the company today, it just pulls that lineage forward. And you've got the Cobras and the Mustangs that are out here. You see some of the newer generation stuff, and you get the younger generation involved. That's really what I like about this.
And Mustang as well. I mean, there's loads of Mustangs here. What an iconic brand, what an iconic car. And, you know, being continued with Ford, seeing the Dark Horse. They're getting back into track racing as well, GT3 next year. There's a lot going on with that brand as well.
There is. To me, the most exciting thing is getting them back into the Le Mans category and the IMSA racing next year. To see Mustang in that category, I've been asking about that for a couple of years. It's really exciting to see it come to fruition. I can't wait for next year. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is. So what's happening down here then with the GTD that's behind us? What's gonna be the reveal on that? How's that going to work? Do you know?
So right now we've got a Team Shelby group of enthusiasts coming in. We're going to do a walk around with the car, kind of look at some of the different bits on it and see how the development of it went and get the story behind it. And then they're going to have it out here all day today for people to come by and see.
And this as well is just part of the whole week, you know, the Monterey Car Week. This is just one little snippet of it. What else are you getting up to throughout the week?
Well, I tell you, it's a full schedule out here. So I was at the Quail yesterday, which is always a lot of fun. There's dinners going on every night to see different car reveals and just catch up with a lot of the industry people that are here. I'll be on the green tomorrow looking at what they have over at Pebble. That's always one of my favorite things as well.
Listen, Aaron, thanks ever so much for talking to us. You are a busy man, so I'm not going to overstep my welcome with you, but enjoy the rest of your week. It's been great.
I'm happy to do it. Thank you very much for taking the time.
No problem. There you go. How about that then, Johnny? You don't get many names bigger around here than the name of Shelby. Now, though, we have to go out because I think Group 7 are getting set and ready to go, so let's go back trackside.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. Kev Harris are doing a great job there. Chatting. We've got a little bit of a delay at the moment here. We've got some debris down on the front straight, in fact. And so, yeah, we're just going to have a slight delay, but we are looking forward to Group 6 coming up. And that is going to be a really interesting group, too. And I'm delighted to have a cohort with me to walk us through there. But we've just dealing with a delay at the moment. But actually, it's helping the sun come out. The breeze is coming up here on the peninsula, and the wind is picking up. There is a hurricane down south coming across the Baja Peninsula right now, so the wind is picking up, but not here at the moment. We're in Northern California, and it's been a beautiful weekend, except for the mist in the morning. So we're just awaiting the start, but it gives me a chance to get you ready for our Group 6, 1972 to 81. Lots of different cars in that. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back to talk some more about it, and I've got a special guest who's going to tell us a little bit more about those cars. So we'll take a short break from Laguna Seca. Join us in a moment. Sorry, I'm just listening. fill the time. Well, that one.
Thanks, Johnny. We're down here in the paddock, continuing our little walk and talk with lots of fantastic people. And going on behind me right now is a whole bit of hubbub around the Ford stand there. Jim Owens from Ford USA, just entertaining some Shelby enthusiasts and owners. And Joel Piakowski is with me right now. Joe, you've got quite an event going on here. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. We're really delighted to bring the new Mustang GTD out to the public here at Laguna Seca and really share in the passion that Ford Racing was actually founded. Ford was founded on racing. Henry Ford founded the company, racing a car to get funding for the company. So we're going back racing again, but more importantly, we're bringing this new Mustang GTD to the streets and to the public.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You're going racing in 2024 in the GT3 class. Tell us about that a little bit.
Yeah, so just like you said, it's we're going starting in January 2024 down in Florida at Daytona, and eventually hitting Le Mans and looking for the win there for sure.
That Mustang name and the livery on that car is just absolutely stunning. It looks epic. But what we've got here then with the GTD, how does that fit into the ecosystem? What's the proposition there?
So the GTD is really meant to take the GT3 race car and bring it to the public, bring it to the streets. It's a proper racing kit. The technology under the skin is phenomenal. We got a dual clutch a rear transaxle, 8-speed from Tremec DCT. The active valve spool technology with the cross dampers and the single rod connectors on the rear suspension, phenomenal. Dual ride height for track and for street. It's a 5.2 liter supercharged V8 tuned by Roush, getting over 800 horsepower, and the simulator is showing sub 7 minutes on the Nürburgring. So it's a pretty exciting proposition.
It's a really exciting proposition, and this whole event down here in front of the Ford stand has been quite exciting for the last few minutes as well. Jim Farley was in there a moment ago chatting away to Aaron Shelby. I mean, what does Jim make of it? I mean, you're the design director for the GTD. When you're sitting down with the pen and paper, and ultimately then you bring Jim into the workshop and say, "Here it is, sir." What does he make of it? What's he said?
Well, actually, Jim brought us into the workshop and said, "Want you guys to make this happen." It was really his brainchild to bring GTD to the streets, to the public. And Jim is such a racing enthusiast and aficionado. This is his wheelhouse. So it's been driven by the technology of the car, so it is a proper race car under the carbon fiber skin. We got active DRS on the rear spoiler and under the front fascia, so it's a real deal.
And the one that we've got here, is this the US reveal or the global reveal? Is this the first time the public have seen it?
It's the first time public has seen it. We had it at the Quail yesterday and launched it publicly the night before. So it's a global car. We're looking to sell in Europe, the Middle East, US, and Canada.
Listen, we're really looking forward to see it run. Not going to be out on track here today, but the public can come and have a look at it up close.
It's all here, waiting for everyone to come by and say hi and check it out.
Joel, thanks for talking to us. It's an absolute blast. I cannot wait to go and get my photo next to this because I don't think anyone in the UK has seen this yet. In fact, I know they haven't, so I'm going to get my photo next to that. We're in the way. We're going to say thank you, Joel, and we're going to go back trackside. Group 6, Johnny, they're out on track. It's busy down here in the paddock, I tell you.
You're doing a great job, though, Kev. Excellent story, that. I love the fact that you've got a little bit of a news story there as we welcome to the track. We've had a bit of a delay because there was some debris down on track, so they've had the oil dust out, and you can see the line that they've got there going into Andretti. Mostly offline, but it's going to come across the Andretti apex right there, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But as you can see, the Group 6 cars starting to make their way out on track. And this is cars from 1972 to 1981, and I like to set the scene a little bit. So what was happening then? Well, Watergate scandal was 72. Apollo 17 was the same year. What else? Nixon resigned in 74. Jaws, the movie, came out in 75. Steve Jobs, you might have heard of him, in 76, invented a company called Apple. And then, Star Wars came out in 77. Pink Floyd got the war going in 1979. And the DeLorean, the first ever DeLorean, DMC-12, produced in 1981. So that gives you a smorgasbord of that history there of when these cars were at their height. And I'm delighted to be joined to talk about Group 6 by Chad Raynor. And you've got some skin in the game, as they say. But an interesting, eclectic group of cars here. But an interesting time for American Racing Group 6.
some of the cars are in here that I love. The Greenwood Corvettes, the Decon Monzas. Well, heck, I like the 935s. I like the Kemp Mustang that's actually not here. But just a great group of cars. It's amazing that you have these American V8s and then you have these flat sixes with twin turbos, and they're all so gosh darn close to each other. And then even the earlier RSRs are super fast too, with a really good driver.
Who was the ascendants? I mean, you can see the abundance, and I can see the odd Brumos Porsche, and obviously that storied history at Daytona for Brumos. You know, who was dominating at the time?
So in 75, it was 74 and 75 was just a Porsche RSR dominant group.
Yeah.
They just destroyed everybody. And then in end of 75, the Decon Monzas came around, and they did pretty well, and they showed really well, but then they broke. And then Al Holbert came around in 1976 and beat everybody in a Decon Monza, and then did it again in 77 with a Decon Monza. To be fair to Porsche, they were only allowing a single turbo in 76, and they didn't allow a twin turbo until 77 in Imps Group. So he had a harder fight in 77. I actually own the Al Holbert 76 Decon Monza, but the 77 car also won the championship.
So the 76 we've got out there, the Decon Monza you're talking about, Ken Epsman at the wheel. Tell us about the car.
Actually, Ken Epsman's not out there.
Oh.
He owns Chassis 11, Chris Cord funded car that Doan Spencer modified. The car that's out there right now is Richard Goldsmith. That's a car we support, Chassis 1007. We also support the twin turbo car, but the driver said that 3 cars in one day is too much, so he's not running
Bill
that car.
Auckland,
Yeah, he's not running that one today.
I don't blame him. He's had a busy weekend.
Yeah.
And a lot of these drivers do. It amazes me when you look at some of the ages of some of these drivers. It's getting up there. And they are pretty super fit to be able to, you know, get in a Can-Am car and go hell-bent for leather, or a Formula One car, or, as we've got here, 5,000 cars as well. So I take my hats off to how they achieve that, because these guys aren't regular factory drivers anymore.
Yep. Yeah, many of these guys are driving two and 3 cars. Chip Connor's driving 2 cars. Richard Goldsmith's driving the Sam Posey Challenger and the historic Trans Am.
Right. Yeah. So getting that prepared, easy or not?
Decon Monzas are a lot of work. There's not really a whole bunch of anything production on them. The motors aren't too bad, but the injection systems are kind of hard. The older cars, the historic Trans Am cars, are actually easier. The Decon Monzas we have to fabricate almost everything on them.
Now, we met a couple of years ago at this very event. What is your background and your, if you like, your love of this event, particularly in historic racing?
Yeah, so I've been running my Camaro in historic Trans Am ever since 2000, or 99 is when I first showed up. And we ran that for a number of years, and then in 2012 or 13, people wanted us to start supporting their own cars. So I quit my software job and started doing this stuff.
Hell yeah. I bet you haven't looked back, have you?
No. There's no time to look back.
You know, there was some nice special cars out there. Alan Benjamin in the 1975 RSR, one of just 12 factory Porsches. And away we go. Green flag waves, and we are in Group 6. Up and Adam down towards Andretti, trying to avoid the dust and dirt from the oil or whatever has been thrown down. It's more likely to be oil, but some people taking a nice wide line. The Corvette taking the regular line, but going over the dust, not showing any fear whatsoever, as we take a look at the start of this one.
Yeah, these little 2-liter cars are wicked quick, and if they don't have to pass anybody and have to worry about the straightaways, they're going to take off. But Mike Thurlow in that Corvette's been doing really good all weekend, and gosh, the trio of 935s that are coming up are pretty quick too. And of course, Bruce Canepa's back there finally.
Yes, well, I don't know where. I mean, I know Bruce is part of the organisation here because he's had a lot to do with bringing it back, and I kept seeing his name on the sheets, but not out there.
Exactly,
so.
He looks like he's actually out there. This
good.
year.
Well, I know how much he loves it and how much he's a big part of the historic scene here in the USA, so it's great to have him. So the Chevrolet Corvette Greenwood wide body, Mike Thurlow, you just mentioned in that 53. There it is, just coming into shot. Nice looking car. Number 53 on it. He's in, 4th place at the moment. And they've got a pretty pace going on here, coming through 10.
Yeah,
they are on it. I think this new surface has got everybody excited about their times around historic tracks. But very wide indeed goes our 3rd place man. Under the Mission Bridge they come, and on a mission, no question about it. The leader of this race in the 115. He's had a big weekend so far in that Lola T 294. That's Cal Mika.
Yeah, these cars are just super quick. They go through those corners just by looking at it. It seems like they don't even have to turn the wheel.
Stick to the ground, don't they? I was watching Cal yesterday, and I think he had a little spin in his Formula One car in the number 14, and luckily gathered it all together, but that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah,
but Cal's a pretty good there. Good to see Turpin's out. He's been out there already. Got a top 10 in an earlier group. Currently running in 5th. There's James Davenport in the Chevron B36. Distinctive lines of the Chevron. No, I was saying earlier, you don't need decals on those cars. It's almost nicer to see them pure,
see the
isn't it?
Beautiful lines on them, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Canepa's up to 9th now.
Yes, he's going to be hooning his way through. Down the corkscrew they come. Beautiful sound too as they go through the gearbox. Coming through the rainy curve as we look high above from the drone. Into turn 10. And I was asking people how the resurfacing has changed the track. Obviously it's smoother, but the same cambers are there, and so the same tradition of how you race Laguna Seca remains. So it's been pleasing, I think, for the drivers.
Yeah, it's extremely pleasing. I've been out there in my Trans Am car, and they definitely added a bump to one that I don't think that they wanted to, but almost every other place of the track is just faster. And one, you can still go through it flat. It's just that your car kind of wiggles a little bit when you go through it. But and then if you have to get offline for something, for traffic or for a car that's done something kind of crazy in front of you, it might be a little bit slicker offline. But man, online it is bad fast.
Yeah, and I think you always worry when you change your circuit that you're not going to be able to keep some of the nuances. And, drivers are pretty particular about racing, particularly older tracks like this one that goes back to the mid-50s. And of course, you don't want to change it drastically by any means. And I think they've done a really pretty good job. It's certainly smoother, and lap records they reckon and predicting are going to drop when Indy comes here in a few weeks' time. So, a new era, a $20 million facelift, and here we are celebrating it. And more to come from this wonderful circuit here at WeatherTech Raceway.
Yeah, I think the Indy cars are going to get in the 106s or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. They're all really looking forward to coming here. Everybody I talk to about it says, yeah, they're ready. So we had a bit of a delay, but we're settling down in our group shift. There's Alan Turpins in the 1979 935. Can't miss that on a rainy day.
Yeah, I'm surprised Charlie Nürburg hasn't been able to get up on him. He's super fast as well in that Sachs Porsche 935 right behind him. He might have something for Alan as well.
Yeah, Charlie's been coming up into the booth on a couple of occasions. Fascinating guy, and really the perfect guy to have, because he's experienced so many different cars, and he's a regular fixture at most of these historic events, of course.
Absolutely. I'm actually kind of bummed he didn't bring. He's got a Corvette C6R.
Oh, right.
That I helped him get, and it would have been neat to see that under the. I don't think we have a C6R here in the tent.
Datsun 240Z 71, number 45, Glenn Choi at the wheel of that. And of course, again, talking of cars that made such an impact, the Japanese, when they hit the ground running, really changed the face of racing in the USA. And the likes of Paul Newman and many others wheeled it to pretty handy results.
Yeah, Glenn's a super nice guy, Bay Area guy, Cupertino, California, my hometown. And he just restored that car back from GTU spec to C production spec. Walt Moss drove that car fantastically for Bay Area Datsun dealers. There's Bruce.
Yeah, where is he up to? I'm just trying to keep an eye on I don't want to mess with my timing computer just in case it goes all horribly wrong. But we'll keep an eye on Bruce Canepa as he makes his way. There he is, up to 7th already.
Yeah.
And he's behind Charlie, so that's going to be very interesting in a minute.
That should be interesting.
Bruce and Robert Canepa here this weekend, I believe, as well.
Yep.
Is he pretty handy as well?
I think so.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I've had a brief conversation with Bruce in the past, and yeah, still loves doing it. And he's another one that will do 3 or 4 different cars in a weekend.
Yeah, he had a problem in our Trans Am group. He had a ring and pinion go out in his Javelin. He was probably going to be very, very, very fast this weekend, but unfortunately he had a ring and pinion. The people that were going to overnight him one, instead of doing it overnight, actually did it 2 days, so he probably won't be able to run today in the Javelin, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame. Joey Bolland in the 79 Lola T298, that lovely light blue. That looks fun.
Yeah, these guys are so darn low. I worry when they get up behind some of these cars when they're going to lap them that the other guys' big cars won't even see them.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine.
They're like a
Especially
little
coming over the
wedge.
lip here. It's a big old drop there. Some 5 floors, they say. About 155 feet in all.
That part of the track is just so much grippier than it used to be. It's really nice.
Yeah, I think that's going to also change things. I was asking a few drivers if there were any places you could brake a bit later or different lines. And, you know, obviously each group and category is different. If we look at Mountain Lauber. Lauber in the
Martin does really well in that car. That's a non-turbo car that he's ahead of a 935, very quick turbo car, but that's where the 935 gets him right there on the straight.
And then the number 42 of Ransom Webster in the 935 K3.
Yes, look at Martin get right back up on him in the corners. I think thankfully our decon is just behind this, so I'm happy. I keep on getting blips of him. So.
Well, yeah. What we try to do over the weekend is we try to follow the action. Obviously, you know, it's always harder, I think, to follow the historics, because what you want to do over a weekend of 2 sessions is you want to try to get a little bit of airtime for each and every car, but it's almost impossible.
Absolutely.
With 400 cars, but we try to as much as possible, and but it's always great to see them at close quarters.
There he goes through 6. Decon Monza, there he is.
You're leaning with him here in the booth.
There
he is. That's what you wanted to see.
Go,
up the hill.
He's got that Chip Connor in front of him, who's also a good guy and runs in historic Trans Am as well. So
and there's my mate Logan.
Yeah.
On his camera position. Good job.
Doing a great job. I like the look of this car.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Mark Leonard in the Triumph TR8 in the 44. And a big drop off there.
Yeah, that works good through there. That car works good.
It looks nice and planted, doesn't
Yeah,
it? There's no ruffle to it.
Now here we go. Come on,
Here
Richard.
we go. Come on then. Richard Goldsmith making an attempt to make Chad alongside me very happy as they come to the last corner on the track. Maybe he'll make it. Yes, he's going to make a run down the front straight. Here he comes.
I think the 935 will walk him, but it's pretty. He's doing a good job.
But into Andretti. The blue flag almost waved there. They thought about it, didn't they?
Yeah.
It depends how close he is here.
Oh,
now he's
look at
going
this.
for it. He's
Oh,
going for
boy.
it. Late break.
Oh.
Hold on. Whoa.
Oh, nice job, Richard.
Oh, that was good.
Good job, Chip. Not for taking us out.
You can almost read his mind by the body language of the car. He's like, I can do this. Oh, no, I can't.
Oh, it's fantastic.
This is great stuff. So it's in the slower corners and in the more sort of mid-speed corners that he's got the advantage, but in a straight line, he can't hold a candle.
I think the small block Chevy with the injected V8 does really well. Throttle control, throttle response, but maybe not absolute ultimate horsepower like that 935.
What's the simple things that might go wrong in one of those? What are you worried about having to replace or?
Yeah, they run believe it or not, they run a production Corvette spindle. That's something that always worries us, so we're always crack checking those things and making sure they're in good state. But everything else is pretty good. We don't want to do any body work because the original molds for these things are just garbage, so we have to do a bunch of repair to just make them look pretty from the get-go. Ooh, Richard's getting a good run through here, but pretty reliable. It's just that once they're all together, they're rock solid, but getting them to the point where they're capable of running here well is kind of hard if they didn't have all their right pieces from the get-go.
So we've been watching a cracking battle there that goes on as we go back now to the same last corner to the 43.
Yeah, here's an RSR. These were the dominant cars here from 73, 74, 75. They just
41, excuse me.
they just dominated in IMSA here. And they did super well everywhere else in the world, too. Just a fantastic car. Really good-looking cars, too.
And just over the years, the Porsches, it's just, if I was going to say there was a bulletproof car, it has to be in racing the Porsche, doesn't it? It's
Yeah, absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, just meant to be an endurance racer, and not only so good at the long races, but then also quick in the short
And
stuff.
the sprint races, yeah, absolutely. So we're in the middle of Group 6. I've got Chad Raynor alongside me, who's having a great time watching Richard Goldsmith put that Decon Monza through its paces. He's having a great time out there. Now one of the Kramer Porsches, number 6. From 1975, Rob Walton at the wheel.
Yeah, another RSR. Neat car.
Beautifully set up, as you can see. Just yeah, you can tell how much smoother it is when you get a really close-up shot like that. They've upgraded the track surface no end.
Yeah, absolutely, and it doesn't have as much of a dip in 6, so the car plants through 6 better, and you almost have to sneak up on how much throttle you can give out of 6. Looks like they're giving him the 1 to go.
Yep, 1 to go, and Group 6 coming to a conclusion. It's been a fun one too, though. 1 lap to go in this one. Cal Mika now with good lead over James Davenport. Mike Sweeney in 3rd. Mike Thurlow 4th. Charles Nurberg still holding off Alan Turpins in 6th place. Canepa still 7th. Bulliard in 8th position. Ranson Webster 9th. Martin Lauber 10th. Connor, Richard Goldsmith, that's the battle we've been watching. That's 11th and 12th. Mark Leonard behind them. Then William Lyon in 14th. Rob Walton, who we just saw a quick glimpse of, in 15th. Checker flag is out. And that means another win for Cal Mika. Well done. Got a fastest lap of 127.4.
Look at that. Canepa got all the way up to, what, 5th?
Yeah, I'm just watching them come over the line. Yeah, Canepa, where is he? Yeah.
Right. Oh, 7th. But
7th, yeah, in the end, I think.
Third big car, yeah.
Well done. Yeah, so good to see Bruce out there finally. What a fun little group. I think you can enjoy the rest of your day. Have you got any more cars out there today, or is that it?
Oh, no, yeah, we got 5 historic Trans Am cars we're supporting.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
I'll be out there in the yellow number 64 car.
All right, we'll look out for you in that one. Well, as you can see, Cal Mika doing his slowdown lap. We'll take a short break here from the reunion here at Monterey, all part of the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2023. Join us after this break. Welcome back. Just getting ready for our next group coverage. And it is, of course, Group 7 coming up. And this is, well, I'm delighted to have these guys back because Can-Am has a storied history, of course, here in the US of A, and really made huge strides for the interest of motor racing. And I believe Ike Smith is joining me. I'm just literally shaking his hand because he's just walked in. And I'll get the headphones on you, sir. But Ike has been around Can-Am for a lot of his career, I think. But Ike, welcome to the booth, first and foremost. I was just saying how excited I am to have Can-Am here because I haven't actually seen an historic event with so many Can-Am cars, so it's great to see.
It's good to be here. It'll make the ground shake.
Yes, it will. Tell us a bit of perspective because, you know, we've got fans tuning in from Australia, New Zealand, Asia, Britain. Can-Am, such a special time for racing. And really, you know, the Bruce and Denny show, you know, there's a Denny Hulme car right there. But as we celebrate 60 years of Bruce McLaren and his endeavors, Zach Brown being here, of course, the CEO of McLaren. But these were heady days for Bruce. And I would argue that he made more of an impact here in Can-Am than he kind of did in Formula One.
Yeah. Yes. It was a very special time. You didn't realize it at the time when it was going on. But, yeah.
And what was it, the laissez-faire of anything goes? Because it seems like it was for a designer or an innovator, the perfect series.
Had to have 2 seats, 32 inches, 4 wheels.
Anything goes.
Yeah.
And I think that's what excited both driver, designer, engine manufacturer, you name it.
In '66, when Bruce came, and they ran the last 2 races, they tried Hillborn fuel injection.
Yep.
Didn't work. It's a constant flow. Works good in sprint cars, that sort of thing. They went back to England. Gary Knudsen went to Lucas, bought a Mark I metering unit for an 8-cylinder car, and some, Bosch ends and stuff. And they asked him what he was going to do with it. He said, "I'm going to put it on a Chevy." They told him it'd never work. He designed and built the first angle drive for Lucas fuel injection. It forever changed how fuel's delivered to Can-Am and 5000
That was
cars.
literally the instigation of that.
Yeah,
Fuel injection.
Gary.
Wow.
Gary. I mean, it changed everything.
But also, as you said, it makes the noise and the sound. I think for people who are casual viewers of motor racing, I'm not talking about the fraternity that's here this weekend and have lived and breathed motor racing, but for the fan watching from the sidelines to see the big names that they've heard of from across the way, racing in their backyard in these monsters and putting on a show and a half. I mean, everything that is all-American racing, big engines, big, fast muscle cars.
Even vintage racing, I got started late. In 2013, my son came. They were running Can-Am cars. Mm-hmm. He'd never been to a Can-Am course. We're out on the grid. Everybody's plugged in with their battery, and everything starts. We all got ready, and he walked back over to the pit lane, and he looked at me. He said, "I'll get it now, Dad." Because of the ground shaking.
Yeah, my dad took me to see Brian Redman in a Formula 5000 race when I was about 3 or 4, and again, same sort of thing. I was frightened to death, hiding behind his knees, shaking. But by the end of the day, that was it. I couldn't get enough of it. The smell, it's that sense of foreboding. I think it's almost like when a thunderstorm's coming or a big storm is coming, and that's what it feels like when they go off into the distance and it goes quiet for a few moments, and then suddenly that roar.
Well, you think about it, 30 cars back in the day before they had super horsepower.
Yep.
30 cars full of fuel, all going down to turn 1. Thousands of horsepower.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to be the first to turn one.
And nobody's holding back either.
No.
These guys were hell-bent for leather. And what I also love, looking at the preparation, they've just passed our commentary position now. They are absolutely gleaming in the sunshine here of California, and we're in for a really.
In '67, when McLaren came to Elkhart Lake for the first Can-Am, Denny Hilm went out, first practice session, just drove around slowly for 3 laps and stood on it. His 4th lap around the track was under the track record. And you went, oh, they came prepared, huh?
Yeah, and you could argue that the Kiwis are still doing that
and
at the
they
highest
did.
level.
They did. Their whole deal, Gary Knudsen told me that April something, they go, okay, this is the date. We can make major changes up to this date. Okay? After this date, little things, but the bodies are going to be what they are. Everything's going to be this way. And they came and they had a couple 3,000 miles on the cars when they came over. We didn't test before,
I happen to be I happen to be in, I was at Elkhart Lake in '71 for the Can-Ams.
Yeah.
And so that was my introduction to Can-Am racing.
Yeah.
And in '71, I was about 17, 16 maybe, and it's life-changing.
Yeah.
Life-altering.
Yeah. I was there working on Jackie's T260.
Wow.
And yeah, it was a good year. I mean,
now with this new surface, with this new smooth surface, think that some prior lap records are going to be broken for this group because it's a very nice smooth surface right now.
Yeah, there could be. Yeah.
So, what was your introduction to Can-Am? How did you get involved in the first place?
I was waiting for my draft notice. And I'd been in the pits at SCCA since I was 12.
Right.
And Chuck Parsons asked if I would help on the Genie Chevrolet that he was driving for Randy Hilton. Actually, we had a Lotus 30, which we never started a race with. But I wound up going to work.
Staying there, right?
And staying there, and that's...
How about the draft notice?
65.
Yeah, I didn't go on that.
Well, I was in the process of joining a reserve unit, too.
Okay.
And a friend of mine that was in the Army out at Fort Ord, my reserve unit was at summer camp at Camp Roberts. And he said, well, I can get a military phone to Camp Roberts. I didn't know where they were. And so I went out to Fort Ord. He got it. I told my CO I'd been in, he said, I'll take care of it. And he did. So I wound up in the reserves. But I was flying from Chicago after I worked for Carl Haas, when I worked there, flying out to Fort Ord for reserve weekends and then flying back. And you still had to do the work on the car because you're going someplace the following week.
I grew up in Wilmette, which is a northern suburb of Chicago, and my buddy Mike Belliard worked for Carl Haas, and I went to Elkhart Lake in the back of a van with David Hobbs. Not knowing.
That's an experience.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be one on the back of anything with David Hobbs.
I then moved to Reno, and of course, got to know Merle Brennan.
Yeah.
Speaking of Genie Chevrolet.
Yeah.
Well, we've got James Alder joining us in the booth with Ike Smith as we get underway here in our Group 7, and immediately the number 5 diving into the lead. Well done indeed. A great start to this one, and plenty of McLarens to look at, and well done.
Ike, what model McLaren is the lead car?
That's an M8F from 1971. That's Denny's team car.
Right, so I drove what's called a graduate in Australia in Winton. that was a replica of that car.
Yeah.
And I was afraid to get it so fast to allow the aero to work because I believed in my head the physics would not allow the car to stay on the road. So that's something you got to get used to when you're dealing with some downforce.
They are violent cars to drive.
Yeah, I bet. I really bet.
You don't realize how rock back and braking around the corner, how physical it is on you. It's different.
You mentioned Denny Hulme. I spent some time with his sister recently in New Zealand. Lovely lady. She's still involved in the racing scene, the Toyota racing scene. Lovely lady.
Yeah.
And she regaled me with some Denny stories. I said, "What was it like? I mean, did you?" She goes, "I didn't have a choice. We were going racing, but I loved it." She said, "I loved every minute of it, and it was such a great fraternity. The people were nice, and obviously Denny became a household name for so many, and respected worldwide. I mean, obviously being a Kiwi." They're always trying to, it's the old Poppy syndrome. You want to get out and show what you can do to the world. And Bruce and Denny, they called it the Bruce and Denny Show.
Denny Show.
Yeah, and they certainly made a huge impact. And I just wonder, with Zach Brown, the current CEO of McLaren out there, what Bruce would think to see. I think it carries on the tradition nicely that he's out there today, racing a McLaren at its finest. He's currently, at the moment, in 4th place.
Well, this Porsche, I believe, was on the pole.
Yes, it was. Gunnar Jeanette.
Okay, and so we're going to have a race on our hands here.
Oh, yeah. Gunnar Jeanette is a very good
driver.
Very
good driver, yeah.
And that was the car that Siffert came over in '69 when they did the exploratory thing for Porsche.
Right. So 917 PA, so that's well before the K.
Yeah, Porsche Audi.
Okay.
The PA was for Porsche Audi. They funded the deal for Siffert to come over, and you kind of suspected that it was a reconnaissance mission.
But these names you're banding about, Joe Siffert, Bruce McLaren, these were the best drivers in the world at the time, and Can-Am, I guess, got the benefit of that because they just wanted to race them.
I worked on Zach Brown's car when Bill Overhauser owned it, and Gil Munz, that I'd worked at Carl Haas with for a long time, he was taking care of it when Overhauser drove it, and I went to Elkhart Lake to help him in '72, and worked on what had been a team car.
Well, Zach is the epitome of a team leader. He loves his historics. He owns his historics, and he's been out in a Lola. He's going to be out later in the Formula One, I think, but he owns a Williams. He's going to be driving that, but it's great to finally see him in a McLaren, and power to him. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Lando, if you're watching, he knows what he's doing, your boss.
Yeah.
And I would have thought it's a bit of a handful over through the corkscrew and out, coming down that hill.
Even though you're hanging on, you're getting
tossed.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very physical. Yeah.
Now, Zach's in the, M8D, and we've also got an M8C out there, so they're both 1970.
Yeah, M8C is a customer car. The M8D that Zach has is a team car. This was a team car.
That's the 4.
The 51 car is a customer car, although it's painted up as Denny's car.
That's the 15,
Yeah. The 55 car that Rob Kaufman was going to run, that was Roger McCaig's car in the day from Canada. Let's see. This car, both Peter Revson and Skip Scott drove in
the 12
'66.
M1B,
In '67, it became the Jerry Enton car, and it's known as the Jerry Enton car. I restored this car in 2012.
Where are you based?
Pacific Grove.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got the odd Lola out there. We've got a T160 or 160. Jim Cantrell at the wheel. That 1969 Lola. trying to look at who else. Got a Huffaker. We've got a couple of Huffakers out there too, and obviously that's got local lineage.
Yeah, the 2 Genies.
Yeah, we've got another one down here as well. We've got the 146 as well.
Yeah.
Well, one of these cars, this might have been Merle Brennan's car.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
was
number
Merle
17
Brennan's
you're
car,
talking
number
about, the Huffaker
17.
Mark
Yeah.
10
And there's some cars here that didn't show, too, that are advertised. But
Do you know Mike Blackie? Is he in this group?
No.
Do you know Mike? Okay.
I don't.
He has an early McLaren.
Oh, like a Mark 1?
Yes, I believe so. But I don't know if
the
he's
only
here
Mark
this weekend or
one
not.
that I know of is this one.
Okay.
That was a Ralph Sallier car from Gary, Indiana.
Well, David Smoker, I recognize his name. He's from Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah. He owns it now.
Okay.
But originally it was the Ralph Sallier car.
Okay.
Well, we're watching some nice little battles starting to brew up. Robert Kaufman in the 55, Richard Griot just in front of him in the 4. They're battling for 6th and 7th, but it's still Alex McAllister out front. Then Gunnar Jeanette in that Porsche. Then Chris Springer in 3rd place. Zach Brown currently in 4th. But we're keeping an eye on this nice little battle here.
Yeah. Chris Springer's M8F was the VDS racing car. It ran in the Inter Series in Europe, but not in the Can-Am. But it is a Can-Am car. But it ran in the European Inter Series at the time. That's Brian Blaine in the T163 High Wing Lola.
Yeah, how was it, that high wing? Did it work as well as they hoped it would work?
Yeah, probably better.
Really?
Yeah, it made a huge difference.
And could you adjust the height?
It was free air. Okay.
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah.
It pushed
by moving it up, you got
it
free
pushed
air.
the hub carriers down,
right?
Which pushed the tires down. When they made them lower the wings, everything was mounted to the suspension.
Ah,
so then you had to run bigger
yeah.
springs. You had to run all this, and the problem was that some of the F1 cars built real lightweight wing
and would collapse occasionally,
and the public wasn't educated. The media wasn't educated on a wing. They were writing articles that if a wing comes off, it'll cut through the crowd like a scythe, and a wing doesn't. A wing falls like a leaf.
Right.
But the damage was done when the Formula One wings failed. None of the Can-Am wings failed.
Interesting.
When the Formula One wings failed,
so
then they banned them.
Yeah, so the whole idea of pushing it further up was to give it the clean air it needed to be more aerodynamically efficient and therefore push the car down as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Interesting. Yes, but you're right. The media probably put pay to that by saying it was, too dangerous, too dangerous.
Yep.
Well, these are the leaders now coming up on some of the back, and so that Porsche is
coming up quick.
Yes.
3 laps to go. We've got a doozy, guys, here in Group 7, and I'm delighted to have Ike Smith and James Alder to enjoy it with.
Look at this. Look at Gunnar going on the outside in the Andretti hairpin.
Yep. Oh, this is fantastic.
That is 1st and 2nd right there. He's going to start to make his move. The laps are going away.
This is great, and you're right. They're dealing with traffic, and they've got each other, and they've got their eye. If I know Gunnar, and I do, he wants this bad.
Well, it looked like Chris was doing some strategic passing there that would have put some more space, but Gunnar had...
it's Alex. It's the other.
Alex. Excuse me.
It's the son.
Yes, the son. Yes.
Okay, sorry. But because if you can pass strategically, it'll make a huge difference. You can time a pass in such a manner that the guy behind you won't be able to make it. And there'll be a difference. Look at this. Look at this move going up. Whoa.
Great stuff. Like I said, when this...
But
Go ahead.
You have to be in good shape to drive them.
Yeah, no kidding.
The gentlemen that have these cars now don't drive them every 2 weeks. And you watch them, and about the 4th lap, you're watching the head.
Yeah.
And they start losing concentration, and, you can't keep your lap times up.
Oh, I can well imagine. Now, there's the gap coming into Andretti. Gunnar Jeanette in 2nd place in that Porsche. Started pole, remember, in the 917 PA. which I'm now told is Porsche Audi. Good to know.
What lap are we on?
We've got 2 to go after this.
Okay, so Gunnar, I think we're going to see some action out of Gunnar here.
In fact, no, this should be the penultimate lap, and we should get the white flag or the one by after this. So Gunner's, yeah, definitely in a position to do it. Keeps it nice and tidy up the hill. But at the moment, Alex McAllister doing a very good job of holding off Gunner as McLaren take on Porsche here in Group 7 at the Rolex Monterey Reunion. Doesn't get any better.
The Porsche doesn't have the grunt going up
the hill, yeah,
that the big block has.
Still sounds great.
But he's dry.
Going from
he's wringing its
oh,
neck.
Yeah, but going from 8 down to 11
yeah.
is where he should be able to close it a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see it from the drone. He just gets great drive out of 10. Here he comes into the last corner 11. And this is where he looks really good. He tightens it, nice late braking, now onto the main straight. And away goes the McLaren under the Mission Bridge. There is the one more lap to go.
Now there's grip on that AstroTurf outside of 11.
Yep.
I use it all the time, and Gunnar did there too.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, that. If you get it right, it's great. I've seen a lot of people do just that. Same is true at Kota. It's another similar tight corner. And sometimes you do it at your peril, sometimes you don't. Now, could this traffic come into play in the closing stages of this one? Gunnar Jeanette in the all-white. From above, you can see the gap yourself. It's about 5-6 car lengths.
Well, Alex is going to catch him before going into 5 and make that clean pass.
Nicely done.
Yep.
Look at those pipes. Aren't they glorious? Fantastic. Well, of course, McLaren celebrating its 60th anniversary as we celebrate Corvette's 70 years.
Looks like there's
special
a
weekend.
piece of debris on 6, on the inside of 6 of some sort, but everybody avoided it.
I think McAllister's got this.
I think so too.
Needed to be closer, but it's been a fantastic run for both of these two and putting on a great show.
Just to see these cars on the track is fantastic in itself.
And you can see Gunnar now. Look how close he's getting at 10.
Yeah. But he's not going to have the acceleration, even if he was right directly behind him.
He'd have to pass him right now, but he's got pretty close. But that's a great way to finish it, though. Two great drivers in two fantastic machines taking the checkered flag here in Group 7. Ike Smith and James Alder bringing you the action. And, this has been an absolute thrill. I'm so happy to see Can-Am out here. I'm looking forward to Formula 5000 as well. We've got Formula 1 to come. Trans Am historics from the glory days of 66 to 72. This truly is one of the greatest events in the world of historics, and long may it continue. And Gunner's going to come alongside, I think, and give away. Yes, he does.
Made a clean pass there on the cooldown lap.
Well, we'll take a short break. More action to come. Stay with us here at the glorious Monterey Reunion.
Guys, here we are then. How about... Well, here we are then. How about this? 70 years of Corvette is about to go out on track with some of a heritage display. It is incredibly noisy down here. I can barely hear myself think, but the man who's leading the parade is CJ. CJ, just tell us what you're going out in and how excited are you?
Oh, really excited. I got a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray Racer, car that was handled by Harley Earl, Bill Mitchell. It's a one-of-a-kind. It was a one-off car that was done, and really excited.
And you're not a race car driver, you're actually somebody who works for the company, so this is a hell of a ride you're going to have today.
Yep, we handle the cars and work on them right in GM design.
Listen, I'm going to step back. CJ, best of luck, have fun. So we got 70 years of Corvettes, and there's various ones going out. The other man that's back here, of course, is our man Phil Zach, who's been chatting to us a little bit earlier on. But take a look at this, the Corvette Stingray from 1959, one of a kind at the front. And if you're watching, Elvis shot a film in that car, so if you know what it is, then send us a message on the social media. Phil, I'll try and get a word with you. Tell us what you're going out in and how excited are you right now?
Serve 1, so this is extremely exciting. This is really where, Corvette mid-engine concept started. So full circle from this to C8, all good.
And fair to say, this is another perk of the job. How, what an honor to be able to do this.
I tell you what, it's a dream job. No complaints from me at all.
Dream job, no complaints from him at all, and a dream job for me, no complaints from me. Phil, best of luck, good luck. I'm going to step back because it's so loud, it's so noisy down here, but it is just breathtaking to stand next to these cars. There is not a screw head or just a dust cap that isn't highly polished and looks fantastic. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars going out. Probably one from every decade, or not quite, but 7 cars to mark 70 years of this fantastic mark, the Chevrolet Corvette. And take a look at the helmets they've got the guys wearing. How cool are they? Everything about this just looks awesome. And the fans behind me are loving it as well. There's a lot of people come up to the railings to get pictures and photos alongside this because it's something that you may not ever see again. This many heritage Corvettes going out together. And then we come back here to this behemoth of a car. Johnny, I'm going to hand back to you, I think, to take over from me down here because the guys are about to get out. 12:05 was the scheduled start time for this one. We're slightly behind schedule, I think, probably waiting to get the crowds in place to welcome them out on track. But what a thrill for our eyes and ears once again at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we are here to celebrate, or the special guest, if you will, and Rolex and the organisers of the reunion always like to have one mark. We had Le Mans last year. We celebrated Trans Am in the past. We're now celebrating 70 years of Corvette. And I've been down to the exhibition, and they've got literally the full gamut from C1 to C8, and also some of the great Stingrays, and many of the, there is one of the 1963 cars, and James Hall is still with me. I had the Corvette boys here this morning as we finally look across the peninsula. You can see the sea. But no question about it, James. The Corvette, doesn't matter who you are, it's so distinctive, American, and obvious. There's not many other cars that you could say that about that have got such a nostalgia for American performance.
Well, I agree, and of course that was the whole idea, at the time in the mid-'50s when Europe was putting out these fantastic sports cars. America wanted to get in on that game. And so comes the Corvette, of course, fiberglass body, lightweight. They weren't all that sporty at first with a 2-speed automatic transmission.
Yeah, I saw the early Le Mans cars going in the early 60s. Those cars looked like beasts. I was looking in the program last night, and those first ones, they were fast. They were called Yank tanks at the time. But of course, Cunningham's running them. They did a pretty handy job of making their name for themselves.
Yes. And of course, in World War II, there was a high-performance ship that was involved in, I think, sub-chasing. that was called a Corvette.
Aha.
And that may be where the name had come from.
Yeah. I think the styling of it, there's two things that seem to really shout Americana, which is performance. And obviously that was something that Corvette craved to make sure that they had high-powered cars, and always will, and they still do. But also the styling. Every kid growing up in America, the look of that Corvette screamed for an 18-year-old that you wanted one. And relatively so compared to the more exotic Jaguars that you drive, or perhaps the Ferraris that were coming over in those years. This was more accessible.
Well, when I was about 13, coming back as a freshman in high school, maybe I was 14, I would stop at Imperial Motors on Green Bay Road in Wilmette, Illinois, and I would look at the Jaguar E-Type, and then I would go about a mile down the road to Joe Jacobs Chevrolet, and I would look at the Corvette, and I would contemplate which one. And I mean, you know, this was my exposure, and it was what I dreamt about. Now, I generally always leaned back in the direction of the E-Type, but that's because I suffered from the James Bond syndrome.
Yeah, you talked about this yesterday.
You know, but don't get me wrong, I still lusted after the Corvette, and I just can't have everything I lust after.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about this again this morning. You know, Corvette did some clever things. It almost became a Hollywood. You mentioned James Bond, but there were movies like Route 66 and Corvette Summer that kind of brought it into Hollywood, and it became the cool kid's car.
Oh, yeah.
Then some marketing guru decided to give all the astronauts Corvettes over the years, from 69 onwards. And so, you know, they would be beavering around in Houston, all the astronaut young guns, just basically all with their own Corvettes. They even got to pen some of the designs in gold and black. I was reading the program last night, and I mean, it's little touches like that that adds to the mystique and adds to the following, if you will.
Well, and I think 1978 Corvette was the Indy pace car.
Right.
And that was black and silver, I believe.
Yeah.
No, it's just, you know, it's wonderful history, and it's definitely American. And the Americans needed to have their own identity at the time with a sports car. And Corvette filled the bill.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, we talk about, you know, you guys in your group, in Group 8, we'll see them later in action.
Group 12.
Sorry, Group 12.
Yeah.
James usually drives the XK 120, but not this year, so that's why he's joined me in the commentary booth. We're trying to give him some therapy.
Thank
keep
you.
him happy.
I need the therapy.
But no, if you look at the Mustang and the Corvette and what they've done for American racing, and the, if you like, the bragging rights of racing worldwide, those two marks alone stand alone in many ways. There's plenty more. But
you're absolutely right. Now, this silver one was one of the very first attempts at mid-engine. I mean, Corvette has been trying to build a mid-engine production vet for, you know, there's been several attempts. Now, the latest one, the brand new, the 2023 Corvette, which is mid-engine, that's the first and really most successful mid-engine production Corvette that exists, but it's not the first attempt. They have attempted before, and at one point, I believe they had a dual Wankel mid-engine Corvette, you know, which is a rotary engine, right? But it never really ran into production. It was just experimental. This year, they pulled it off, and people tell me they love their brand new Corvettes.
Yeah. Well, good for them, and of course, they continue at Le Mans this year as another era ends. Brilliant.
That was a Grand Sport that just actually looked like it made a couple of passes. Of course, this is a split window coupe.
63?
Yeah. I mean, you know, super iconic.
Just looks fast, doesn't it? And
yeah. It just reminds me of the Beach Boys and Janet Dean.
There you go.
You know, that was certainly my era.
I got a few quotes for you. Paul Fanner, of course, well known as the founder and president of Racer magazine. Racer, of course, showing this event currently. And in the program, I'll quote Paul as saying, "I feel a surge of joy and pride when I see a Corvette racing, representing our nation and winning on a global stage like the centenary running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans." And I think that is echoed. I think, I said it this morning, if you were to have a Team USA car, it would have to be a Corvette.
Well,
wouldn't it?
absolutely. And of course, Dan Gurney, he made his statement in Formula One with the All-American Racer. I mean,
Yes, exactly,
this was when it was really pride in American manufacturing, American technology. Corvette's an example of that. Of course, Dan Gurney's AARs, I mean, that was the point of it, and they succeeded.
Yep, and as we finish off our look at this wonderful parade of 70 years, I'll leave you with the thoughts of the man who currently runs IMSA, President John Doonan, who also has a great quote here. "The word Corvette brings back a rush of boyhood memories of being at club races in the Midwest, which was, of course, packed with Corvette roadsters and coupes. It has meant so much to so much of American motorsport, and we're here to celebrate it this weekend." My thanks to James Alder. We'll take a short break here from the reunion. And the sun has come out, and we have got a bright afternoon and some fantastic racing to come. Stay with us.
Lovely, thanks guys. Well, I'm down here at the pre-grid once again, and look who I've caught up with, Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen. Tom, thank you for taking the time to have a chat to us. I've literally dragged you from the car because you're about to go out in some hot laps. Tell us what Audi are getting up to this weekend here at the Rolex.
No, it's they have invited some nice guests, some media as well, and we will get to drive this wonderful Audi R8, which has been a fantastic part and fantastic journey of not only first at Le Mans, the R8 LMP cars, as we're here in Laguna Seca. We have raced them here too in the American Le Mans Series. Yeah. That was made into a road car, our really mid-engined supercar. And yeah, it's not going to continue in too distant future. So we want to make sure that these two fine examples will be driven from some of the invited guests. I will do a little bit drive today in the RS, the e-tron GT, which is obviously fully electrified. So that's a bit of the future from Audi. So we will try to do a lot during lunchtime here, and maybe having a go in the evening as well, and maybe I can get a lab in some of the good old R8s again.
Yeah, exactly. And just talking about your Le Mans car as well, I think we saw a big, huge silver one of those just lumbering out yesterday. In actual fact, what's it like when you see those going back out around the track once again?
It's good to see. It's really great. Racing cars are there to be driven, and in these events, what is here the Rolex Motorsport Reunion, it's one of the absolutely must see and feel. Yeah. And it's good to see it being driven by some who obviously earn some money, some who has living the dream and maybe not having the chance to race them in time, or some maybe not just having a passion for it. And it's really great to see. I want to see more of the Le Mans winning cars I've been driving. I'd like to see them going. I did the Bentley earlier this year. I did the Audi R8, the first winning R8, the Le Mans winning car, which we also won Sebring with. I drove that at Le Mans this year. So it's all good. Keeps us alive.
Yeah, fantastic. And you're going to give some people a real treat now. So thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you go. Tom, have a great day.
Pleasure.
There we go. We're going to let Tom go out in the RS e-tron GT then, as these R8s behind me just get loaded up with some VIPs that can have the ride of their life here at Laguna Seca as the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion continues.
So, as you can see, our Audi exhibition on track, and it was great to see Tom Christensen, the GOAT, as he is well known, certainly as a 9-time winner of Le Mans, not just with Audi, but obviously one of the greats of motor racing, continues to be a great ambassador, still involved in Formula One, wasn't actually involved in the behind the scenes, in the stewarding for the drivers of F1, but is now back in the media. It's great to have him. Saw him at Miami, and he is an absolute gentleman, and I first started watching him back in his Formula 3 days, Tom Christensen. Then he went on to Japan, of course, and the rest is history, as they say, his sports car career. But we're here to celebrate what has been an amazing history for Audi, and an amazing future, really. That's, I think, the point is, this event is an historical event, but it's also a huge historical event, as well as looking towards the future, and that's exactly what Audi are doing. They're now saying that by looking ahead, they plan to launch more than 20 models globally by 2026, 10 of which will be fully electric. And from 2026 onwards, every all-new model introduced at Audi will be fully electric, with electric-only propulsion from 2033. And, of course, don't forget, 2026, they're going back into Formula One, and the whole reason for that is that they want to be part of the new sustainable future. So there's a lot going on for Audi, but where did it all begin? Well, I certainly remember Audi and the rally days of the Audi Quattro, and of course the Vorsprung durch Technik is very much alive and kicking. Advancement through technology, that's been their DNA, and as we retire the R8, it followed on from the rally success, and effectively that R8 was just incredible. What it did in IMSA and Le Mans during the 90s, and endurance racing. Le Mans 99, the R8 LMP race car was absolute marvel to watch, and just absolutely blew the doors off pretty much everybody else, and the road car was just as good. The R8 LMP, combining high performance 3.6 litre direct injected V8 engine with lightweight carbon fiber construction and advanced aerodynamics. And I said they blew away. Listen to this. 5 wins in 6 years at Le Mans. 2000, 2001, 2002, 2004, 2005, and established the brand's legacy without a doubt. In fact, a total of 13 times they won, including the first hybrid-powered electrified car, and the names of Biela and, of course, Tom Christensen, Alan McNish, you name it. And we've had Travis Engen in that very famous grey and red Audi that is often seen at events like this and all over the USA. It's just a joy to watch. And, of course, that followed on with the LMS GT3, which pretty much had about half of its components from the road car, but it was, again, an absolute multiple team driver and manufacturer champion. Again, winning at Daytona, the Nürburgring, on multiple times. And then, of course, more recently, they got into the e-tron, the SUV e-tron, and the Q4 e-tron, and that's when they really took the electric world by storm, and they continue to do so. And like I said, it's a high benchmark to say that 20 models will be launched by 2026, and it all will be electric with Audi by 2033. So the history of this brilliant mark from Germany, Audi, and look for them in Formula One very soon in 2026. Great to have them here. Great to have Tom Christensen here as he represents Rolex as well as Audi, and they retire the R8. Well, it's a lunch break here at the Rolex, and everybody's just taking a calm before the storm that is the afternoon of racing. Hope you're enjoying it. Kev Harris will be down there in the pits, and myself, Jonathan Green, will be back with more great action from this amazing event. Join us after the break.
Well, how about this? The list of names just gets bigger and bigger. I'm with the man of the hour, Peter Brock, here, as we celebrate 70 years of the Corvette here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion this year. The man that started it all with the famous split window all those years ago. It was 1957, Peter. I understand you're an intern at GM.
That's correct.
You're downstairs in a little office that nobody really knows about, and somebody walks in that office and says, "Can someone design me a car?" And the rest is history.
Well, Bill Mitchell had just taken over as director of styling, and of course the whole Corvette program had been canceled by General Motors because there was an agreement with the American Manufacturers Association. They were all going to quit racing. Mitchell was a car guy with gasoline in his veins. He said, "No way, we're going to continue the car." So they couldn't do the project upstairs in the official Chevrolet studio. So he came down where the interns were working, where I was, and there were three of us down there, and he explained what he wanted to do, laid out some pictures. He'd seen some cars that influenced him from the Turin show, and he selected my work off the wall. And we've got the original sketch done in 1957, and the car has not changed hardly a line. It took 6 years from that sketch to the time it was finally done, and that says a lot for the power of Bill Mitchell to stay in that direction, and also for the timelessness of the design. So the design has become a real classic, and it's fantastic to be a part of it under Bill Mitchell.
Absolutely. I mean, what a great story as well. And just cast your mind back to that time. You said there was three of you down there in that office as interns.
Yeah.
The other two guys, I mean, was it a friendly environment? Was there a bit of competitive rivalry, or how was it?
We're all top designers, great guys, and we were all worked together on the project. And of course, you know, when they put the stuff up on the wall, Mitchell walked around and he liked what I had done, and that turned out to be the direction that we went. At that point, he gave me the direction to do the thing full size in clay, and at that point, then I got to refine it even more. And then it was very interesting because I designed it without the split window in it. So the car was completely done, and Mitchell came in and said, "You know, I want to split the window on it." So we split the window on it. At that point, Zora Dunshoff came in and said, "What is this? We cannot have this. This is stupid, you know." So he got in a big fight with Mitchell over the split window. And finally, Mitchell threw him out of styling, said, "You go back to engineering. This is styling. This is my car. I'm going to do it the way I want." So Zora went to Ed Cole, who was the vice president for Chevrolet, complained about it. So Cole brought Mitchell and Zora Dunshoff, sat him down, and they both argued what they were going to do. And he said, "Okay, this is what we're going to do." He says, "Bill," he says, "I know how important it is aesthetically to have the split window. We're going to let you have that for 1 year, and then we're going to put a single window in the back like Zora wants." So that's why we have the split window on only 1 year, because it was Bill Mitchell's aesthetic design to do it that way.
What a fantastic story, and I don't know if many people know that, but I mean, for 1 year and then it's become such an icon. And what's it like for you, Peter, when you walk across the way to that Corvette awning over there, and there's all different generations of Corvettes lined up, right up to the brand new one that's part electric, part internal combustion engine now. What's it like for you as a designer to look across that heritage of vehicles?
Well, it's incredible because seeing it, the whole thing because the Mitchell era started the real Corvette thing. Obviously, Harley Earl started with the 53 stuff, but the real Corvette came in with Zora Dunshoff and Bill Mitchell, and a great set of engineering and design, and it kept getting better and better and better, and to be, you know, remembered as part of the beginning of that whole tradition of great Corvettes. It's been a real honor, just a tremendous thing. And so I see what they're doing now. It's probably the best engineered car in the world, you know, and to be able to go out in the dealership and buy that car for about 1/3 of the highest price supercars in the world, it's really an honor. It's great stuff, yeah.
Is with us today. So we'll be
starting
in about 2 minutes.
It is a real honor, and it's a real honor talking to you, sir. And I've just heard your name be called, because now you're going to be dragged up on stage. So we've taken up a little bit of your lunch break, but for that,
Good
you
to
know,
talk to you. Thank
well,
you.
great to talk to you.
So much, Guy.
We're very grateful. There we go. How about that? Thanks ever so much, Peter. The man that started it all with the split window all those years ago, here today at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. We're going to take a lunch break, but when we come back, Group 8 cars, historic Trans Am, will be lighting up the track here in the Monterey sunshine. Hello and welcome back to the 2023 Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. The sun has come out for a Saturday afternoon, and I tell you what, the fans are packing the aisles as well. And right now you join us live here as we've got Ron Fellows and Peter Brock doing a little bit of an autograph signing session. The list of who's who in motorsport is long when you come to the Rolex, let me tell you. We've had chances to all kinds of people. Let's have a little stroll along though and see what's going on over here, because lots happening this afternoon. We're going out live on track in a moment or two with Group 8, which is Trans Am cars 1966 to 1972. But look, the fans have come in earnest. Look at this man, he's getting ready. Earplugs, a smile from this man, sir. You're lining up for an autograph. Whose autograph are you most keen to grab?
Yours. No,
mine.
Brock and Ron Fellows.
Yeah. And where have you guys come in from today?
Bay Area. Yeah. So we're local.
Local guys. And what about this event and what about this sunshine? Have you been to the Rolex before?
Oh yes, every year. Yes.
Let's have a little stroll. Thank you, chaps. Enjoy your afternoon. Let's go and see if we can grab a word with Ron Fellows, who's up front here. Obviously celebrating 70 years of the Corvette, and look, people are turning up with Hot Wheels cars, getting them signed by Ron. Look at the smile on this man's face. These cars are designed for small boys, but here's a big man with a big smile thanks to the Hot Wheels car. So, this man's what? How about that? Ron, listen, you must have heard that.
That only cost me $50.
Go on, get the picture, do whatever you got to do. This is what it's all about, folks, at the Rolex. Look at these fans. Whether you're a young lad growing up with a Hot Wheels car, or whether you grew up watching Ron Fellows racing, or you know the story of Peter Brock, of course, with the Chevy split screen. I mean, this is what it's all about when you come to the Rolex. So exciting. Fans, young and old, queuing up. Look at this. Look at this, man. He's even brought the book with him. Look at this. Le Mans, 100 years of Le Mans. A century. Well, come on, here we go. These are the fans. These are the fans. Yeah, and of course, they got the class-winning Le Mans car over there under the Corvette exhibition as well. Still covered in all the bugs and the dirt of 24 hours of racing. And it's been sprayed with a clear coat to keep it looking as it did. Here we go. Look at this. Signing the right page as well. This gentleman is organised. We'll grab a word with him, I think, as soon as he's finished his signing session. Paul, yeah, he's a huge fan. He's a huge fan. Come on over here, sir. Let me grab a word with you, because this is what it's all about. This guy has it all. He's got all the books, all the posters, the camera. He's probably got a GoPro somewhere.
Oh, it's in my backpack.
The GoPro's in the backpack. Of course it is. Of course it is. Just tell us about your weekend. You're enjoying yourself, obviously.
I'm absolutely enjoying this weekend.
Obviously, huge fan of Ron Fellows. Anything else that you've come here to see, cars or people in particular?
I'm here to see the cars, the drivers, both the new and the old, because that's what history is all about. This is what makes the automobile industry what it is today.
And have you traveled far to get here?
Just up in the Bay Area.
Just in the Bay Area. So whether you're a local or whether you've traveled far like us, this is what it's all about. Thanks. What's your name, sir?
Kevin.
Kevin. Would you? You couldn't make it up. I'm a Kevin from London. I've met a Kevin from the Bay Area. That's what it's all about. It's the best name in America right now, surely.
I know a Danish one, too.
And he knows a Danish one. Kevin, we'll let you go. Go and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Kevin will slide off. I mean, this is just amazing. Look at the sunshine. We're going to just pull you around. I wonder if we can have a look. Well, what can we see? Can't see much from it, but people are just waiting at the moment in the drinks area just across the way over here to grab a drink and stay cool. I've put my hat on because it is getting really sunny this afternoon. And the action's going to heat up out on track as well. We're talking about what is perhaps one of my favourite classes, Group 8. That's those Trans Am cars from 1966 to 1972. They're getting set and ready to go out on track. And as I've said many times this weekend already, these cars will shake the bones inside of you. As we also welcome the national anthem. I think we'll go to that.
They prove through the night.
Well, it doesn't get better than an intro like that, does it? The national anthem ringing out over the Monterey Hills. It's a beautiful day here. The sun has come out, and it's been absolutely glorious over the weekend as we celebrate what has become one of the great institutions of motor racing. Each August, the Monterey Reunion comes to this WeatherTech Laguna Seca circuit, and they put on one heck of a show. And it's more than just this weekend, because obviously the Monterey crowd come here for a whole week of auctions, concourses, you name it, exhibitions, everything that you can imagine to do with both historic and present cars is here, and the fans vote with their feet. It's August in California. It doesn't get much better. We've heard of a storm brewing up in the Baja Peninsula, and that's why the wind is picking up a little bit. Those tents better be tethered pretty tightly. But now we're going to turn to a place and a time where this place of Laguna Seca came alive. And that, of course, is in the heydays of Trans Am. 1966, when it all began, to 1972. And with me, once again, we've got Poncho Weaver, and I really wanted him to join me for this because I'm sure growing up, you were electrified, as so many youngsters were, by this championship, which some people doubted at first. Why would you need another stock car championship? You've got NASCAR, and yet when Penske and Bud Moore from NASCAR, and then the names of the drivers, Parnelli Jones, you name it, started racing here, in cars that people recognized, more importantly, you could see how that catalyst came together.
Street cars transferred, to track cars, and the manufacturers involved as well, with all the manufacturers involved. You had Dodge, you had Ford, Chevrolet, and the rest, and what a great competition level it was. And as a young man, I watched this, probably like you, Jonathan, and it's what started this spark, and it's the one we carry today.
Yeah, and you know what? We're both involved in modern-day Trans Am, and I've got the bug without a doubt, and I love the current Trans Am situation, but I love to see our current drivers like a Tommy Dreese or a Boris said get him amongst these cars, and we've got some pretty good pedalers out there today, but more importantly we've got genuine cars, AC Javelins, Penske Camaros. I mean, just cars that are, well, I would almost say, as we hear the roar,
don't you love it?
Priceless. I mean, quite literally priceless, and to a nut and bolt, and you should know they are prepared as they were in the day, correct?
Yes, they're very, very close to what they were in the day, and as you guys can hear in the background, just the thunder that goes by, and it's a great crowd. I mean, they've got a great entry level here. Many cars, I'm not quite sure how many, but what a representation of American muscle.
Yep, and it's well known as American muscle, and that pervasion of the great muscle cars of the USA, of course, carried over to Le Mans and to the international field. But then the television screens started to come and see that the drivers from Europe, the people that the Europeans knew as household names, started racing in the likes of Trans Am, and then it really took off.
Yeah, Peter Revson and some of these other guys that have been, and some still stay. Even though they're retired at this point, they still love the vintage side of things with SVRA. They love the Trans Am series as well, and I enjoy being a part of that with them.
Now, tell me a little bit about, because you prepare cars to this day, take me through the process of taking a stock car in this era, from 66 to 72, pick your car, doesn't matter. What could you do by the rules, and what did you do? Because I know they pushed the rules to the very limit.
Oh yeah, they're quite a bit different today than they were back in the early mid-60s. Those cars in the 60s and 70s had to start with a stock-bodied vehicle, all steel, of course, before composites, and windshields, glass windshields instead of Lexan and things like that. Today, they're purpose-built tubular structures that you hang a silhouette of a, whatever manufacturer you want.
Very similar to NASCAR,
You can build, like we build a lot of Trans Am cars over the years. We're on chassis number 50 now from the mid-80s, and it's a tube structure that you can put a Camaro on it, or a Mustang, or a Dodge Challenger, or whatever whatever the series is letting you run. But they're all about the same wheelbase and length, about 102-inch wheelbase. The current cars make about 880 horsepower. That's not what these cars saw back in the day, but still an awesome challenge and great competition.
Well, to put it bluntly, the idea was to strip it down to as light as it could go, and take that engine and make it as powerful as it could be.
Absolutely.
What was the first thing you got rid of? I mean, to the point where I chuckled when I read this for the first time. You dipped these cars in acid to take everything away from it and make it as light as you could.
Exactly, like the body seam sealer, all the undercoating and those kinds of things, as well as just reducing the thickness of the metal by a bit. I mean, some of these guys got pretty carried away where the metal was, half the thickness maybe of what original was. And and then everything, the whole interior's come out. There's very little dash left. There's no seats in it. It's just bare floorboards, no carpet. Of course, radios and air conditioners and things like that are gone. So it's strictly a purpose-built. They were really purpose-built cars in those days as well. But they did start out as a stock vehicle, street
And as you look down the entry list, that AMC Javelin, Bruce Canepa at the wheel of that Bill Auckland Penske Camaro catches my eye from '69. But there's so many that you could talk about. Any particular ones that you remember or want to push our audience towards?
Well, here's an old Jerry Titus car that
the number 8.
Yep, that Rob Kaufman's driving, and that's prepared out of the Seymour stables here.
Titus was the first champion, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's '66. Yeah.
Okay, very good. And then we've got Joe over here, Roblin and Ribbard.
Yeah, Joe Rubelard, yeah.
And he's in the Camaro, also prepared by Seymour Motorsports, and of course they got Can-Am cars and the Toyo GTP cars, the Wins GTP car. So just a lot of things good things coming out of the Seymour stable.
And the other part of this story, if you will, it's not just the sound, it's not just the fact that they were recognizable cars. For the manufacturers, it was buy on Sunday.
Very true.
Race on Sunday, buy on Monday. And that, that is true of, like in motorcycle racing, in superbike racing, and it was very much true of this era. Therefore, the manufacturers voted with their money and really got behind this.
Absolutely. It's a lot of people, go for the muscle cars on the street. I mean, even today you see, Mustangs, Camaros, Challengers, Corvettes, and such. And I wish that the manufacturers would be part of it at this time. Maybe there's another way that they can be a part of it and not spend the crazy money that they used to. Who knows? But
here we go then. Squint your eyes and you're back there in 1970. The sound of Trans Am here around the Monterey Hills. It doesn't get any better. Absolutely fantastic sound. Chad Renault, who was up here in the booth just a few moments ago, takes the lead as we look at that famous number 6 going through our shot there. That's the Bruce Canepa car. I think he's racing it today. He didn't yesterday, but the 1970 AMC Javelin. And that, I think, was when Roger Penske moved to Javelin.
It was, I think. And great restorations you see here. Great examples of yesterday's cars currently running today on the track. So good stuff out of these guys.
Nice little overkick by the Ford Shelby 67 of Peter Kloot, making up his place and taking that to, third at the moment? But a good start, a good clean start. And we take a look at the 64 for the first time. A Z28 from 69. That is Chad Renault, the man I just mentioned. And he looks as though he's got some competition on his hands as he heads towards, and he does, yes, he's back to second now as he heads towards the corkscrew for the first time.
What a great racetrack.
Yeah, you know, when you look at stock car racing, or touring cars as it became known where I grew up, they always look as though they don't look as though as they're racing, or they don't look as though they're as planted as an actual built race car. And yet, you tell me, how well do these cars handle?
Oh, incredibly well, actually. You know, they've got it's like it is today. You got great engineers, great people around you. Penske was really good about putting people together and making them accountable for their jobs and such. So it was professional then, and it's certainly professional today.
We've got some great racing going on. The top three, you could throw a blanket over them as they go into Andretti. And, of course, currently Adam Andretti racing in Trans Am, so the tradition continues. I was talking to Mario just a couple of weeks ago at Nashville, and he said that he watches and tunes in. He was watching Road America and watching Adam, his nephew, go about his business. So it's great when the GOAT tunes into your series.
That's true. You know, father, sons, and family members. You got Boris Ed Jr. coming up in the ranks now, and quite exciting. And it drives Boris Sr. kind of crazy to see his son out there. I think he gets more nervous, right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
But,
he hates it.
He does, but it's good fun and great racing.
Ken Etzman there in the AMC Javelin 72, that one, that number 2 coming through. I'm also looking for Tom McIntyre. He's been in the booth with me and driving that Camaro from 1968, the number 6. And then Bill Ockerland, who, of course, driving, and you know this, the Penske Camaro 69, number 6. Just saw it parked up a moment ago.
Yeah, some great examples of yesterday's cars, for sure.
Now, yesterday we were out, and Josh Fiber took the win. Chad Reynolds was 2nd, and Peter Kloot in 3rd, so we'll keep an eye on them. Bill Ockerland in 4th, and Arthur Miller in 5th. Ken Adams taking 6th, Ken Etzman 7th, and John Hildebrand taking 8th. Well-known names. I just bumped into Jeffrey O'Neill earlier in the day when I was coming to find you, and he's out there in 9th position at the moment in the number 15. He's in the Boss 302 from 1969. And there's that number 6 I was talking about.
Boy, Chad's really putting it on these guys.
Yeah, Dorsey Schroeder came up and told us a great story about how what is true today was very much true back then. Was you're doing 100 miles and you've got the power to completely annihilate the tires if you so choose.
Right.
But you're not going to make it to the end of the race.
No.
And I'm sure you tell Boris that now and again.
You really have to balance your whole entire race, for sure.
And he said that what he would do is Boss would take him testing. And they test all day long, hour after hour, and, you know, get some good information, good feedback. And then he'd say, right, I'm going to put some sticker tires on. And I want you to go hell-bent for leather. Go as fast as you damn well can. So he did just that. And I said, I want a lap record out of you. Come in. 3 laps later, he goes, what's up? She said, well, the tires have gone. He goes, exactly.
Yep.
And that, I think, you know, I think it's just great truism.
It's a good lesson.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because
you gotta
when you
save
have
your
a
car.
muscle car, you know, you can only go so far with, you know, rubber to the road. Once you get to a certain point, you start to deteriorate quickly.
It's true. And the cars change quite a bit with the fuel load. You know, you've got, I don't know what these guys are running for fuel capacity, but on a current Trans Am car, they're 32 gallons, so there's quite a bit of weight. And once you lose that weight, you've got to rebalance your car with adjustable sway bars. And, of course, your tires. You have to manage your tires.
What can you do inside the car as a driver in modern Trans Am to adjust to that?
There is a balance that you can change around with a cable adjustment for the sway bars. And you can, and it certainly is effective. It's very effective. And but that's really the only driver aid that you have to balance the car.
And I think that, you know, we talked about Boris Said, who runs for you a lot, long retired in his mind anyway, not in ours. But, you know, his argument is what he loves to come out of retirement to do is race a pure racing car, as he calls it, because it really is, okay, it's a stock car, but it really doesn't have the gadgets and the thrills that the modern cars have. So it's all about the driver's input.
It is. It's the driver's ability to run the car, to manage the car, and to use, you know, only the driver's talent, not really the car's electrical aids and sequentials and, you know, traction control, things like that you see in other forms of racing.
We're looking at the 45, the 1969 Ford of Ken Adams, the maroon, the 1969 Boss 302 built Transite by an independent team, Paul Petty and Richard Rentlow. I'm sure those are names that you're familiar with.
Yeah, a little bit there, for sure.
And they were based at Lime Rock, Connecticut. The goal was to take on those big factory teams from Ford and GM. And they did just that. And that's another side of this. We talked about the big stars that would come over to race, both American stars and international stars. Sure. But there was still room for amateurs to come.
There was.
You know, in their own trailer and open shop, and off they went.
Absolutely. You saw, you know, Greenwood Corvettes. You saw all types of big power and innovative mindsets to build a car and run a Ford or Chevy or Dodge and that kind of thing. And it just made some amazing competition between, you know, I was raised around Parnelly Jones and that group, and my dad was involved in his Indy program, did a lot of the paint work and mechanical work on that stuff. So as a young man, I got to hang around and didn't really know the honor of these kinds of guys and what they really were. They were heroes, right? And today you realize this, and you see these cars when you see the Boss Mustang running around out there, and George Fulmer and Mark Donahue, and those guys were just iconic race car drivers and heroes of the early days.
Yeah, and the thing is, they had a choice. They could have run so many things in that period when you think about what was happening at the time, 5000 and Can-Am also, you know, and many of them did go on to do things like that, but they loved these cars. They loved racing these cars.
They did. They really, really did. I mean, it's a great feel. I don't know. It's something hard to explain until you actually get behind the wheel of one of these cars and go run a good vintage race or a current Trans Am or SVRA event. But and like you said, a lot of these professional drivers like Parnelli or Foyt or Mario or Peter Revson, they ran many different series. You know, they were amazing drivers in so many different series, but they really gravitated to the Trans Am effort.
Yeah, and I think it was this basic idea that you know, in other series, you know, sort of, you had to be a little bit more gentleman. There was no hitting cars or whatever. Not that they do that in Trans Am either, but it was such. You know, people were so bullish about racing these cars that anything went in terms of overtakes and all the rest of it.
In those days, it was more aggressive than it is today, for sure. You're reined in a little bit, and they try to keep you from rubbing. But back in those days, I mean, it was not uncommon to see door slamming and trying to move guys out of the way. I mean, not intentional crashing, but they did move each other out of the way a bit. Made for great racing.
Yeah, and of course there was prize money, so people were doing it seriously. They needed a check to go home and feed the kids. So
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're looking at Jim Haig in that 1970 Boss 302, the orange one there at the back of this group.
Yep.
And having a good time. O'Neill now up to 6th place. Klute still 4th, Ockland still 3rd. So, and Reynolds, who was leading at the start, now behind Josh Fiber, who of course won this race yesterday.
Here's a nice Sam Posey car right here from past days. Sam was an amazing driver and was really, I think Gurney's group had the Barracudas, right? Sweet Savage and Dan Gurney, and you had Sam Posey. I forget who his other co-driver was in the other car, but all the manufacturers represented, and it was such a level of talent.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, you look at that Dodge Challenger there. You prepare Dodge Challengers for, Boris said, in the current championship. How different, how much have they evolved, and how much more precise? I mean, what is the biggest development that this car that you see in the cars that you run at the moment?
Well, the biggest difference is that the cars of today are all handmade chassis, and then you drop a body on it, a composite body. These cars, you know, obviously they started with a tub, and you tubed it out for the roll cage and to stiffen the suspension and those kinds of things. But they were more of a stock car back in the 60s and the early 70s. And then in the 80s, about the mid-80s, it kind of changed to all tube chassis.
Of course, the same as NASCAR. An interesting development that has come now through. And like I said, it's got a lineage that goes back to 66, but it's still running today. And in modern day Trans Am, still tube frame, but now we're getting youngsters who are basically training for their future in NASCAR because the cars are that similar.
Yeah, it's just amazing how far it's come.
Looking at the 96 at the moment coming through shot, that's Rick Jeffrey in the 67 Z28. Lovely yellow and black. Look at this.
Wow, 3 wide coming through that corner.
I love it. And a 5-way battle here.
What a group.
I know, it's great. You know, it ceases to amaze me. The first time I saw, I think it was here, a historic Trans Am race, it was just like this, and I was like, this is incredible. These are absolutely priceless vehicles, and here they are going at it.
They are quite expensive. These cars are, you know, probably pushing $300,000 car, you know, numbers.
Well, we've got quite a crowd coming in, including my next guest, which is Mr. Nurberg. So delighted to have so many people interested in this event, and delighted that Trans Am, like I said, the Stock Car Championship, race on Sunday, buy on Monday, very much similar to the Moto America Championship of today. So, you know, that's exactly the ethos, because You know, I think that's the thing that would have captured the imagination of the youngsters in the day, is that if you were going to the grocery, I mean, I'm going to ask you, what did you have? Because I would have thought there would be a lot of bragging rights. Well, my Camaro's faster than I got 3 more horsepower than yours. So you go back to the shed and you go, damn it, I'm gonna fiddle a bit more.
Well, I got to tell you, I had a special heart for the Shelby GT350s, and I was lucky enough to buy one when I was 19 years old, and I still have it today. It's just, and I don't
and
think
that's probably worth a pretty penny.
It's grown a lot in value, I must say. I bought that car for $3,250 in 1974, and they're over $200,000 now. So what a great investment! Whoever knew? Why didn't we buy more of them, right? And have a better collection, but. What a blessing to have that car, and it's so much fun to drive.
Yeah, you mentioned Carroll Shelby, and of course Aaron Shelby's been here this weekend, and again, another household name of American racing that also played a part in this absolutely amazing series. And while it seems basic on paper, it's certainly not. Certainly in this era from 66 to 72, this was when it was at its absolute heyday, and Ford against, the Pony Wars as they call it, but Ford against Camaro, and
it was tough. It was tough in those days, yeah.
And there were smaller companies, like AC, like Javelin, that got involved that probably didn't expect to dominate, but because they got the right driver and the right combination, who knows?
No, it was, and that's really what kind of drove it, right? The manufacturers being involved, having enough finances to do it correctly, and then putting the right people together, and everybody excelled at what they did, and the result is what everybody sees.
Roaring past our commentary position. It's absolutely electric here at Laguna Seca, just as it was in April 1970, when many would argue that was the absolute zenith of Trans Am in the US of A. As another overtake at Andretti, the 64 going through, and Chad Renault having a ball out there. He was up here in the commentary with me earlier, and he was literally chomping at the bit to get out there. I can see why now.
I think he's just playing with these guys.
I think he is.
And how about this weather? Beautiful, beautiful out here this entire week.
Ooh, somebody's smoking a little heavily there. You'll see him in a moment. Coming into shot just now. Now, is that tire rubber or is that oil? We'll see as he goes up the hill. Let's hope it's not oil.
Right.
Poncho, I'll go to your eagle eye on this. Have a look at the back of this car. It's not too bad.
It's, I would say it's probably...
mixture. So that's the Ford Shelby. We were talking about Shelby. That's the 67, Peter Kloop, and he was right in the running too. Third place at the moment, and hoping to stay there as he comes out of the corkscrew. Maybe it's just the mixture. And
it doesn't look terrible, but I think he can make it through the event, and it is hazing a little bit of...
Yeah, it's the one place where you do get the odd puff of smoke going up that hill, the Bobby Rahal straight, and that Ford Shelby just giving a little puff of smoke there, but he's pretty superb through 10 as we get the two.
Look at the two Javelins here fighting it out. That's awesome.
Stern. I love it. Yeah, so you've got a 72 and a 70. And I don't suppose that different between those 2 years.
Probably not a huge difference.
Not a huge difference.
Just a little refining for the following year.
And again, what I love about all of this event, but especially the historic Trans Am, is that all the decals, all the fonts that we use for the numbers, and all the sponsors that we use are absolutely as they were in the day.
Yeah, they are, and they actually have a lot of the drivers' names on the top of the cars. Even though it's somebody else is driving the car today, they represent and remember exactly how it was back in the day, like you say.
Yeah, we were having a conversation yesterday about the fact that that's important. It's still
smoking a bit more now.
Yeah, it's not looking good now, is it? No. Mr. Kloot, I think your time is up. Come in, number 63.
But he's not coming in, John.
Yeah, going to say he's not going to listen to me, that's for sure.
He's going to drive it like he's stolen. He's going to go.
The irony is, Dorsey Schroeder is now going, damn it, I'd stay out.
Yeah, right.
But I got to bring him in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great having Dorsey in here yesterday. A real character, and of course, still very much a part of the racing scene here as a steward and, just an ambassador for the sport.
He's a great ambassador, yeah. He was a great talent in his own right, for sure. I loved watching him. Robbie Gordon, Boris, and those guys. Oh, my gosh.
Well, he was describing how young he was. He was one of the youngest rookies to come through Trans Am. And so, you know, you mentioned Sam Posey. I hadn't realized until recently. Sam Posey was like 24 when he was doing this.
Is that right?
And he started at Lime Rock, literally on Formula V, you know, like sort of Formula Ford, Formula Vs,
Yeah.
and literally vaunted straight up and never looked back. It was as though it was a natural. Checkered flag out then, and what a finish! Oh my word, no wonder Klute didn't want to stop.
Wow, good
that
photo
was
finish there.
cracking. Reynolds then holds on to that win in the 64. Joshua Fiber, who was first here yesterday, takes second place, and Peter Klute takes third. And
That's
despite the smokiness of the car, he wasn't coming in. He was going to take that podium come hell or high water. But well done to Chad Renal in the 64, the Mid-Del Auto Parts, all yellow and black. Well done to him. And that was a fun race to be part of. Great to hear the words of Poncho Weaver. I'll see you in Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks.
Yep, couple of weeks we'll be there.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks. Appreciate you coming in.
Thanks.
What a great race. Now, Travis Engen is a familiar name in historics, and I've got another one coming in the booth. But let's head down to Kev Harris, who's got young Travis.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I'm down here in the paddock once again, and Group 13 cars are pretty big, and some of them have got some pretty big accolades behind them as well. None bigger than this. How about this? The Audi R8 that's behind me that was put on the second place podium position by this man, Travis Engen, yesterday. Travis, great race yesterday, and it was a race. This isn't a show event.
No, it was a race. I actually was first into turn 2, and then I ended up third and fought my way back to second. So, yeah, it was a real race.
Yeah, and you were going wheel to wheel with our man Pat Long as well, who ended up in first. So well done to you. But just give us the headlines on the car that's behind us, because what a car and what provenance.
It's a 2005 Audi R8 Le Mans prototype. That particular chassis ran only in North America, but the mark itself ran all over the world, and the livery on the car is evocative of all the history of the R8s racing all around the world. All the tracks, all the championships, all the drivers, and so on. So it's quite iconic.
Yeah, it really is. And speaking of iconic and icons, Tom Christensen was bobbing around here earlier. He's a pal of yours that you've known for a while now, because you've been, you've been kind of, since you owned the car, I think you met him at a track day for owners a while back.
Sort of. Actually, it was an extended week-long test day for Audi, and they invited a bunch of us who had cars like this to come along and be there for the week. So that's when I first met him. My gosh, must be 10 years ago now. Yeah.
And so tell us what it's like, because obviously it's a huge car. It's designed for Le Mans. It's designed for big endurance races. It's designed for professional racing drivers. I'm not one, and I understand that it's something that you got into later in life. So when there are guys like us, and if we're lucky enough to buy one of those, what's it like getting behind the wheel of it? How hard is it to drive?
Well, mechanically, it's really simple. Power steering, paddle shifting, excellent brakes, and so on. The reality is there's feedback there, but it's really subtle, and if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss it. And that's the challenge, to be able to drive the car hard and still be able to pick up on feedback.
I wonder if we can go and have a little walk and get a bit closer to it. Let's just see what we can do. We're pushing the boundaries of our technology here, Travis, but let's just have a look at it. I mean, the front end on all of this, the technology that goes into these things, I mean, you appreciate it, don't you?
I do. I'm actually an aeronautical engineer who spent his life in business. But this is technology that's actually very straightforward. The engineering is unbelievable just because everything's so accessible. I mean, the infamous story about them changing out the gearbox at Le Mans in just a handful of, I think it was less than 2 minutes, changed the world, okay?
One thing that is also cool is as we stand under the awning here, you're the current owner, the current custodian of this car, but the guys that you got working on it, Greg Martin back there, he was working on it in the day when it was racing full time.
He was, and thank goodness, because he knows so much. We have a good book on the car, we have all kinds of stuff, but Greg's knowledge is we couldn't replace it any other way. So, and he's a Kiwi, so I'm wearing this hat in kind of his honor, I guess. But he's just awesome, and we've been working together now for almost 10 years.
It's fantastic. Now listen, what time are you back out on track? A little bit later on, I think 3:40 or 4:40 was it?
4:40, next to last race. So but number one in your heart, hopefully.
Yeah, of course it is. We're looking forward to seeing it because big names in your class as well. We chatted to Taz Harvey earlier on as well, and a few other big names in there as well. What I was going to say to you, what's the game plan for later on this afternoon in the race? What are you thinking before we go racing?
Oh, I'm just going out to have a great time, do my best, see if I can get the lead and hang on to it. I mean, it's real straightforward. The major uncertainty in any of this is because there's a wide range of cars out there and different drivers, that towards the end of the race you're starting to lap cars, and that could be disruptive in terms of the order of finish. So we'll see.
And also as well, just a question about the circuit here at Laguna Seca, because I've relayed the track since I was last here. How's the circuit handling for you in this?
Oh man, the paving is awesome, just absolutely awesome. I'm almost 2 seconds a lap faster than I was here last year. The tragedy, and I think you started to say this earlier, is this car is really designed for Le Mans, where you have this huge straights, I never get into top gear in this car on this track, and I get to basically barely get to the top end of fifth gear as it is. Wow. So I can't soar like I could if we were someplace with a longer straight.
You're soaring pretty well. You came second out of 16 drivers, and I'm sure you might do the same again this afternoon. So Travis, well done to you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
All right, well done to Travis. I might just grab a quick word. Let's get Greg over just quickly. Greg, just come on over quickly. This is Greg Martin, who, Greg, you were looking after this car in its racing heyday. How much respect have you got for guys like Travis here who now own them and now drive them?
I know, it's incredible, and Travis races it all the time.
Yeah.
So we do, this year we're doing 17 races with it, and so, just we follow the same protocol we always did with Audi, make sure that, everything's ready to go, and so he's raced it a lot. He's put, since it's been new, since Travis has owned it, around 60,000 miles on it, which is unheard of, really.
That's incredible for a race car, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's I don't know of another one that would have 60,000 miles on, and that's since Travis has owned it. So it gives you an idea.
And you've been working on this for so many years now. I'm not going to try and embarrass myself by doing maths live on air. You must know every nut and bolt on this thing.
Pretty well, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's been. I mean, this car's 20 years old now, basically, which is, and so it's fun to still see it running, running around and being raced. Yeah.
Listen, Greg, thanks ever so much. Great talking to you. I'm going to let you carry on. A lot of interested people under the awning, but enjoy the rest of your show.
Yeah, we'll do. Definitely. Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem. Right. The action continues down here under the awning, and the action continues out on track as well. Those Trans Am cars have just shook the very foundations of Group 8. Group 9 are lining up and getting ready to go, and Johnny Green will be bringing you the comms just as soon as they light the engines on that one. So let's just go back trackside and see what's going on.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a clean-up on aisle 5, as they say. As you can see, there's a truck on track at turn 11, and that is just picking up one of the Trans Am cars that stopped at the final corner here, just underneath that Mission Foods bridge. The brand new bridge here is part of the $20 million facelift, which has included the track surface itself. A lot of talk about that because it is so new. It took quite a while to get it all done with the weather changing quite dramatically over the last few months, and so they were rushing. There it is. You can see them dragging away the trucks now, and hopefully they'll clean up the mess and dirt. So we'll take a short break, and hopefully we'll be back with the action. And coming next, if you thought that was thunderous, Formula 5000 coming your way. Stay with us. Welcome back, and if you heard that roar from our perch in the commentary position, you'll know that it's the familiar sound of Formula 5000. You know, and I've been longing to do an historic with a group of Formula 5000. It's because, in many ways, growing up knowing Brian Redman, my father's best man, growing up in Burnley, and of course a three-time champion of Formula 5000 back in the day. In fact, one of his cars is out there, the 66 Lola. I kind of grew up watching Brian achieve what he achieved. A little lad from Burnley. He used to sell broomsticks out of his Austin as part of the family business, the Redman family business. But he went on to better things, I may add. And he's still going strong in Vero Beach. And if he's listening, hi, Brian. And it's great to see Formula 5000 in action, and got Charles Nurberg to enjoy it with me. And, you know, Charles, you're out in the Formula One later with the likes of Martin Lauber and many others, but and we've got Martin coming in here to talk about some of the other cars coming up. But just give me a comparison between driving some of the Formula One cars that we'll see in action and we'll see you in action in compared to 5000.
T332 for Mr. Carter Crompton out of Michigan. He was kind enough to let me drive his car for a few races. And basically, the long and the short of it is that the challenge for the designers of a Formula 5000 car was the weight of the V8 motor. The Chevy motor essentially was the dominant motor, and the difference in the weight between that and the DFV, demanded certain things in the design of the car that the designers had to engineer around. And when you have that extra weight in there, it's just difficult. They didn't have alloy blocks in these motors, and so I think that was the biggest thing that made these cars a little more difficult. The DFV, the weight of the DFV in the F1 cars allows them to be a little better balanced. I mean, these are brave guys driving these 5,000 cars. They're a handful. They make a lot of horsepower, and I think the chassis, they're virtually all monocoque chassis, and I think these are basically 70s, early late 60s, early 70s vintage cars, and the monocoques are, frankly, they're just not as stiff.
Right.
And so there's a flexible nature to these cars that was always something you had to work around too. Trying to get the setup that worked right, and knowing that the chassis was going to flex some. So anyway, that would be I would say the biggest difference. And of course, none of these cars had any ground effects. These were all strictly wing cars.
But like we were talking about Trans Am earlier and about how it attracted so many of the great stars of the era, and 5000 was very much true of that too. The great names of racing came to 5000, and I almost have a sort of, I don't know, maybe it's my own fantasy, but when you consider Formula One today with 22, 24 drivers possible, there's hundreds of fantastic drivers. If we had, as they do in Australia, a modern form of 5000, we could put some fantastic drivers out there that don't get a look in these days.
Well, you're right. I mean, it was a very popular series because it was very cost-effective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Carl Haas was no stranger to making money,
nope.
As everyone knows. But on the other hand, he always had the adequate parts supply, and he made plenty of cars. And certainly Lola was the dominant chassis. And there's a nice spread of other cars here, McLarens, McRae's, Chevrons, that sort of thing. But Lola was certainly generally the dominant car. And okay, we're about ready for our start.
Yep, here we go. Pace car is off, and away goes the roar of Formula 5000 here at Laguna Seca. Group 9 roars into action towards Andretti. Curve for the first time, and there's been a little dirt and dust, and you guys telling me about a little bump. I'll talk about that in a moment, but it's the 51 that takes the lead. That's Kurt Bennett from in that 1976 Lola you were mentioning, 332, leading the 24 of Paul Sazin, who's brought his car all the way from Australia, a 1974 Lola. I met his wife earlier in the weekend, and they're on a long sort of mission. They shipped the car over and have been based in Indianapolis and sort of running around and doing historic events, picking up parts where they needed to. Took 7 weeks to get the car here from Australia, and they are having a ball and really enjoying being part of Even though 5,000 was a worldwide interest, it obviously captured the imagination mostly in America, but the Australians and the New Zealanders and the Antipodeans just absolutely adored racing these cars, still do. I think of Kenny Smith in New Zealand, who I still see hooning around in one of these cars from time to time when I head down there once a year. But yeah, I mean, great cars, and again, not just the imagination of the drivers captured and those that designed these cars, but also the fans. Formula 5000 became so popular because of the noise, because of the fact that it attracted so many great drivers. And as you mentioned, McLaren, Lola, the odd Eagle out there at the moment. McRae, do you know the 1970 McRae GM1 much?
You know, I know who Graham McRae was,
yeah.
But I honestly, I don't have any technical knowledge of the car.
Big air intakes. I think that was another thing that was outstanding when you first look at these 5,000. They look like beasts. They look like monsters, and certainly sound that way. No question about it as we take another look at Kurt Bennett in that 51. Already the field spreading out here.
It looks like Kurt might be driving the I haven't seen the car up close, but it looks like it. You know, your friend Brian Redman and Al Unser Sr. were two of favorite all-time drivers.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because of their versatility and their technical knowledge and their calm demeanor, you know. And so I think this car that Kurt's driving might be a sister car to the Brian Redman car, but I can't.
The one that has got Brian's name and autograph on is David Albin at the wheel of the 66, based in Jacksonville, Florida. He comes from, so that makes sense. And that's a 1973 Lola T330.
Yeah.
There's the 99 coming through shot. That's Glenn Richards, another New Zealander.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've got a big affiliation with Kiwi racing, not just because of the amount of Kiwis over here at the moment, but because I go down there once a year, and they've got such a huge fraternity for such a tiny country. It's just almost an anomaly. It's like Scotland. It's like, how do they do this?
I've been very blessed to be around a lot of great Kiwi engineers and mechanics in my racing career, and I work with two of them right now, and Ricky Cameron and Colin Hogarth, and you know, the Kiwis have a knowledge and a can-do and I'll get it done attitude, and kind of know how to make something out of nothing, and it's, you know, they're ubiquitous throughout Formula car racing and other kinds of racing, you know, for that ability. So it's yeah, this could be the Down Under Challenge race. It looks like, you know.
Yeah, it's turning into it, isn't it?
I hear there's not a love loss, a lot of love loss between Australians and Kiwis, and so I think you got 5 Aussies and four Kiwis in this race. So.
Well, and so many of them, of course, and these cars were part of what was the Tasman series, which became, or is now, the Toyota series, the Premier series. But the Tasman series in its heyday, similar to what we've been talking about in 5000, used to bring in the winter all the great drivers, from Sterling Moss to you name it. Brian went down there in the Lola, and Kenny Smith, who's now in his 80s, would take part in these races. And what I was most interested by was, once they got the cars over there, the Kiwis would say, you don't want to spend all that money taking it back. Why don't you just leave it here? We'll give you a few dollars for it. We'll look after it for you. Come and race it next year. And, of course, that was the end of that. Or the drivers would say the same thing, which is, how are we going to get home? We spent all our money. We've had a lovely time going around New Zealand and Australia. And they would sell the cars because they knew next year they were going to have to build a new one anyway. So, yeah, great stories. I'd love to do a documentary on the cars that stayed down under.
Yeah. I was able to race against Kenny for the 92 Peter Jackson International Championship down there in New Zealand, and one of the best 6 weeks of my life, you know, running 2 races a weekend, all from the north to the South Island, and racing with Kenny and Paul Radishish and Craig Baird, and you know, my teammate Stuart Crow and a whole bunch of other guys, and actually a guy who's become somewhat famous for, you know, Jos Verstappen.
Oh yes, heard of him.
And I'll brag and say I managed to edge Jos out for 3rd in the championship. But,
that's good.
But I never got an F1 ride, and he did. So somebody knew a lot. Somebody was a lot smarter than I was.
Well, I'll give you a fun fact. Kenny still going, still racing, and last year did his 50th New Zealand Grand Prix. Kid you not. Against, I'll never forget, I watched him talk Lando Norris around Taupo, and they talked together. Lando at 15, Kenny at 75 at that age, at that point. Yeah. But two peas in a pod, and Lando was just absolutely in awe of this old fella because he could learn a trick or two, and I think he has learned a trick or two.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, there's some very quick, Kurt Bennett, he and his brother are very quick guys out of Michigan, and, it's not surprising that Kurt's out front right now. Those guys prepare well and drive hard.
Yeah, Kurt Bennett leading the way then in the 51. That Lola leading the road from the Australian Paul Zazrin, then Glenn Richards in third position at the moment, Tony Galbraith in fourth, and Gerstenberger in fifth, Bruce Leeson in sixth place, and then Alistair Chalmers in seventh. Alistair, actually, funnily enough, hails from England but now lives in Hastings, New Zealand. He was telling me about his move to New Zealand, how much he loves the racing scene down there, originally from Manchester. So, it's been fun having people up in the booth to get to know some of the drivers out there, because we never get to see you.
Yeah, well.
Get those helmets off and let's get the stories going. That's what I say.
Yeah, that was Zach Brown, of course, head of McLaren F1, was supposed to be out there in his 332, but he had some mechanical issues with the car last weekend, and unfortunately they weren't able to get him sorted for him to be out in this event.
Yeah, he has been out in a McLaren, and he will be out in a Williams, and I believe you're both in Williams this year.
Yes,
so
we are.
Who's got what?
He's in an 07B, and I'm in an 07C, so his is an 80 and mine's an 81.
Both storied cars, right? Both World Championship cars, right?
Yeah, actually, my car was not. They narrowly missed winning the World Championship in 81, but of course Jones won it in 80.
Yeah.
And they came close, but it was. Well, anyway, we're talking about 5,000 now. Don't get me launched into F1.
Don't get me started. Well, we've got a cracking race here coming into turn 11. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Almost line astern as they come.
Yeah, those guys are having a good one.
Aren't they? Having a lot of fun. You look like you were having fun this morning.
Oh, man, I had more fun in that 935 than, I can't tell you how much fun that car is. It's good racing with the guys that you can race close with, like Mike Thurlow and Alan Turpin, and race really hard and fair with. And we were using up all the road and then some.
Yep. I think everybody's enjoying this sort of facelift, if you will, here at Laguna. That's kind of put a spring in the step of everybody. I think the organisers here of the reunion are happy with it. We got the sunshine out, the middle of August, and we're racing, and that is absolutely as it should be. Through goes the 35. That's Johnny Crean in the Eagle, the 1969 Eagle 5000. There you go.
Yeah,
big old wing on the back.
Bennett and Zazrin are running within a tenth of each other, maybe 100th of each other on best lap. So
that's pretty impressive, isn't it?
They are really evenly matched out there.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on. We're not supposed to look at the timings, but I'm going to, because you're right. It's not that often you get an historic race where they're within a tenth of a second of each other for the fastest lap. Pretty impressive.
Well, even if we're not supposed to talk about it, your eyeball will tell you the story.
Exactly. Well, you're listening to Charles Neuberg, who will be out in the Formula One Historics later in the day. Group 9 we're watching right now, which is Formula 5000, which during the 70s was, well, not king. There was plenty going on. Can-Am, you name it. NASCAR, of course, at its height as well. Trans Am was flying. But American racing was at its height, and all the greats would come to American race. And it's still true today, because, as you mentioned, there's got entries from Australia, New Zealand, having a ball out here.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
This, of course, their winter. Their summer is our winter. Now, that is a very low wing, isn't it? That front wing looks almost lower than it should be in the 32.
I would agree with you.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like he's had an on-track adjustment.
Yep. He's in the Chevron B32. Loving his racing. Up the Ray Hall straight. Finally, we got clear skies looking out over the Monterey Peninsula. This used to be a military base, and I think they even blocked people from going over the hill just past the corkscrew because they're still worried about unexploded ammunition that might be still down there. But yeah, that's how the origins of Laguna Seca came to be, was that they picked up this piece of land from the government, from the local government, and they've had it ever since. And yeah, it's got a fantastic history.
Steve Cameron was another one of the Kiwis that we were racing with down there. Of course, Steve, ran Lynx Racing and developed a lot of fine young drivers, along with being an excellent shoe himself.
Starting to deal with the traffic here. Lovely shot over the Rainey curve. We're going to speak to Wayne Rainey, I hear. I just heard a Dicky Bird tell me, so it's great to have legends that have corners named after them right here, because Wayne, of course, lives in the hills of Monterey here. Still races now and again. He gets an electric go-kart and heads around the circuit. And there's the checkered flag for what was a cracking display of racing. And just for the record, Kurt Bennett did get a 123.5. Pretty impressive. And a 123.547. Saracen so close. You're right, that's within hundreds of seconds of each other. That is pretty darn impressive.
Good racing.
Yeah.
Good hard racing. Absolutely.
Well, listen, I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna give you a head start. I'm gonna hold Martin Lauber down in the commentary booth for the next race and try and psych him out to give you.
He's a tough competitor.
Is he?
You've always got to watch out when Martin's in the race.
Fair enough.
He's tough. He's tough. Well, thanks again for having
Go
me,
get
Jonathan.
yourself, and you're very welcome to come back anytime. Tell us about your Formula One experience. But thanks for coming in. That was the Formula 5000 group. My thanks to Charles Nierberg, who, by the way, I must add, went 400 miles an hour at one point. True or over?
414 for an FIA, world's fastest normally aspirated FIA record.
And has it been beaten yet?
Nope.
That is incredible.
When we broke it,
at Bonneville.
When we broke it, it was 45 years. The record we broke was the Summers Brothers Goldenrod record that was on the books for 45 years when we broke it. So.
Well, Rolex started with Sir Donald Campbell, so the tradition continues. Maybe you should be the Rolex man.
I don't know about that, but anyways.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Love it. Appreciate it. Well, that concludes our Formula 5000. We'll take a short break here from the reunion, the Rolex Monterey Reunion of 2023. Join us after this break. Now, you've heard us mention Bruce Canepa over the weekend. Well, he's out again. Bruce at the wheel of a Gordon Murray made car. And this is, if you know the name, yeah, we're almost celebrating not only Chevrolet, but we're also celebrating some of the great designers of cars over this weekend. We've got Gordon Murray here, and this is his latest iteration. And I went and looked in the garage. They've got about 4 cars down there, and it was creating quite a lot of attention, but it is an absolute cracking car. I can't give you much of the specs. It is brand new, but you heard Gordon being interviewed by my good friend Kev Harris, and here it is on track in the hands of Bruce Canepa. I've got Martin Lauber alongside me, who's going to take us through Group 10 in a moment, but it's fantastic having Adrian Newey, Gordon Murray, I mean, you know, the names are synonymous, and we don't often celebrate as much as perhaps we should some of the great innovators of this sport.
Event, the Rolex Motorsports Reunion, it's a testament to what a world-class event it is because of all these amazing luminaries in our hobby and the industry come out here. You know, Gordon Murray, Adrian Newey, Dario Franchidi's here. There's so many. And I have to tell you, just for an average Joe like myself, it's wonderful to be able to meet some of your heroes. You know, they say never meet your heroes, but I think that's wrong. It's wonderful.
I have to say, and I've been around different sports over the years, and I think it's true. Checkered flag out, he's just in a little parade lap, but motor racing is the rare exception. There's very few racing heroes that I've grown up with, from Jackie Stewart to Dario Franchitti, who's here, Tom Christensen. I mean, you know, they're such gentlemen. And, you know, I mentioned Mario Andretti. I got to spend some time at COTA with him when we first launched COTA. And everybody said he was this gentleman that would stop for any autograph or whatever. He still is.
Yeah.
And I was with him a couple of weeks ago. He hasn't changed a bit. And he could do, easily. Yeah. But he doesn't.
Well, I had the pleasure of meeting, you know, Danny Sullivan here years ago. And he's still a good friend.
Good old Kentucky boy.
Day. Yeah. You know, Jochen Maas, I met him on a Mexican country road during the La Carrera Panamericana years ago, and we're still in touch. And you know, speaking of the La Carrera Panamericana, they have a whole display here this week, and wonderful cars, and that's a fantastic event.
Well, talk about meeting your heroes. The one man I'd always wanted to meet, which was of Brian Redman's era that I was mentioning earlier, was Jackie Ickx, of course. Yeah. And Jackie, 6-time winner of Le Mans. If you've got Mr. Le Mans, he was Mr. Le Mans, still is in many ways, because those cars were so different than what Tom Christensen was driving. But I always wanted to meet him when I was down in New Zealand, and there was prize giving, and I was doing the prize giving for the Toyota Racing Series, and he was there as a special guest. Anyway, I was really sort of, I hope I meet him. Anyway, I thought, I better go to the loo before we start. And I walk into the loo, and I'm just, you know, doing my business, and I turn around, and there is Jackie at the next stall, and I went, Mr. Ickx, I've so wanted to meet you. And he said, I bet you didn't think you would meet me like this.
Right now.
And I was like, yeah, okay. But it was typical Jackie, didn't miss a beat.
He gave one of the most touching talks at the Road Racers Drivers Club dinner in Long Beach earlier this year. And the analogy he made, and you can imagine this wonderful gentleman, right, that he is standing up there, and he's making a kind of a pyramid with his hands. And he said, we, the drivers, were just, you know, meaning himself. I don't in any way include myself in that group, but the drivers, they're just the tip of this amazing iceberg. And what you don't see underneath is all the incredible, the families and the crews and the guys back at the factories and the strategists. And it was someone like him who's just done so much to still be thinking about all the people who helped him get there. And that's what I really love about motorsport, is when you do meet your heroes out here, that's one of the first things they'll tell you. You know, listening to Tommy Kendall earlier today, talking about Dan Banks. Yeah. You know what I mean? And all the success that Tommy has because of that man and the teams that they put together. So,
and
very cool.
As a sport, like tennis, like golf, it is such a, let's be honest, selfish game, which is, it's about you winning. And sure, it's only when you actually appreciate the fact that the 400 people, let's say, behind you, or in smaller cases, maybe 10. Yeah. But the gracious ones stand out a mile. Yeah. Guys that shake the hand of everybody who's in the team. Yeah. That's the one thing I never understood. I've always wanted to be a racing driver, but I don't think I could be, because I just don't think I would have that ability and trust and my own wits to have those people around. I would just be worried to hell. That guy,
you know, Jonathan, one of the most gracious people that's out here this weekend, who's on track right now, I believe, is Jim Farley.
Yes.
Right? And this time last year, he was just finishing up a lunch that he donated with a wonderful man, Stephen Thorne. And that gentleman donated $75,000 to the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation. And he got to have lunch with Jim. And Jim said, I want to make it extra special for this gentleman. And Jim brought the original contract between Ford Motor Company and Ferrari that obviously was not consummated.
Yes.
But even the handwritten notes in the margin of the executives, and he shared this with Steve, the gentleman there. So it wasn't just, hey, a quick charity lunch. Jim Farley took the time to make it special. He gave him a ride in his personal GT out on track. So, yeah, I mean, very important, very storied people who've taken the time to not just say hello, but go the extra mile to support this facility and this hobby. So,
and as we look and talk about the historic nature of this event and many others, I do think it's interesting. You mentioned Jim Farley, and we've mentioned Adrian Newey. Looking to the future.
Yeah.
Talk about two of the greats coming together. Obviously, Jim's not as well known, but he is the driving force behind Ford coming back to Formula One. And it's a big, not risk, but it's a big step for the company because even though their engines have been the most successful over the years, to come into modern Formula One is no mean feat. Audi are coming back in. They've been racing a long time. But the way they're coming in with the best team currently in Red Bull, it may or may not succeed, but how exciting for all of us.
Even though they have the most incredible history as an automobile company, and I had the pleasure of learning about the Henry Ford Museum, also, they embrace technology, right? And that's what's happening in Formula One, so that's what they're going after. Ford's leading the way in the electric vehicle world and other alternative fuels. So it's no surprise to me, actually, that Farley is taking them to Formula One and with a great team.
Yeah, I was reading in the program, Audi absolutely saying, we are 100% going for sustainability, which is why we're coming into Formula One in 26. So, I think Formula One has made a very smart move towards sustainability. Some doubted whether it was possible, but they're doing it. I mean, yes, it's a bit of an oxymoron because you're traveling around the world with thousands of people and you're racing cars. But at the same time, the way they're doing it and the technology they're involving it, which will then trickle down as it always has.
You need a test bed.
Yes,
you need
absolutely.
a test bed, and the awareness it's creating is well worth the carbon footprint, so to speak, I think, anyway. But speaking of some antiquated technology.
Yes, let's talk about
in the
Group
best
10
possible
coming
way.
up.
Yeah.
You're listening to Martin Lauber. The reason we've got this extra lap is that we can see we've got a strewn car stuck on track just after 3. And so we're going to get that out of the way before we go racing. But Martin Lauber's joined me here. You've been in action, but tell me what you've been racing this weekend and what you enjoy racing.
Well, so I started my morning with a surprise. A friend of mine, Dick York, Mr. York, he asked me to drive his BMW CSL in Group 2.
Oh, nice.
So I got in that this morning and had a blast in that car. It's a wonderful CSL, the Batmobiles, they used to call it.
There was only a couple of BMWs in that Group 2, wasn't there?
Yeah, big, heavy car, but wonderful. And then later in the morning, went out with my 77 IMSA spec RSR, Porsche RSR,
nice.
Jimmy Dean car, and trying to play with the big boys. All the turbo guys ran away from us, but I was hanging with them for a little while there. Yeah, it was
and
good
later
fun.
in the day, you're going to do some Formula One against Mr. Nürburgring.
Yeah, and in about 30 minutes, I'll be out there. Again, I'm a very, very lucky person. My dear friend, Mr. Doug Mockett, asked me to drive his 76 Penske PC4 Formula One car. I thought about that for all of a nanosecond.
That's a rarity, isn't it?
It is. It is. Special car.
Very special.
Won its debut Grand Prix in Austria. So I'll be getting in that a little bit later today.
How is it to drive?
You know what? First time I drove it was just 2 days ago.
Gosh.
And I got a lot to learn still, but it's among the easier ones I've ever driven. Does everything it's supposed to do and does it well.
I asked Charles this. When you get behind the wheel of a vintage Formula One car, does it change your perspective on? We in the media always, Jack Villeneuve, Gilles Villeneuve, Emerson Fittipaldi. I grew up idolizing these guys. But it's only when people like yourself get behind the wheel that you really have a judgment call on just what they achieve in the machinery.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm by no means, an athlete, but I'm okay fit-wise, physical fitness-wise. But the fact that these guys went out and did this, I mean, we do it for 10 laps, and we're exhausted.
Yeah.
And these guys traveled all over the world and did it. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be Ron Fellows waving the flag. There he is. And the Grand Marshal gets us underway. And Ron Fellows has been out and about all weekend long as the Grand Marshal. And, of course, he's Mr. Chevrolet in many ways. He's been such a big part of the history of Corvette and Chevrolet, a great racer in his own world, and of course now doing performance race schools with Corvette and Chevrolet, and yep, you can go to his race school and learn what you can. But we're away in Group 10, and it's the Cobra, is it? The 98. It's Jim Farley leading, is it? Second. Oh, he's second. So we were just talking about Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, and of course he's out there in a Cobra. Why wouldn't he be? Yeah, I've seen Jim quite a lot over the last few years because he's almost at every weekend, and I'm always amazed. But you talk about talk the talk and walk the walk. Coming in on a Monday, that's the Shelby Cobra of Philip Cadore in the 86, leading at the moment. You've got your researcher here this weekend.
I do.
Very
I
useful.
do. I got my boy here with me.
And you made the program, no less. Both of you. I like that. So what was that for?
Well, we had the privilege of being awarded last year at the end of this same weekend the Spirit of Monterey Award.
Nice.
And so I was very, very surprised and grateful to get that.
I can imagine. Yeah, that's a very nice accolade.
It's a photo of my son Teo and I in the program for that.
Teo, after Teo Farmi, or?
Actually, he's named after Theodoro, his grandfather, who used to put on hill climb races in the Schauensland of Germany, in the Black Forest of Germany, which I'm sure your friend Brian Redmond used to compete in.
Definitely. Yeah, would have raced. Well, we're underway here in our Group 10. Let's talk a little bit about who we've got out there. Gunnar Jeanette out there in a Chevrolet 63, a Corvette Grand Sport Coupe. And we mentioned Jim and Cadore leading the way in the 86. That's a 1963 AC Shelby Cobra. And why don't we just quickly talk about that's how the AC Bristol and effectively Cobra came together. The big, the English car design with effectively the big muscle American engine.
Now, I always wondered if Shelby did that because he could get a lot of them and get them readily, or if it was really well thought out. Said, that car, that's the only one we can do it with.
Well, I think in so many of these stories, it's almost happenstance. I think AC were actually looking for another engine supplier at some point. And so he approached them, and the match made in heaven. He knew what he was looking for, and AC was like, well, what could we put in this, And
can you imagine that first conversation probably happening trackside somewhere in the UK, right?
Well, what about you never fit it in there. Oh, you never fit it. I mean, and then the British, like you were talking about the Kiwis earlier, probably said, well, we'll have a go.
I tell you, one of the really crazy, interesting cars that's running in fourth place right now is that Bizzarini.
Yep, Chip Fudge.
Chip is fast, but that car, it looks so big, especially when you compare it to this Cobra's out front, and yet he's holding his own out there.
Yeah, it's the only Bizzarini we've got here this weekend, a 1966 GT Strada. That's the version running, like you say, in, just behind the car we're looking at right now, coming under the Mission Bridge. Here it is. What catches your eye about that?
It's so long and low, and it just doesn't look like something that would be really fast, and yet it is.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gorgeous.
It's almost like a Ferrari at the front and a Corvette at the back.
Yeah, just fabulous. And of course, he wheels it so well too.
Yeah, doing a really good job. You're listening to Martin Lauber, who'll be out in action very soon. In fact, he's going to probably leave us before too long, but it's delightful to have you here. You must enjoy it. What is the highlight for you? I mean, you just mentioned the accolade you got, but these must be highlights for you to come to these events and bring you on some.
Well, it's corny, but I met my wife here 16 years ago, and now we've been coming every year, and I'm here with my children and my family and what we call our family, with so many friends that are family. And
it's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, so that's the highlight for me is the people, and the cars are awesome, and I love racing, and but I love getting out of the car and seeing the smiles of my friends waiting there to celebrate with us. So.
Good
more
for
of that to come.
And I think that's a story that is played out time and time again here at the reunion. As we look down high over the famous corkscrew. John Fudge, as we mentioned in that Bizarani, he's the restaurateur, great character. Joey's Pizzeria and Edgecraft Barbecue in Oklahoma City. That's where you can find him. But right now he's out there on track in that Strada that we were talking about from 1966. Yeah, thank you, Martin, and thank you, youngster, coming in. Theo,
all right.
Best of luck in the Formula One.
Thank you so much,
Give it
Jonathan.
your best. Go
I will
steady.
do. Cheers.
we'll look forward to seeing. That was Martin Lauer, who'll be out in the next race coming up. And really looking forward to that. And I'm going to drag in the man who's been with me most of the weekend, Mr. Older. Come in here. Because I know he's enjoying every moment of this. And he's looking for his charger, but we'll get him sorted. But let me just introduce the man from Reno, James Older. He's a regular here. He's been coming here, 47 years? But this year, sadly, not without his car. But he couldn't miss the trip, so he's here after all. Well, you come on a motorbike this time.
Yes, I did come on a motorbike. It breaks my heart that I don't have my car, but like Martin just said, it's really the people that you interact with and the friends that you've made over the years that makes all of the difference. I mean, the racing is great. I feel very, very privileged that they allow me to race. I kind of pray that they will continue to allow me to race. But nevertheless, I'm here to interact with the people, and I love it. And Martin couldn't have said it really any better.
Here's a question for you. You drive a Jaguar from the 50s. Why wouldn't you have driven one of these cars instead for your...
First of all, I didn't have the money for one of these cars.
Well, the Jaguar's not cheap.
It was when I bought it.
Okay.
In 1975.
Okay.
So that car was $2,650, okay?
Wow.
They were asking $3,300. I got them down to $2,650. But I didn't have any money. And I said, hey, we got to buy this car. We'll be able to resell it at Harris Swap Meet and maybe double our money. You got to come up with half. His name was Bob Carnahan. I was selling Honda motorcycles at the time. He agreed to come up with half the money. But I still needed my half, which I borrowed from his daughter, and that's how I got the car.
Love it. See, there is hope for me yet. You see, you're giving me hope here. I always think it's unobtainium, but when I hear a story like that, I'm like, okay.
Well, so we really did try to sell it at Harris Swap Meet. Guy wanted to trade a De Tomaso Pantera for it, which is a super cool car. But then in 1977, I spectated the Monterey Historic Automobile Races. I was here. That was year 1. This is year 47.
Mm-hmm.
I saw regular people like Jonathan Green and or James Alder driving historic sports cars, and I thought, hey, that is my destiny. So I had to go back to my boss and his daughter and work out a plan to pay them off, which I did. And then I started working to prepare the car to try to get it race-worthy. And there's lots of drama, and there's a big saga, and I tell you that, but you'd hang yourself, so I'll spare you all that. But my first race was March of 1982, and...
So you finally got in.
Yeah, well, that was just a school, a Jim Russell race school that was put on by Steve Earle. I didn't get into the historics until the 4th year that I entered. The first 3 I was summarily rejected, and then got in year 4, and that was 1985 when it was a tribute to Juan Fangio. And you know, they always have an event poster.
Yeah.
Well, they had an event poster and they had a big border on it, and they asked all the drivers to put their signature on it and present it to Juan Fangio, and they did, and I believe it's still hanging in the dealership that he had in Argentina.
Wow.
In Buenos Aires.
Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here, because obviously we're in full action here. Philip Kadori here, Jim Farley, who we've mentioned, in 2nd place. And then Lorne Liebel in 3rd, John Fudge, Chip Fudge in 4th position, Patrick Byrne in 5th. But we really do have some lovely cars out here.
That's
and
a super
wheel to
wide
wheel.
line.
They didn't round out ready, but turn it tight, you might get round the outside.
Yeah, I don't know. He went into that turn ahead, but took a very, very wide line as if maybe his brakes were going away. So I'm not sure what's happening there. But, you know, I will tell you one thing. Everybody dies, but not everybody lives, and these guys are living.
That's a wonderful way of putting it, yeah. You know, I actually, you know, it's funny. I've talked to many racing drivers and motorcycle riders about just that, and that they all say to a man that, you know, what you need to understand if you don't know why we do this is, yes, it's risky, but we do live, yeah, on the edge. But like you say, when you live for the moment and you live at your wits, on your wits. Something special about that.
I agree. And Burt Monroe.
Yep.
In the world's fastest Indian.
I know it well.
So, he said he has, a lifetime of doing that run at Bonneville.
Yep.
I mean, I can't remember the exact words, but I know those of you that know the movie, The World's Fastest Indian, know exactly what I'm talking about.
I was standing next to that just 4 months ago back in New Zealand, and it's in the hardware store in Invercargill, where he made that on the sand over there, and I took a close look at it. And there's a great museum in his name there, and you're absolutely right.
Wonderful.
The film, of course, with Anthony Hopkins, made after that. But we just had Charles Neerberg in here, 414 miles an hour. Still to this day holds the record.
Oh my God!
And here he is amongst us, as it were.
Yeah.
And still holding that record. And like you say, that's living.
Yes.
That is living. So we're looking at Ellie Kogan.
Got a little sideways right there.
He certainly did.
I was looking at you, so I'm not sure where that was coming out of. He is still getting a little sideways. Looks like that was coming out of Andretti Hairpin. He just went to 3 and now 4. So let's see if the drone will show us the action in 5. Now, Kadori leading this group. I think that's the son of Sir Michael Kadori.
Could well be, yeah. That makes sense. There's not too many
Of
Kadoris.
the Peninsula Hotel.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
From Hong Kong, yeah.
I met Michael on the Quail Rally a few years ago. What a lovely gentleman.
And that Kadori name, well known in Hong Kong.
Yes.
In the Peninsula Hotel. I've stayed once for one night there.
Jonathan, you are living my dream.
I try.
I mean, if I could only do what you do and also race.
Well, you've got the other side. You've got my dream. You're doing the racing.
Oh, man.
Let's call the whole thing off. I'll come with you.
Okay,
That's an AC Shelby Cobra that Kadori is pedaling in 1963, and he's doing it rather well, holding off the head of Ford. I don't know if you get in trouble for beating the head of Ford, or do you get congratulations? Either way, you get to stand on the podium with the guy who's making the big decision.
That's right. But now, have you mentioned Michael Doyle?
No, not yet.
Michael Doyle is in an E-Type coupe, and his hero was Merle Brennan, that was the SCCA national champion in an E-Type coupe. He is out there. I expect him to do very well. His car has just been finished. I'm told the motor's doing super good. I'm not sure what position he's in. Michael
Doyle. He's in 18th at the moment. He lost the position.
Okay.
But yeah, he's in the 99 and the 1961 E-Type Jaguar.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great. The weather's perfect. Boy, there's big crowds out there.
Yeah.
I went across the bridge to the vendor area. Everybody's doing really well out there. What a success.
Yeah.
I mean, what a successful event.
I saw you poking your head into one of the historic Trans Am cars as I passed you by at lunchtime. I know you want to be out there, but it's a different event when you're not.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I do have my gear with me. I have a current medical card, but no one has asked me to drive,
picked you up on it
unfortunately.
Yet. Oh, well. You're stuck with me.
Well,
here's our leader again, Philip Kadori.
Well, I think I watched Kadori at Goodwood, and, to lead any of these groups, there are very, very good drivers here. Martin Lauber, who was just in here, he's one of the best drivers.
I know, he's very modest.
Oh, yeah.
Very modest.
Oh, yeah. And he's...
Oh, that was a nice catch.
Oh, man.
Boy, is he wheeling that. It's not often you get complete oversteer in the middle of the corkscrew and catch it.
Yeah, and that's, not everybody can do that.
No. I certainly noticed that when he did. He suddenly, his hands just leered to the left. The car didn't move, mind you. He caught it beautifully.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just wants to let the turn worker know. Okay,
Yeah,
in this case, gets the checkered. Wow.
Yeah, he knows he put on a pretty good show there.
Yeah.
That was great. Last lap, he was putting it to the metal there. There's no question about it. And well should he wave to both the crowd and the marshals. And as you mentioned, great crowd here today. Really stunning. And Philip winning in the 86 and giving us the typical California hand signal that says, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Loving it.
Yeah, it's not quite the Barbie wave.
No, it's the Hang 10.
Right. But
Surfs up. He was surfing down the corkscrew then.
I mean, good on him. The skill to drive one of these cars fast that are old like this with old technology and bring it to the edge of control and still keep a handle on it. It's not easy. And it's not like you can take it out on the street and practice that. Where are you going to find a local corkscrew?
Exactly. Phillip Island, maybe, but it's a mini one.
Well, they have the Cyclone at Thunder Hill.
There you go. Well, listen, James, we're going to get you back also for the saloons and for the group that you're supposed to be in coming up. So we'll take a short break, and I've got something very special for you after this. These corners are named after some of the greatest drivers and riders of all time. We might just find one for you. Join us after this break.
Lovely, thanks Johnny. Well, we're down here in the pit again, and I'm just catching up with even bigger names the longer the day goes on. Wayne Rainey joins me now. Wayne, great to see you here. How's your day going so far?
It's going great. I love to come to the racetrack here at Laguna Seca and watch all these really cool cars go around the track. It's a beautiful day here, so it's awesome.
And you've just been watching your pal, the boss of Ford, Jim Farley, racing the Cobra that's just parked up behind us, and he did quite well.
He did really good. Actually, yesterday he won the first race, and then today he got P2 to Philip Kaduri. That was a heck of a drive. I mean, he's the Ford CEO that's sitting in his car and actually testing the equipment, so he's not on the golf course.
He's not on the golf course. He's busy over there as well. They've just launched the GTD. I'm going to throw this on you. I don't know whether you've seen it. It's like the street-going version of the race car they're bringing out next year.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. It's beautiful. They actually did one of the launches where my shop is, and I was actually able to get real close to it. Beautiful car. I saw he put something out on Twitter yesterday so you could hear the sound of it. It's like, V8, that V8 American noise is perfect.
And exciting as well that they're getting the Mustang name back in GT3 racing next year as well. That's going to be, great for fans all around the world and great for that name of Ford.
Yeah, Mustang is the brand and it's the breed, and it's to see where they started with that name and where it is now. I mean, that car is incredible. It's really cool.
What's also incredible is where we're sat right now here in Laguna Seca, and these guys here out on the West Coast have been doing a lot of work since I was last here. The track's had a multi-million-dollar upgrade, and it looks like they've done a great job.
Yeah, they've done a heck of a job. John Narigi, the general manager here, has been leading it. It's the first time the track has been repaved in 17 years. We actually, with Moto America, was the first motorcycle series to go around the track and race a few months ago. We had the lap times were very fast, and the track was smooth. We got this bridge that goes across the track that's accessible for everybody. Yeah, they've done a tremendous job. It's a cool place.
Yeah, what you say about the lap times, we're hearing that from a lot of the owner drivers as well. Just, not even pro drivers, but owner drivers, they're coming back with smiles on their faces saying, I was going 10 miles an hour faster, or I'm going 5 seconds quicker, or whatever it was.
It's always cool when you go to a racetrack that's been freshly repaved. It's like driving and racing around on a billiard table. On a motorcycle, there is no better feeling than being on a smooth track and gassing it up and being able to really push because the track can take it. So it's good for everybody.
Yeah, and how is Moto America going on the two wheels? Obviously a four-wheeled event, but you're known for two wheels.
Yeah, so this is my home here in Monterey. We actually have a Moto America race happening today in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I've been watching it on our Moto America Live Plus live stream. So I've been keeping one eye on that and one eye over here. So I'm getting a full day's racing for sure.
Yeah, you are. And I'll tell you what, just one last question, because I won't hold you up. But what do you think of some of the owner drivers? Like there's a Le Mans LMP car over there, Tom Christensen car. Huge race car being driven by a chap who is not a professional racing driver in the latter stages of his years, in the twilight of his years, and he's putting it on the second step of the podium up against Pat Long. I mean, this event is like no other. Guys like that get to drive cars like this, and they're mixing it with the big names.
Oh, it's incredible. That's what's so cool about this event, is that you can come here at most any age and drive cars that are very old, but that were very competitive back in their day. And, I didn't follow it really close, 30, 40 years ago. But seeing that those cars are still out there taking laps, and a lot of the fans that I talked to were telling me all about, the history of the car. And it's really cool. A lot of the fans here love it. And I'm really into it, too. So I think it's great.
It is great. Listen, Wade, thanks ever so much for talking to us. There's a lot of people buzzing around us right now. The atmosphere down in the paddock, well, it's better than ever. We're going to take a short break, though, but when we come back, it is where are we up to? Oh, I know, Group 11. Historic Formula One cars are going racing right after this. Wayne, thanks ever so much. We'll see you on the other side of this.
defying nature. It's what defines the all-new 2024 Corvette E-Ray. The quickest Corvette ever, with 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. An electrified all-wheel drive that handles all 4 seasons. A supercar of contrasts. It's everything you never expected. One like none.
Welcome back to the paddock here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. And one man who has just come in off the track is Jim Farley, the man himself. This guy doesn't play golf on his weekends. He races the cars that we're talking about. Jim, great to see you, my friend. You're just coming off the track. I've grabbed you out of the car. How was it out there?
It was good. A little slippery today, but we had a great time. Phil Cadori gave me a good old-fashioned, butt kicking. But it was good. Second isn't great, but I had a great time. The Cobra was fun. The track, the new paving is really different. It changed the track a lot.
Yeah, we were just chatting to your pal Wayne Rainey, and he said that it's, sped the track up, the grip is good, but it has changed it.
Yeah, offline it's not as fast, so you have to be careful where you pass, but it's so nice to be out here at Laguna. So many Ford fans. We have the GTD that we launched here, so that's exciting.
Really exciting. There was a whole buzz down there. Great to see you getting back in the GT3, and then that GTD is all about the road-going version of the race car.
Yeah, well, we can't have Aston Martin have all the fun, so... and Porsche, GT3 and GT2, it's about time that Americans take a GT race car, move it to the street with all the same technology, transaxle, DRS, and also sell it around the world. Mustang is now the best-selling sports coupe in the world, which most people don't realize. We sell a lot in your country, a lot in Sweden, Australia, and the U.S., so it's fun. It's a challenger project to sell a $300,000 top GT car.
And listen, it's going to do fantastically well. The buzz around that whole awning was incredible. And also as well, great to see Bill Ford here as well. Yes. And I understand he got behind the wheel of a car.
He did, and his whole family. We all got in Cobras and old Fords, and we ran around the track twice. And that's what we do at Ford. It's a family company. People don't realize Ford is a family company. And Bill is the only fourth person to lead the company in the family. So this is what we do. We're not doing anything else. We're here at Car Week at Laguna Seca, racing, talking to people about the car, driving cars.
Listen, Jim, thanks ever so much. I'm sure you're a very busy man. I won't overstep my welcome, but really appreciate you talking to us. And great to see, folks. This is what it's all about. Whether you're at the top of the tree or the bottom of the tree like me, we're all here. We're all car fans, and we're all doing it. Jim, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem. I had a great time. I watched your live stream, and like last year, my Lola, someone's like Faley or something, and my wife's like, they don't even know how to pronounce your name, Jim. But the racing, I love the live stream. It's great. The commentary is awesome. You guys do a great job.
Thank you ever so much, sir. That is high accolade indeed.
Yeah.
How about that? Johnny Green, we do a great job. We'll go straight back to you trackside. It doesn't get any better.
I've just fallen under the table. Thank you, sir. I will take that. And so will Kev Harris. Well done. And well done to Greenlight, because obviously that is a high compliment from the CEO of Ford. Thank you so much, and we enjoy watching him and all of the others that have been out there. Some 400 cars this weekend have been out on our live stream, and Jim Farley has been entertaining us. I see him from week to week at various different events around the country, and he really doesn't just show up to the Monterey. He literally races whenever he's got some time. And if you think about what's going on with the Ford Motor Company at the moment, you just heard about their going back into IMSA, they're going into Formula One, they're going into electric. It is heyday. I mean, talk about high points of the history of Ford Motor Company, and now Jim Farley at the helm. It's another fantastic era, not just for motor racing, but for the automobile. Everybody says the combustion engine is dying. I say, forget it. We've got a long way to go yet. We're still racing horses, aren't we? Yes, we are. And talking of horsepower, there's plenty out there right now, because what we have in front of you is our reunion of Group 11. Now, I'm hoping to get David Hinton up here, because he, of course, the president of HSR, and he can tell us all about some of these cars. But they're cars that if you love your Formula One, you will know exactly what they are. The car in pole position actually spun out yesterday, and delighted that I can say David has made it. Come on in. Jim Alder is going to step aside because he's going to come back and join us for the saloons and the Group 12. But David, welcome. So, let me get your title right. President of HSR.
Correct.
And how long have you been doing this then?
Almost 11 years. It'll be 11 years next month.
Am I right in saying when COTA opened, you brought historics to COTA? Or no, it wasn't. But
no.
you do take the historics around.
We go pretty much East Coast. This is our own West Coast event. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca offered us the contract to sanction the event, which we did 3 years ago for the first time. And we haven't looked back since.
Well, I wanted to get you in here for this particular Formula One category. Formula One is growing from strength to strength. We just did an interview with Jim Farley, which was kind of cool. And he said he was really enjoyed the live stream, which is a great compliment to our team. So we're very happy about that. But, David, we've got some special cars here. You are well-versed on all of these cars. But for those that are coming to this and coming into historic racing, perhaps for the first time, this is a combination of cars like no other.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Across all the grids, not just the Formula One, but in all the different groups we have running this weekend, which we have 14 groups in total. But no, there's some great cars, some great drivers in this group. Should be interesting.
Everybody loving the track too, the new surface.
Yeah.
Great drone shot there. It's interesting seeing the corkscrew from that angle because it's not. It's only in the last couple of years that we've actually been able to follow the cars down the hill.
Yeah. On the grid, Dario was like, how many laps? I said, 10. He's like, any more? I'm like, no, we're going to do 10.
Yeah, it's not bad when you have a former Indy 500 champion and IndyCar champion, now retired, of course, but still very much involved in IndyCars and helping make the success of many a driver in Chip Ganassi. But Dario back in the seat of a single-seater and the head of McLaren, not bad.
No.
And ironically in a Williams, but two great Williams out there. One of them a championship Alan Jones winning car in 1980. And away we go then. Away we go, and a good start once again by Carl Mika in the Tyrrell 009. I think he spun that. Oh no, that was it. It was the Candy car that spun yesterday, but Cal Mika had a spin as well. There's that 71, and I believe that Gordon Murray said that was one of the first cars that he penned. So that's a pretty interesting car, and so cool that we've got people like Gordon Murray, Jim Farley we've mentioned, Tom Christensen here this weekend. You've just mentioned Dario. It's so cool that the real deals are here, but also guys that don't get the notoriety, like Gordon Murray and like Adrian Newey to a certain extent. They're not in the background. We all know who Adrian Newey is, but it's a real compliment to all of you guys that put these events on to have these sorts of names coming.
Yeah, I mean, they're all petrol heads. They love this stuff. It's a big commitment. Put your GT40 in a container and ship it to America for one race. I mean, that's a pretty big commitment, but I think it shows how big this event is. This is on one of those bucket list events to do in the historic world, and it's great to see these people showing up. I see Danny Baker there battling out with Dario. Just a couple of weeks ago, Danny was racing at Spa in a 25-hour Volkswagen Fun Cup race.
But Danny Baker is a name I see on the sheets of historic races all the time. He's, whether it be Monaco or here in the States, and there he is, Dario, having a ball.
He's chasing Charlie Neerberg down there in the, I think that's
Well, Charlie's made himself a resident in the commentary booth all weekend, and finally asked him about his Bonneville feats, because of course he's sitting there with a t-shirt on, and of course we're chatting about Formula One and Formula 5000, and then finally it clicked. I was like, God, this is the guy that went 414 miles an hour.
Yeah, the guy is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So what interests you? I mean, obviously you were interested in all the cars, but it just, for our audience out there around the world, I can spot a few that I've liked because I grew up and got the Tonka toys and, and the Matchbox box cars when I was a kid. But what springs to mind that you would like to
I really like Carlos de Quesada's McLaren, the ex-James Hunt car. That is such a special car.
And that unique wing at the front. I mean, I say unique. Obviously, it wasn't at the time, but it really was, because not many people followed it. And I don't know, did it work?
I think they used it for one race, like Jarama or somewhere like that in Spain. And that was it, the only time they ever used it. But he does have documentation that they did use it. But obviously it didn't work because, like you said, you don't see many more out there.
No, you don't. And Bud Mola, he came in the booth earlier. And also, he too is out there in an FW08, a Williams 82. Not a World Championship winning car, but not far off. Got the March out there.
And then Chris McAllister's Ferrari, that's a very significant car. That was the car that Lauda parked at the Japanese Grand Prix when he was too wet to race.
Yes, right.
That was the car he was in when he did that.
You know, it's funny, I did a sort of meet and greet with Mario Andretti, and he was talking about the film they made, of course, about that storied James Hunt battle, and I'm all about the race, and he goes, they didn't mention me, and I won the darn race.
Yeah, right. Typical Mario.
Yeah. He goes, they never mentioned me, and I hadn't even given it a thought, but yeah, classic. So fun. So, David, what's your quest now with historics? Is it gain? I mean, with Formula One's popularity now back in the States, and also, interestingly enough, the demographic of fans, seemingly with social media now that Formula One has opened up to the modern world.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Bernie, but he wasn't particularly interested in social media or letting everyone take a photograph of a Formula One car, as I was involved in ESPN back in the days. But now it's a lot more open, and what Liberty are doing are opening it up to a new generation. Is that something you hope to do with historics as well?
I think so. We were actually discussing this a couple of weeks ago, with 2025 being the 75th anniversary of the start of Formula One. I think we're going to see a lot of celebrations around the world, and I hope Liberty Media kind of grasp their heritage and say, we've got to do this right. We've got to celebrate 75 years. So we're kind of excited about some possibilities there, hopefully. But no, I think what's going on in Formula One is actually trickled down into other series. I mean, the growth around the world in motorsport over the last couple of years is just amazing, because people are watching Netflix Drive to Survive, which creates an interest in motor racing, and then they're looking at, well, what's this IMSA all about, or what's the WEC all about?
I cover Trans Am, and even the drivers in Trans Am are saying it's trickled down to the point where people are now interested in going to motor races because of what they've learned about motor racing, which they really had not interest, but no understanding of.
Well, I don't think we ever seen the emotion behind it like we do with. That's what Drive to Survive, I think, is really shown us. Is like, what goes on in the background and how tense it is, and just what some of these drivers, the team chiefs go through. It's I think it's opened everybody's eyes, but it's created so much interest. I mean, it really has. I mean, my 25-year-old daughter is glued to Formula One now because of Drive to Survive.
And that's another factor that was never a real factor, certainly during the 70s, is that women in motorsport is now a factor. Sponsorship will follow. I'm concerned of it. I'm convinced of it. And as a marketing guy at heart, I've always wondered, where on earth is the shampoo sales? Where on earth are all the women's products that could be involved in motorsport? And now, I saw Jamie Chadwick a couple of weeks ago at Nashville. More women like her, who now is an IBM ambassador, and the world is changing. I'm really glad for it, because motor racing is going through that modernization, if you will, even though we're here to talk about historic. But I see my job as a commentator to be that dot to dot. I'm doing Formula One at Austin and Vegas, and I've just finished Miami, obviously. And we follow we follow it on the radio week on week. And I feel my job is to connect the dots between where Williams used to be and where Zach Brown and McLaren want to be and were. Because people may have come in with Drive to Survive and gone, oh, McLaren are doing well to get fourth, which is almost an insult today.
Right, No, we all see a bit more behind the story now, which I think has created so much more interest.
Yeah, we just had Jim Farley on, and to me, that combination of Adrian Newey and Jim Farley bringing Ford back in, and of course the most successful engine ever in Formula One, and many, of course, involved in this era. I think, there's so many exciting things to talk about that historic events like this can really promote, because it is part of the heritage to look forward.
Absolutely. No, I think, and to be honest, 18 months ago, we sold HSR to IMSA, and that was because Mr. France, owner of NASCAR and IMSA, he wants to celebrate the heritage of IMSA, and he wanted a vintage sanctioning body to do that. So, they approached me and said if we were interested, and actually 2 years ago I sat with John Doonan in the Rolex tent, and that's where the conversation started. So I think IMSA wants to celebrate their heritage. NASCAR's been doing it this year with their 75th anniversary, and I think when Formula One has their 75th, in 2 years' time, I think you're going to see them celebrate theirs too.
And that gives you another outlet, of course, to work with IMSA on as an undercar, perhaps, to what they're doing. And you know, they're progressing, and it's going from strength to strength.
Yeah, no, IMSA's having a great year.
And also, it's good to educate people about companies like Shadow, who obviously, you know, didn't change the world, but you know, the American influence on Formula One has never been greater. But, you know, we've got a Shadow out there, the number 17, Charles Warner at the wheel of that in 1979. But, you know, there's a fair few that have come out there. Obviously, Penske did their bit, not for long, but, you know, the American influence has been sporadic. But, you know, when they've done it well, they've done it right.
Yep.
And, you know, I think we're going to see another era very soon where we're going to see Americans. We've got Logan Sargent in there now, just starting his way. And if they can put something underneath him that is worthy of his ability, we may just see what we want, which is an American doing what he is. That's certainly Zach Brown's plan, for sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if, you know, Andretti and Cadillac, General Motors can get in the field in 25.
I just don't know how you can turn down GM.
Yeah,
I understand Toto Wolff and a lot of other people saying, "Oh well, you know, we don't need any help from Andretti. They're doing very well in America." Well, I was absolutely amazed at that comment, because I was like, "Well, they're doing kind of well in Australia and around the world, and in Formula Extreme and Formula E as well." But you know, such is the way of politics. But let's get away from that and let's get back to the historics. Romac did a great job. Steve Romac did a great job yesterday, and I talked to Charles Nurberg about it. He said, "I'm going to get him today." I said, "Okay." And then I had Martin Lauber up here earlier in the day, and he was excited about being out there, brought his young son up.
Yep, he's up to 5th now already.
Yep.
So that's a great start, and I see Carlos de Quesada's made it up to 6th. Carlos is a former Daytona 24-hour winner in Porsches twice. So, you know, he's kind of a semi-retired professional now and doing this for fun, which is great to see. And Greg Gregory, he was racing a Chevron B16 in one of the other groups this morning. I think he finished 3rd or 4th, so it's good to see these guys, you know, flip-flopping between sports cars and Formula One cars.
You know, just overemphasize to our audience who are tuning in, perhaps not knowing the names, and they're not famous names, a lot of them. Obviously, Dario Franchitti, everybody knows who he is. Zach Brown likewise. But really, to be pedaling one of these cars that has such a history is both a huge responsibility and a huge skill factor of guys who aren't doing it and aren't 22 anymore, like the original guys that were probably driving them. I think that's worth a mention, that historic racing has that an amazing ability of bringing what I would call gentleman drivers, some of them ex-professionals, but many of them just learning their way, getting professional help to be able to drive these cars as they were built.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, you're talking about Charlie Nurberg.
Yeah.
I don't know how old he is, but he's my hero.
He's become mine.
Yeah, I mean, you see his trailer, he had a 936, a 935, the F1 car, and he's got Group C cars, he's got a fantastic collection, and he drives them so hard, they're beautifully prepared.
Well, the good news is, I live in Austin, and we found out that he lives in Dallas, and he knows a good friend. His next-door neighbor is a guy I went to college with in Dallas, so he's invited me up. He said, "Come and see my collection." I was like, "Oh, wow, yeah, I'm in."
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've got a lot of respect for that man, and so humble. Same with Lauber, very, very humble about what they do, and yet they are quite amazing at what they do. Yes, that white and green Williams was world force back in the day. Frank Williams and Patrick Head. Great to see Pat Pry going back to Williams. And interesting how that team is starting to make its way again with the American investment.
So the new pavement has certainly been a hit for the F1 guys. They said it's so much smoother, a lot better. A lot of the bumps have disappeared.
Yeah, we've been told, you know, as always, you don't look at the times.
Yeah.
But I know that the drivers are. They're all they've all been coming in here going, "Oh, is that just a tenth between those two?"
Yeah.
And like they're all trying to sort of set their own best laps. And I suppose that's how the vintage guys go about it. But you know, when you actually look at some of the times they're setting in these cars, as old as they are, we've got 66 to 85, which is quite a variation, if you will, of development over the years. And only someone like Newey would be able to explain just how different those cars are, perhaps. But you can see it for yourself. There's quite a difference between some of the cars out there, but they are all absolutely on it.
Yes, yeah, and they're all so beautifully prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, hats off to the mechanics who takes care of all these cars. You can see they seem pretty damn reliable too.
You know, how many broken down cars have you seen? I've seen a couple in the gravel, but nothing sort of conking out or throwing oil everywhere.
No, it's been actually a very good week for us as far as mechanical breakdowns, and we've had very few accidents, nothing major. So it's been a very successful event. Great turnout today for spectators. I mean, the paddock's been packed.
Yeah.
There's still people sitting up in the stands getting towards the end of the afternoon. So I think the future's very bright for this event. You know, we've got a great advisory board who's making plans for the future. And now with Friends of Laguna going to be taking over the running of the track starting in the fall of this year. I think we're going to see not only this event, but this track go from strength to strength.
Well, there you go. Checkered flag is out, and Steve Romac's done it again and waving to the crowd. But a beautiful sound and a beautiful place. Laguna Seca obviously didn't have Formula One, but of course, IndyCar still coming, and they'll be here in a couple of weeks talking about track records. They're all mouth-wateringly waiting to come here and absolutely set the place alight with a new lap record. Dario will be, I'm sure, telling everybody what he's been up to this weekend and getting excited to come back here. Well done to Stephen Romac in that Tyrrell 12. I'm sure probably a Harvey Postlethwaite design car. Ken Tyrrell, sadly, the Tyrrell name not out there anymore, but these are the stories we're talking about. You know, the great history of Formula One. It needs to be told more often, and this is a great way of doing it. So it was Stephen Romac, Charles Nurberg taking second place, Danny Baker in third, and you can see, look at the crowd, look at the corkscrew, great.
No, it's good.
So what's been the highlight for you this weekend or this week? Because I'm sure you probably collapsed for about 2 months after this, are you?
I wish. We got the busiest September. We
no.
We have Road America the second weekend, Road Atlanta the third weekend, and then I'm back here for Rennsport Reunion.
Oh yeah, that's
with the sanctioning body.
That looks like a very special event too.
Yeah, and then I'm going to sneak off to Europe and do a race at Paul Ricard next week. I need a break for a week, so I'll run over there.
Good for you.
Racing a little 911. So no, the whole event's been great. The Ferrari in that FIA manufacturers group first thing this morning. Oh, what a car!
Absolutely. To be honest, my highlight has been the Formula 5000, the Can-Am. I've not ever seen Can-Am in front of me. To see so many McLarens, and I was a big fan of 5000 growing up. My godfather Brian Redman was obviously one of the great heroes of that championship. So to see these guys in 5000s going strong. Well, David Hinton, thank you so much for coming up. Let's head back down to the paddock. Kev Harris has been in the middle of it all again. Kev, I'll head down to you. I'm not sure who you're with, but I'll throw down to you. Kev, over to you.
Right, I'm down here on the pre-grid area once again, catching up with an old pal of mine. 2 years ago, I met Al Asirio, and good news is, still racing. We're still here, Al, and you're getting set to go once again. You're doing well as well. You've put this car on second.
Yes, second was it was tough trying to catch Greg. I mean, we were sort of nose to tail the whole race. So he has a very fast car, and he's a great driver. So it'll be a little tough catching him. I'll be right with him, but if I could get around him, I'll try as hard as I can too.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. You guys are racers at heart. But tell us about the car that you're going out in. It looks absolutely immaculate, Al.
Well, it's funny because yesterday I really tried hard to catch him, and the car wore me out. It really wore me down. This morning when I got up, I had to take 4 Advils. I was feeling it.
What year and what car is this exactly? Because it never ceases to amaze me and our viewers that these cars in some cases are 50, 60 years old, and yet they're still going out doing 70 to 150 mile an hour. You're running it for 10 laps, you're giving it a thrashing, and they're handling it.
Well, these cars, like this car here, is very hot inside because my feet are right next to the exhaust, and it's just very thin aluminum on the car. And it drains you, okay? And I couldn't imagine the guys in the old days driving these things, driving it for 100 miles or so on a race. They had to be men, real strong guys that do it.
And this car's nearly, 1958, so 65 years old, something like that.
It is. It's a 1958 Nobly.
What's it like to drive? What's it like to handle?
Well, if I wasn't on the air, I'd tell you, you really got to hold on to it. Okay, it has a mind of its own. It really does. Okay, and there's a lot of drivers back in the 50s, well, 57, 58, that wouldn't drive it because it does have a mind of its own. So you got to be very careful when you drive it.
Al, listen, very best of luck for your race there. I'm just going to look over my shoulder, see if your pal Greg give us a word. He might do. We'll go and see what he's saying, see whether he thinks you're going to be competition.
Tell him just to slow down a little bit.
Let's go. Lovely. Good luck, Al. Let's go and see if we can get Greg and just see if he's going to slow down for his pal Al. Let's see what happens. Greg, I'm just going to leap on you here if you don't mind. Your pal Al in the background there just says, tell that guy out front to slow down a little bit.
Tell him to speed up.
That's the answer of a racer. I love it. You having a great weekend?
You bet. Yeah. Always in this car.
Tell us about the car. What are you going out in?
So this is a 59 Sadler Mark IV, and in 59, Bill Sadler built this car and the car number 4 that's in our grid, the Sadler Meyer Special. So he built that for a customer and this one for himself. And that was actually the first Sadler I ever bought, and that's how I met Bill. And then I sold that and later acquired this from Bill, and we became so close. He gave my bride away at our wedding, and so he's like my adopted dad.
That's fantastic.
This car's really special.
Yeah, really special, and it's really special that you guys are doing what they were designed to do all these years later.
Yeah, with 5.6 inches of rubber.
So, listen, you're sitting in pole. Your pal Al is behind you in second place there. What's the game plan for this session?
I'll see him when the race is over.
Meet him in the winner's enclosure and say, next time, buddy.
Yeah, there you go.
Very best of luck. Thanks ever so much for talking to us, Greg. You're about to go.
One of my friends asked me, first time he'd been here, he said, where's the best seat in the house to watch the race? I said, right here.
Right here. How about that, Greg? Very best of luck. There we go. So that's the best seat in the house to watch the races. But I would say the second best seat in the house then to watch the races is where you're sat right now, because we're going to be bringing you all the live stream action after a short break when we come back. See you in 2.
At your front row, we've got a pretty good field, 29 cars.
Welcome back. Beautiful afternoon here on the Saturday of the Monterey Reunion by Rolex, and we've had some wonderful sights and sounds over the weekend, and no better than looking at many Lotus iterations here. The 42 getting ready to go in Group 12, and that is Group 4 cars from 1947 to 1960. And this is front-engine sports car racing and GT, as it is known. It's a good, strong field, I may add. A lot of cars in this field. And I would be joined once again by James Alder, who was going to be out in his usual XK120 Jaguar. Sadly couldn't make it this year. Got a few mechanical issues, and he's been coming year on year for the last 47 years. So he was pretty down when he got here, so I said, come and join us in the booth and have some fun, and we've been doing just that. And we are ready to go racing again. But this really does have an eclectic and interesting group of cars, from American classics to obviously a lot of European classics, Jaguars to Lotus. And we've also got some interesting cars from America. Curtis Dodge out there from 1953, a Sadler, a Maya Special. We've got the odd Allard out there, Austin Healey's MGs, you name it. We've even got a Maserati from 1957, 200 SI. Ned Spiker at the wheel of that. That's the 25C. It's Blake Tatum at the wheel of that Tatum GMC Special, and I actually do believe he is part of that Dynasty family. So, pretty nice, isn't it? Simple, but fun. Not going to see a lot through those mirrors, but that's because you want to be at the front anyway. C. Rob Manson at the wheel of that from Carmel, just down the road. Curtis 500S Dodge, and beautiful number plate with Curtis on it. But these are absolutely fantastic motor cars, and an interesting period also for Laguna Seca itself, because of course they started racing here at Pebble Beach, or around the forests and roads of Del Mar in just outside Monterey back in 1950, and it was Phil Hill in an XK Jaguar who won the first ever Pebble Beach race, and was part of the short but very distinguished 5-year history. Likes of Sterling Moss and many others would come over, and then of course they started building. It got a little too dangerous to be running around the trees and forests of Pebble Beach. And it was, well, we'll hear when James gets here, we'll talk a little bit more about that, because it's an interesting transition from the streets to building a permanent circuit. And Laguna Seca, like so many tracks being built at the time, they were moving away from the likes of Sebring, which still is very much in use today, but airfields were the go back in this era. And it wasn't until the mid-50s that they started really building circuits like Laguna Seca. This one built in 57, and from there on in, it's never looked back really. And built in the hills above Monterey, about 15 miles away. And the perfect spot, because it's away from the beach itself, so there's room to roam, so to speak. And they've made the best of it, because they've used the geographics of this wonderful undulation through the Monterey Hills, and that's why we've got the corkscrew, and they drop down some 5 levels, some 155 feet, and that's, I think, why it's become such a majestic and well-remembered circuit, both as for the racing drivers, a technical circuit, but for the fans and onlookers from around the world, it's also such an amazing setting. If you ever get a chance to come down the coast from San Francisco, about an hour and a half, an hour from San Jose, make your way down here, because not only have you got Carmel by the sea, Pebble Beach, and of course Monterey, great aquarium there as well. So some great sights and sounds of the west coast of America. You've also got these fantastic venues like Laguna. And so when you think about 1947 to 1960, this is when Laguna was just making a name for itself. And here is that famous corkscrew. Hyundai, now the pace car here. Now, of course, each and every group, we've got 14 groups in all, and each of them have had 2 runs, effectively. And yesterday, in Group 12, for the front-engine sports cars, was Greg Meyer, who took victory. And the man we just heard interviewed, Al Asirio, who is just giving us a really interesting insight into racing his Nobler. And very interesting indeed. He took second, Nobly, that Lister Nobly from 1958. He took second place here yesterday. And Brian McCutcheon taking third place yesterday. So the likes of Nicholas Colonna, who we heard from earlier, and Blake Tatum will be looking for a podium out of this. Rob Manson starting 6th as well. So here they are, starting to get ready to go round and starting to line up. We're doing 2 laps around the circuit under the pace car, just to get everybody up to speed. Temperatures have changed quite dramatically since 8 o'clock this morning when we started out. And it's warmed up nicely and the sun has come out. It's a beautiful California day. Well, I hope you've enjoyed some of the guests we've had, and my thanks to the organisers for helping us organise them coming up here. It's never easy racing race cars and then having time to come and sit with us and share with you some of the insights into this amazing sport that is motor racing. And I feel very privileged to have met some of the greats. So 47 to 60, front engine sports racing and GT reunion coming up. Look out for Wesley Abendroth in that 1955 Chevrolet Mistral. Of course, if you know your winds, the Mistral has a wind blowing southeast from France towards the Mediterranean. We'll talk about winds blowing. We've got one down in the Baja Peninsula right now blowing hard. Hillary, she's coming. But hopefully we'll be done with our racing by then. I think we're a couple of days away before it hits Northern California. And I mentioned James Alder, and I mentioned Del Mar. Well, he's back. And James, I was just talking about the fact that this group, which you were supposed to be in, I've explained the whole bit, that your sadness is such that you're not out there, because you usually are. You're broken-hearted, I know. But tell me a little bit more about Del Mar, because I was just talking about the Pebble Beach races.
Well, so the Del Monte Road Races was created by Sterling Edwards as an idea to help promote the sales of the lots that they just couldn't get rid of on Pebble Beach on 17-mile drive.
Because now it's some of the most sought-after land in the world.
Exactly. If we only knew.
Yeah.
And so Sterling, this was post-World War II. Sports car racing was primarily at Air Force bases. Of course, there was Watkins Glen. There was Elkhart Lake. But so Sterling
But not many others, right?
No. Other than airport courses, Sebring, So Sterling said, hey, let's have a road race here.
Here we go then.
There's the green flag. Let's pay attention to this.
Group 12, and away they go. 47 to 60.
Of course, in the Sadler, pulled out right in front, Greg Meyer, then followed by the Lister Nobly, then the Devon SS, then the Tatum. That Tatum, a 6-cylinder GMC motor, it is fast.
Now, and it's Blake Tatum driving it.
That's correct.
And that is therefore a Tatum from the Tatum dynasty.
That's right. That is the son of the designer of the car. The car was built before young Tatum was conceived.
That's wild. What a great story.
But it's just great history. I mean, that's why this event is this event, and that's why the sport of historic automobile racing is, in my opinion, one of the greatest sports there is.
Yeah, no question about it. And we've been talking throughout the weekend about how many special cars were made in California in this era to effectively, if you like, emulate what was going on in Europe. And of course, a lot of those European cars, like the Jaguar that you drive, were being imported or being raced here by the likes of Sterling Moss and many others. Phil Hill, of course, winning the first race. But there was Parkinson Specials, there was all sorts of guys trying to do their own thing here in California as well. Tatum, another one.
Well, that's correct. And, of course, I know you know Bill Janowski that built what was coined the Monsterati. Yeah. And, of course, it was a truck chassis that they shortened, dropped a V8 in, pounded out a not very attractive body, but, boy, it went fast. That car is not here this weekend, but otherwise it would have been in this group. Very fast. Would have been up there with Greg Meyer.
Now, your car is a 52, right?
Correct.
We have an XK120 52 out there. Lars Mopstead, who I know you know, running for president, but he has a similar car. What is it about that car that both of you love?
Well, first of all, if you look at it, it's visually very pleasing to the eye.
Sure.
I mean, it has great lines. And you may or may not know this, but the design of that was kind of by accident. Have I told you that story?
No, go ahead.
So during World War II, at the Fire Watch in London, William Lyons and an engineer, I think Walter Haynes, was designing a double overhead cam engine to propel their saloon over 100 miles an hour all day long. But after the war, in the 1948 Earl's Court Motor Show, they couldn't get it done in time. Lyons took out a piece of paper and drew a shape and said, look, put the engine in the chassis, make an aluminum body of this shape. We'll just use it as a display. That was the birth of the XK120.
Wow.
It was just by accident.
That is bizarre.
It's all true. I mean, I know I sound like I make this up as I go along, but that's not really the case.
Do you know where the Knobbly name came from on that lifter?
Yes. And that was, primarily because of the shape. It was Brian Lister that designed that car. And it was the wheel wells, the outer covering of the wheels. They wanted to bring the metal down low to give it as much aero as possibly could based upon their understanding. By the way, this is really tight here.
It's
this
very
Lotus
tight.
And the Devon SS of Nick Colonna, I believe.
Yeah. Look at this, side by side, almost going through 10 and the exit.
Now that's out of 10 right there. That's pretty hairy. You can see the acceleration that the Devon has, and he will most likely pull away from the Lotus. But man, that's pretty tight right there. Then there is the Tatum, then there's the Curtis. So this is about, I would say, a third position, fourth. You could check it.
We were just watching Charles Nurberg out in race. He's just popped back in the booth. I just want to get his take on what must have been a very enjoyable run for him in Formula One, because he was pedaling hard. I had David Hinton up here, and we were enjoying watching you race. But here we go with Group 12. But how was it out there, sir?
It was great. Steve and I had a fabulous fight. I mean, it was it was closer than it looked, but that's the way it goes. I mean, it was really a lot of fun. It was a real clean race, and it's just I couldn't make up that gap he got with me on the first 2 or 3 corners. So it was fun. We were running virtually, I think our lap times were within a tenth of each other, and did a bunch of 19s, a couple 19.3s.
Wow.
So
Yeah, no kidding.
We were motoring.
yeah, that's pedaling.
we were pedaling, but
excuse me, but speaking of pedaling, at Goodwood when they have the pedal cars, the little A7 Austin mini cars that the kids get in little driver's suit. Come on, that is so great.
It's great.
That is so great. Maybe we need to incorporate something like that here.
Yeah, we could do a derby down the corkscrew.
This group is great. This is kind of the formation of sports racing cars in the United States. All the Sadlers and the Specials, and I was looking at some of the great cars out there. Of course, the Lotus 11s, and it's really great stuff in this class.
But a huge disparity of performance. So 1947 to 1960, sports racing and GT. Now, I would have been, in one of the slower cars, which was the fastest car in the world when it came out in 1948.
Yeah.
Between 47 and 1960, that's 13 years. It's really about 40 years.
It was huge, And I heard you talking about the Knobbly earlier. Al Arciero, that's a very famous racing family and sponsored all kind of Indy cars. Parnelli Jones primary patron. You know, the Arceros were, so it's fun to see Al out there kicking it.
Well, and of course, you know the story of Archie Scott Brown.
Of course.
He raced for Lister in a knobbly Jaguar powered. And I've read his book, which is called Touch Wood. And in that biography, he is quoted as saying he would put a bird in the passenger seat, which is British for hot babe. And although he had a deformity, he had his hand was connected to his elbow without a forearm.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, he would light a cigarette at 100 miles per hour, hand it to the bird, and then light one for himself. I mean, talk about James
That's
Bond.
panache.
That's proper action. I like that. I like proper racing that. James, as you know, is a big Jaguar man, and not racing this year. But what out of this group would you like to pedal and get out there with, Charles? I mean, there's some fantastic cars out there.
Well, I think Al's car would have to be. Oh well, of course. Yeah, actually, I was noticing that some of the really epic cars in motor racing they're taking it a little easier and protecting their investment, I would say. Yeah, the D-Type would be absolutely right there.
We haven't had much coverage of the D-Type, but it cannot go unmentioned. I mean, this car was driven to the grocery store by Ray Sayer, who lived in Reno, Nevada, which is where I'm from. He was the second owner. The first owner, this is number 54 I'm talking about.
Yeah,
1955 Jaguar D-Type XKD 531. So the gentleman that owned it was the comedy writer that was hired by the Jack Parr show, which became the Johnny Carson show.
Yeah.
He lived in Hollywood, and this is one of 67 production D-Types.
Yeah.
Of course, this is the first production race car with four-wheel disc brakes.
Four-wheel disc brakes, yeah.
That's why it dominated Le Mans so much. And they drove those cars from Coventry. They won the 24-hour of Le Mans and drove back.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Totally, very cool. There's a Maserati 200 SI out. Well, I'm not sure. Ned's pulled off a trick I haven't been able. Ned's speaker, I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Pulled off a trick I haven't been able to do yet. He's driving two cars in the same race.
Yeah, that is quite a trick.
That is impressive.
I've tried a lot of things. I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
But one of them's a Maserati 200 SI.
Which is a wonderful car that I've raced against. Yeah, and just poetry on the road. But I think he has a 250 short wheelbase.
He's got a 250 short wheelbase out there too, which is of course another. I think Jimmy Clark had an epic drive in a short wheelbase, didn't he? That blue one with the white stripe. Pretty famous,
that was for the Johnny Walker team. I think
exactly.
Right. And that was a car of
Rob
course.
Walker.
Rob Walker. Thank you. Yeah, but that's the same family of Johnny Walker Scotch,
really?
a whiskey. I think.
I didn't know that. I should.
No, I think it is. And but yeah, that was a car that they say you could drive it to the grocery store, you could use it as your everyday transport, and drive it to the racetrack, be competitive, and drive home.
Yeah, this was, and I noticed that Jeff Abramson, who's quick in his Corvette, he's out there in the John Von Neumann Special, which is a very famous car. And Mike Fulmer, you were talking about Lotus 11s,
Right. And Bruce Miller is out there in the Lotus 11, and that was raced by Innes Ireland. That's a very famous car, and Bruce has been historic racing for as long as I can remember. And this is season 41 for me.
Wow!
So that's
There you go,
guys. Help our audience a little bit. Parkinson's Special 1949 Jaguar.
Well, that was an XK120 that crashed at Pebble Beach and was rebodied by Jack Parkinson, kind of styled like an Allard, very fast, driven by John Budenbaum.
Yep.
And he's raced it for decades. Super driver, also races a Morgan 4.4. Beautiful, fast, special of the era.
Well, this is interesting because you've got, Greg Meyer and that Sadler out in front of Al in the Knobbly, and it's a good race.
Yeah, it's a cracking race. At the moment, Greg Meyer leading the way in that number 84. Al Asario.
Well, Greg is super fast, and he's in a Sadler Mark IV. I mean, and he used to race the Delu, which is another V8 powered special that was, would just blow the doors off everybody.
Yeah.
That's a pretty little car, too. The 84 is going through. The 814 Elva going through. Mark 1 Sport Racer. That looks a lot of
Well,
fun.
there's also Lola Mark 1s out here, too. So the Elva Mark 1 and the Lola Mark 1 was the beginning, of course, of those sports races. They're very fast.
There's your
There
mate.
is Lars Mapstead, who is running for president. He would be my arch enemy.
Yes, he
my
would.
nemesis. My 120 is white. Did you see
I love
that turn? Oh,
Nice.
man, yeah, that's, oh, boy. It's art, it's poetry. I can't, don't get me started.
Please don't cry. He's having a lot of fun out there as well.
Oh, he sure is. Very good driver. Very good driver.
Doing a beautiful
Broke 2 minutes in an XK120. That's moving.
That's
good.
Pretty impressive. How heavy are those things?
Well, mine is about 2,975 pounds, so 3,000 pounds.
Yeah.
So how much? Just as a curiosity, how much does the Lotus 11 weigh? Maybe 1,000.
Maybe.
So you could pile 2 of them on there, and you wouldn't be up to the Jaguar weight.
That's amazing.
That's right.
Here they are racing.
And the original 120s just had 160 horsepower.
Yeah.
These motors are, higher performance, big valves, big cams, but it's still a heavy car. Oh, that is the Curtis that John Mode is driving. The number is X15, and that was right from the era of when Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier in the X15 with his wife's name painted on the side, Glamorous Glennis.
Great story.
Good stuff.
He almost broke the barrier again.
Well,
there.
the AstroTurf, as long as your inside wheels stay on the pavement, you can get on that AstroTurf.
Yeah, it's pretty grippy, actually.
Yes.
That's good.
As long as it's dry.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah, I was just saying, Charles, this is a great era for Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca kind of coming into its own back in 1957, so these cars absolutely would have been here in the day.
The debut.
Yeah.
With Nick Price here in another Sadler, he normally drives a C-type Jag, an XK120C, C for competition. And the car that he has was owned by Steve Earle.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Steve Earle, of course, one of the instigators back in 1974 of this very event. If not the instigator.
That's correct.
Wes
Abendroth, that is it's called help me here. It's V8 powered. It's
Chevrolet
a Mistral.
Yeah.
Some were Jag powered, some were V8 powered, like the Lister.
Yeah. Another pretty car. That looks fun. I'm just glad the sun's come out. These things just gleam, don't they?
Well, now sometimes, it's only 10 laps, but boy, sometimes you can start looking for the checkered. Keep on thinking, it's got to come out. It's got to come out. Because these guys are working. I mean, I'm tall and skinny, but man, I am sweating. And the driver's suit and these cars are heavy. It takes a lot of effort to wrestle them around.
Evidently, Dario Franchitti in the Formula One was complaining only 10 laps. He's like, is that all we get? Can we not do some more? But I would have thought it takes it out of you, the kind of speed you were putting down there, Charles.
Oh, it is. I mean, you're concentrating 100%. It gets a little warm, and I reckon we could have gone a few more laps, though. I wouldn't have minded having a few more laps, but that's because I was in second.
Yeah, exactly.
Charles, you got to get one of these. Get a car in this group. You can race a Formula One car, and you can get an XK120.
I love a 120. I can kind of fit in a 140, but a 120. Well, you're a tall guy for a 120.
Yeah, I'm about almost 6'3" if I stand up straight.
Me too.
But I moved the pedals forward and the seat back.
I figured you had to do something. You talked about driving.
Absolutely.
I've wanted to buy one as a tour car, and I just well,
the 140, they moved the engine 4 inches forward to make some more room in the cockpit. But if you look at the profile of a 120, you'd think obviously the weight is biased to the front. The reality is the weight distribution is 49-51. It's heavier in the rear.
If they hadn't put the slab side, now I'm going to offend some people here probably, but if
Go
they
ahead.
hadn't put the slab side on the 140 and done all the other stuff, then that would have been the sweet spot for me.
When I have my car here in the future, please come by and sit in it and see how it feels to you.
Okay.
I also have a 15-inch wheel as opposed to a 17-inch wheel.
Yeah.
And so little changes I've made over the years.
Yeah, I've had to do that. There's Al. He's cranking along.
Yeah, we had a great interview with him. You'll have missed it because you were just coming up here, but we talked to him before he went out, and he said he took about 6 Advil this morning because he said it's a beast to control.
Is that Chevy powered or Jag powered, Lister?
Good question. We'll find out.
I think it's Chevy powered because I think I
Chevy.
saw.
I think it's Chevy powered. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm quite sure it's Chevy powered.
Yeah.
It's such so beautifully prepared, and
well, I saw exhaust on both sides. They wouldn't have that in a Jaguar powered car. It would just be on one side.
Look at this. Oh, almost together as they come into 10. Not done yet. That nimble Lotus right there.
Oh man, that is the tightest group. That is the tightest group, and he's putting his foot in it going down into 11.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be very confident in those brakes. That car does have 4-wheel disc brakes.
how many more laps they got there, Jonathan?
They have just the 1 lap to go. Here it is. There it is. There's the signature for you. So the 1 lap, last lap coming up now.
I presume that Greg Meyer is out there?
Up the road, yep. He's a long way up the road.
I'll tell you, Al Arciero and myself, and may ultimately be most famous for a prank that, together with Bruce Canepa and Chip Connor, that we pulled on Bruce Meyer. It's when we heisted his 935. Look it up sometime. 935 prank on Bruce Meyer.
Okay.
It's pretty famous out there, and we were here at a private track event that Dominic Dobson put on, and his car, his 935, was the famous car that won Le Mans, but it was owned by the Whittington brothers, and so the Whittington brothers had gotten out of jail, and they were looking for some of their assets, and so Canepa came up with an idea. People probably care more about the race, but Canepa came up with the idea of, maybe we should hire a bunch of actors to act as DEA agents and have them seize the car. And they were going to do it at Bruce's place in Beverly Hills. And I said, whoa, we got this event coming up. Everybody in the world's going to be there. Let's do it here at Laguna Seca.
That's hilarious.
Look it up. I'll shut up now, but it's hilarious.
Well, is there a video or a story of it up on the internet?
There's videos of it and stories of it, and they came, they picked up the car, and it was pretty. I'm not doing it justice.
Well, here's Greg coming into
home
11, I believe,
for the last time too, in that Sadler Mark IV.
So if he doesn't loop it, which and he didn't even push it, I mean, he's there very clean.
Yep, and his fans in front of our commentary box are cheering him home. Well done. He takes the checkered flag.
Yes.
Well done.
Greg Meyer in the 84, and the Sadler Mark IV wins Group 12. And it's been a sensational weekend. Guys, it's absolutely a privilege to hear these stories. Your knowledge of these cars is what I've hoped to bring out and get you drivers up here, because you guys know them better than anybody else. And you are up close and personal with them. You know the drivers. You are with them weekend after weekend at these amazing events. But particularly here in August at the reunion, there is something quite special about this whole event, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, it's great. I learned a lot listening to the commentary. This is great.
Thank you.
This is great.
Yeah, well, I love this. I mean, is there any better place to be in the world except right here, right now? And like, I said earlier, everybody dies, but boy, not everybody lives. But we're really living now.
Yeah, no, I love that. It's a good expression. And the car park absolutely packed up the hill. You can always tell whether an event is good or bad at Laguna to see how far that hill of cars goes up. That's how I judge it.
Which, by the way, I think that's now called Phil Hill.
Yes,
officially.
that makes sense.
Right.
Well done.
I like it.
Well done. All right.
So you done for the day, Charles?
Yes, sir. We're trying to get all loaded up. Kind of worried a little bit about the rain that may be coming into the
Yeah, I
area.
know. Yeah, we're all gonna hunker down, I think.
Guys have a long drive back to Texas, so.
Well, I don't know how far north the storm is going to come. I mean, I would be driving my 120 home, but I'm not in the 120. But I am on a motorbike.
Oh.
What are you on a motorbike?
A Triumph 900 adventure bike.
Oh, very nice.
Cool. Wonderful bike.
Very nice.
Take it around the world.
Oh, yeah, very nice. So then, top three, Greg Meyer, Al Arciero, and Brian McEachin in third position, and a great run by all the top three. Nicholas Colonna in fourth position, and then Blake Tatum in fifth, Rob Manson sixth, Bruce Miller seventh, Piers Gormley in 8th position, and Mark Sang in 9th. Rounding out the top 10, Mark Osborne. And my thanks to Charles Neerberg, and been a great weekend. Thank you, guys. My thanks to James Alder. He's going to stay with me. But let's head down to Kev in the pit lane. What's happening, Kev?
Oh, we're live. So here we are then. Welcome back to the pre-grid area. I've got my friends Gerard and Florent here as the big cars that are Group 13 are getting set and ready to go. Gerard, we didn't see you go out in this class yesterday.
No, I was not driving yesterday, so I unfortunately, there's business and I had to attend to something else. So.
Okay, but you're excited for today's outing?
Yeah, I'm starting last, so that's always good.
We're going to keep our eyes on you then, starting last, but not finishing last. You're going to make your way out through the field, I'm sure.
There's much faster cars, but let's see.
Much faster cars, maybe. Florent, is this a much faster car?
Yeah, this is a sport prototype, LMP 900. I am really lucky to drive it. You have to know these cars began their life as GT1 cars, coupe, and when they arrive in front, we call them the Batmobiles. And they were the most popular cars at Le Mans, ahead of the Porsches, the Audis, whatever. And then in '99 they switched to LMP 900 category, removing the roof, re-engineering the car, and it's even more spectacular, And the funny thing is, you literally sit at the on the rear wheel. So when you steer, imagine the car drives like this.
I can imagine that, because when you pulled in, that's exactly what I saw. That's exactly what I thought. That's what's caught my eye.
Yeah, and you're always too early at the apex. That's super funny. But the car is amazing. Tons of downforce, power, torque, carbon brakes.
And Florent, you didn't go out in this yesterday, did you?
No. This was the owner, George Crass, driving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. I will do what I can.
You will do what you can. Well, listen, our announcer, Johnny, will look out for you then. So car number 1, it's not George Crass, it's Florent
Moulin.
Florent Moulin for Johnny Green, our announcer. Best of luck, Florent. Best of luck, Gerard. Let's go over here. Let's go and find Taz. Here's my man, local man. Taz, these boys reckon they're going to be pretty quick. What do you think?
I think it's going to be fun out there. I've kind of brought a 22 rifle to a gun battle, but I think it's a fun car to drive. I'm pretty comfortable in this car. Yeah. And like I said, it's really fast downhill. So we're going to have fun.
Yeah, and that downhill with the turns is just behind us over there.
Yeah,
the cork.
That's a Rainey corner. It's named after famous Wayne Rainey, a local guy that world champion, of course, and just a wonderful dude. So that's his corner, and when I go through there, it's one of the funnest corners on the track.
Yeah, he's a great guy. We were lucky enough to speak to him earlier on, actually. He was hanging out with his pal Jim Farley down there. They're having quite the party.
Yeah, both those guys are kind of my hero. Jim Farley, president of Ford, races a car, drives the crap out of it. I mean, he does.
He put it on the podium, got second in his class earlier.
Yeah, he's fast. He's a really good driver, so I'm impressed. And I got to meet Wayne at another event here when I was racing my Datsun 510, and he's just a really cool dude. So this is what's great about these events is you just, like I said, I kind of have a Forrest Gump moment all the time. I'm like, what? What am I doing here?
Listen, Taz, you and me both, my friend, and the fans are lining up to see it. You've waited around all day for this as well, so we're going to put on quite a show.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I got 5 minutes. I got to get in, warm it up.
Get yourself. Thanks,
Take
buddy.
care.
Cheers, Taz. Right, so we do only have 5 minutes. I wonder where we could go. I think I'm going to have to get out of the way because they're going to start up. It's going to get noisy. I will step back. The guys from the HSR, the Historic Sports Car Racing Association, are just walking around doing what they do. Keep your eyes peeled as well at the start of this one. Car number 1 lining up on the front. Obviously, that 988 Porsche, or 1988 Porsche rather than 962, being driven by Patrick Long. Putting that on the front row of the grid. Just behind him, Travis Engen, who we spoke to earlier in the Audi R8. Yeah, he's in second. And then there's that Daytona prototype there in third. So, yeah, lots going on down here. And then in the midfield, the guys that we just spoke to, our man Florian, our man Taz that we're looking at right now, the local guy, Honda dealer, been a family Honda dealer for, I think he said since 1960, which is incredible. So, or it might have been 60 years, I forget. But best of luck to him. Really, really exciting, and only 2 to go this afternoon here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. After this, of course, we've got the Group 14 Saloon cars, which will be going, the Saloon 1955 to 1969 Saloon Rolex race. But this one then, Group 13, 1981 to 2000, GTP, Group C, DP, WSC, LMP, and GT1 cars. They're just huge, huge beasts. When you stand down here in the pre-grid area and you see them, you're just blown away by what you're looking at. You're absolutely blown away by what you're looking at. and the fans here have lined up on the fence just to get a look at them, hear them. A lot of these fans coming out to see them, and they're probably fans that were watching them back in the heyday of these cars. I wonder if I can get over there and have a little chat to a few fans. Let's see. We'll leave George just bobbing around. Hopefully my microphone will still work if I have a wander in this direction. Let's go and speak to some of these people. Who have we got? Look at this man. He looks like a great guy. Hey, how's it going? It's going really well. What have you come here to see? What are you looking forward to out of all of this lot?
I mean, the Leighton House is always a wicked car to see. It was here last year. And then the Audi also are just insane. And, you know, it's cool to see all the levels of slight jankiness. You know, you got your Porsche with a little bit of duct tape on the front to stop the brakes cooling too much. And you love to see that little stuff that's like, you know, these are professionals, but they also do things.
That's the great thing, isn't it? Like, you know, there's guys like yourself who clean out all of these cars. You're a fan. But a lot of the blokes driving, then the guys and girls driving, they're fans as well. They're just lucky enough to be fans and owners.
Yeah, it's really a wicked event. Like, nowhere else can you see, like, F1 cars, these cars, like, IMSA vehicles all on the track in one day. And they're all sound amazing and different, and, like, they're so cool to watch. So, it's I love this event so much. Second time I'm coming. Thanks ever so much. What's your name, sir? Kyle.
Kyle, have you traveled far to get here, Kyle?
I'm from Vancouver, BC, so yes. Yeah.
Wow, that's a journey. Listen, Kyle, enjoy the last couple of races and enjoy the rest of the time here in the US.
Thank you so much.
All right, so there we go. We're getting set and ready to go. Group 13 will be out on track in a moment or two. I think we're going to bring it to you on the other side of this.
Now is the moment to plan your trip to Monterey County.
Well, as you can see, we are heading out for Group 13, a last-minute push, and away we go. These are some fantastic sports cars, and I'm joined by Andy Prell, who's going to help us out. He's been in action over the weekend, and I know that we've just been chatting, is a big fan of all these cars. Welcome, Andy, and let's get down to it. What interests you out here?
Just about everything. I think this is a good grid. It's an international grid of some amazing sports cars, arguably the golden era of sports car racing, the initial days of Group C.
Why was it the golden age?
Well, Group C was an innovative formula, fuel restricted, a real challenge for manufacturers. I mean, look at Porsche when they first started. They got creamed at Silverstone. They hadn't misjudged things and hadn't quite got their head around it, went back, worked it all out, came back strong and dominated for a long time with some of the most glorious cars of their time. Who doesn't remember the Rothmans Porsches and and even the genius of Norbert Singer got a 962 homologated as a GT car and kept the thing going for a little bit longer. And this is an interesting grid from an Englishman's point of view. We're looking at what was happening on this side of the Atlantic with GTP. Which is a name we're going to see again because IMSA have branded their hypercar category GTP, so everybody can relate to that. And then you've got, I mean, look at the Audi, amazing car.
I know.
And for me, we were talking about it before we went on air. The Paynos, you know, I mean, I was there all the years they ran at Le Mans, and you think, wow, what were they thinking? But thank God they were, to have such a different, amazing piece of machinery out there. And if you ever stood out down on the Mulsanne and heard that thing coming down there, and to see where the driver was sat and hear that thunderous engine, quite an experience that I'll certainly never forget.
I love the sort of combination of drivers. You've got Patrick Long here, and then you've got Travis Engen, who is a storied, historic driver. And Patrick Long, not long after his own career, just ending. So he's just coming into historics. He's really enjoying it. He came in the booth And I think we're going to be seeing him in a lot of these events.
Yeah, he's a liar. He's not retired at all.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Well, all of you are. None of you retired.
So he's doing some blinding times in that car, and he drove that last year, I think, and it wasn't going particularly well, and they've completely rebuilt the car. Totally rebuilt it from scratch. They've done a minimal bit of testing, and he's throwing down 120 lap times. He's on Formula One pace round here.
Wow,
which is pretty damn impressive. Because I mean, Laguna Seca is for me the best short circuit in the world. It's my 25th consecutive year of coming here. I met my wife here. I love this place.
You're the second person that said that.
Yeah, but to see
where are all these single women at motor races we never meet?
Well, I got lucky.
I guess you did.
And to see him doing those times in a car that really wasn't designed for a circuit like this, a short, technical, lots of gradient, sensational.
Brilliant. Well, it's great to have you in, Andy. We've got James Alder here, who's also going to stay with us for the saloon race coming up. But just looking down at our list, is there any particular car you want to point our audience to? There's so much to talk about here.
We've talked about the Paynars, I think, but look at the GTP cars. Amazing things that, an interesting formula too. If you think the way they wrote the regulations, you could put your own engine in, and the different limits for engine size and everything else. I used to watch Daytona when they were current, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought a little bit strange looking, hard for some of the Europeans to get their head around the way those cars looked. But you couldn't criticise the quality of racing that they achieved. Yeah. And the pinnacle, obviously, being the Daytona 24 Hours. Yeah. It's a shame they never ever got some sort of accord with the ACO, and like we have now, where you could have when the DP cars could have come across, I think it would have been interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad that there's been some more sensible heads of more recent years, especially in sports car racing, because it was a bit of a higgledy-piggledy, sort of nobody was talking to anybody, and the ACO were in the middle, and they had the big event. And I don't want to get political, but I think it's settling down now, and we're starting to see good minds thinking alike.
I think it's fantastic, and we might be on the verge of another golden era.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got fantastic cars. Cadillac are in.
Yeah, I know.
Honda. There's some, or Acura.
Acura, yeah.
But you mentioned the car. Well, that Eagle Toyota, for me, that thing. What a car! The number 99 AAR. Toyota Eagle.
Dan Gurney's team.
What a car. Yes. Incredible.
That's Kaufman wheeling that.
Sensational piece of machinery. Can't imagine what it's like to drive. I've spoken to a few drivers that drove them back in the day, and they tell me stories about the power they had and the downforce and things. That is a wonderful car from an American side of the Atlantic. I think it's fantastic.
Well, here we go, boys. Group 13 about to roar into action here at the mighty Laguna Seca. Patrick Long leads the field to green. Engin loses a spot, but how long will that last, I wonder? Whoa, around the outside, and look at this.
Jump the start a little bit.
Maybe. But this is great racing. And the Suntrust number 15 is right there. Suntrust number 15 is right there, doing a brilliant job. Spencer getting that Gen 1 Daytona prototype Riley right to the front immediately.
Patrick was saying yesterday he was having some trouble with that car, and he was worried about it today, and his predictions come true. But let's see what he can do.
He'll jump back, I'm sure. Those famous Leighton House colours.
Yeah,
Great start.
That's an amazing car as well, in another iconic livery.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at an article with, of course, Adrian Newey dressed in his Leighton House colours, and people forget that he was part of that project early on.
Yeah, and that car, for a small team that was relatively underfunded, that was a fantastic Formula One car.
Yeah, really was.
And look what happened next.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go, through 10. And we've got a nice little battle for the top three here. Travis Engin in third at the moment in that famous Audi. And then another group just behind of just two, maybe three cars starting to come together as Spencer Trene from California, from Emeryville in California in that 2006 Riley, putting it through its paces and leading the way and trying to get away early.
Looks like he's pushing too.
Yeah.
Spencer Trenery, of course.
Oh,
a
yeah.
name that's been around here a long time.
Absolutely.
He knows this place
track as well as anyone. Got a little
Well, here comes
wide.
Patrick. Look at that. Yeah. See ya.
Okay, here we go.
Look, whatever was wrong with it, it's not wrong now. Look, side by side. Great racing.
I think the boost may have got turned up.
Oh,
at
there
that
you go.
point.
Yeah.
And now he goes again.
Yeah, he's in the mood now.
Yeah.
Well, this was similar to yesterday's race because they did a little cat and mouse like this for a bit.
I had to remind him that engine life goes down exponentially with every clockwise turn of the boost control.
You told a driver to be steady? That's an interesting concept.
He didn't listen.
Oh, it was a great expression I heard. Drivers are great. They're like fridges. You close the door and the lights go out. I think it was you that told me that yesterday. I think that's great. I'm going to keep that one.
That's a good one. Oh, Travis is pushing too.
Oh, yeah. That car and Travis, I've probably seen at more races in the last 5 years than any other. And, of course, you only have to get up close to that car, and everything that it's achieved is all written on the side of it.
Absolutely.
And, it's beautiful.
It's amazing to see that the covers have been off that car in the paddock a lot of the weekend, and I've been taking people to see it. And the technology under there for even 2007.
I know.
It's almost current in some ways. It's so far ahead of its time.
Yeah, one day I actually sort of said, well, how do you get a car like this? And how many people do you need to kind of, get it to a point where you can race it? And he said, quite a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's about to make
Here he
a move
goes.
here. Oh,
sold him the dummy.
Come on, Patrick. All this is playing into Travis's hands, though, because he's going, go on, boys, you fight, I'll catch you up.
Spencer's pushing hard and using all the track, so...
Well, and he's not going to open the door for him. I mean, he'll drive a little defensively as necessary. It's one thing to catch someone, it's another thing to pass them.
Especially at Laguna, yeah.
And the 962 will take a couple of laps. They don't have tyre warmers here, and the 962 will come alive when its tyres get to temperature.
Yep. And it's Alex Kirby at the wheel from Newport Beach in California. And as you say, the man in fourth place will just get it up to temperature, and then he'll be part of this fight. There it is, Group C, as we've been talking about. A golden era for sports car racing. Cal Mika just behind. He's not slow either. He's had a big weekend, is Cal.
Always very consistent. Great driver, Cal. Great guy, too.
Yeah, I've got to know some of you boys. I met you, of course, a couple of years ago, Andy, but we've had new guys in the booth this year, and I've known James as well for a few years, but it's great to meet new folk, and we don't get a chance in the commentary booth to get around the paddock when you're up here, so it's really good.
It's always amazing. You go home from a race meeting, you've been here 4 days, and you get home and you realise there's people you haven't seen, and you think, how's that possible?
Yeah, exactly. Or you meet them a few weeks later and go, were you there?
Yeah, exactly.
I know, I've got a Trans Am in Watkins Glen, and I made sure that I saw all my Trans Am mates before I saw them next week. So it's good fun. That 962 with that front wing, how effective was that?
I think it's debatable. I don't know, to be honest with you. Lots of teams were experimenting what they could get away with within the rules. Someone obviously read that rule and came up with that idea.
There's your Panos.
There's the Panos.
Yeah, what a car.
Yeah, Men of Vision.
It just looks American, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And it's great that that sort of thing could be done within the rules. And I mean, look at this year; they run a NASCAR.
I know.
Just for me, out there at the middle of the night in the drivers' club, seeing that thing, exhaust glowing orange, and the thunderous noise of it. Who thought it would finish? But that was the star of the show.
I think that actually is the accolade, or the footnote for that entry was the fact that it did 24 hours.
It was amazing. They had some problems, but what a great driver lineup. Mm-hmm. And let's see where that leads.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, who knows? I know that there's a lot of drivers who were all vying to get into that car.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that interests me about this, and I'm going to say it, I hope people are listening. I said it was my 25th year. Look at this grid. Sadly, there's a perception in Europe that the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion is a parade and it's not racing.
Oh.
I don't understand it. I never have, so I'm going to get a marker down now. It's a great shame we haven't got as many European drivers here. I want to see that back. I think in the next 5 years we want to get back to the 30-40 overseas entrants, which will make it truly international.
Yeah, here. Couldn't agree more.
There's an interesting car, the 962 IMSA spec.
Yeah.
So that's the Acura, but the car in front of it. So that's an IMSA spec 962. So single turbo, factory developed car, but to a slightly different recipe for the American races. Harder to drive, I gather. Never driven one, but one massive turbo under that big scoop on the rear of the car. Quite a thing.
Yeah, distinctive wins colours. That purple car.
Yeah.
Remember the colours. If you don't know if you're not mechanically minded as I am, I always remember the sponsorship, and I've done Le Mans like you have many a time, and sat there on the Mulsanne straight, and it's always your colours or the sound of the engine. I'll never forget when the Mazdas came to Le Mans. It was like, there it is. There it is.
Well, I was on the pit wall for 24 hours that year, and it almost that thing. In the end, we got someone's son with a pair of earmuffs on the pit wall with a clock, so we knew when it was coming, so we could get down, because it was fatiguing us.
Yes, it was. It was so loud, wasn't it?
There were certain times of the night, and it got chilly that year.
Yes,
and there were certain times in the night where there was a lull in the traffic, we could hear every gear change for the whole lap.
Wow.
Quite incredible.
I'm glad somebody else noticed it like I did, because I was like, what? First of all, I was like, what is that?
It was just the most. And now, every time I hear that thing, you hear it a couple of times a year, and the hairs on my neck go up every time.
Octavio Rincon from Beverly Hills in O'Reilly, 2009 Daytona prototype. Just got a quick glimpse of him.
There's a couple of mid-pack battles developing.
Rincon in 11th place, the man I just mentioned. There's the 27, and that's Gerard Lopez in a Celine S7R 2004, racing out of Luxembourg.
Oh, he's going to have a go.
He is.
Into the corkscrew. That's
Why
brave.
not?
Oh, he's done it.
Oh, he's done it.
Wow.
Nicely done.
That's a brave pass there on the brakes. Good boy.
Pulled it off nicely.
Yep.
I think you should jump in one of these, James.
That'll give you a workout for sure.
Yeah, that'd open your eyes. Yeah, and you're right. Laguna's a real challenge for these cars, because you've got way more power than you need.
Yeah, there's a lot of grip. This new surface, it was a little bit slick last weekend offline. You could just feel the grip go away a little bit, but this weekend, my God, there's massive grip, as you can see by the lap times.
Now, this Jaguar was a car that I remembered well from the 80s.
Yeah.
Beautiful colours.
I think I'm right in saying that's still IMSA specific, isn't it?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Group 44?
Group 44.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Yep.
Truly
Marquand at the wheel.
Look at those Venturis on it, the aero package, quite something. Another battle going on here. It's good. Another Saline.
Yeah, that's the 55 of Chris Liebenberg from Pennsylvania. 2007.
Oh, that's another Saline.
Yeah.
Yep. Chris has had a good weekend as well.
Yeah.
He's a driver and a mechanic.
So he tends not to blame anybody there.
No one's listening if he does.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that was a lunge. Interesting. That's an interesting place to attempt to pass.
I've not seen many. Yeah, rather wait until 11 and then power it out.
Yeah, but I tell you what, if you're on the inside, the fast line out of the corkscrew is on the far right side.
Yeah.
So if you go straight, you're going to be in that person's way.
Yeah.
That person either hits you or backs off. It's been my experience that they back off.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is fast, and like you say, just to have a lift and get out to the right before you sweep round and see that blind apex that you can't quite see when you turn in. That's the fastest way down there, and let gravity help you.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, you're listening to Andy Prill and James Alder as we watch Group 13 and Ernie Spader going about his business in the Ruby Tuesday painted number 23. Beautiful car, a Riley Porsche. And like you say, an interesting and eclectic group from 81 to 2007.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're trying to represent or show a show so people can see, because not everybody was there in the day, and here you've got a nice representative group of cars that people can look at, hopefully pique their interest.
Now, what has gone wrong with Patrick Long?
Oh dear.
He's gone.
Oh no.
Now, he's down on the board in 9th at the moment, or at least according to mine.
He must be pitted.
Yeah, I think, or he's going to if he hasn't.
Yeah.
But we've got the battle on now for the win, though, between Spencer and Travis, as you can see. Travis still in 2nd place. So there's been a problem for that Leighton House Patrick Long car that had been leading.
And now they're getting into traffic. Should be interesting. Luckily that Travis is going to get it on the straight and Spencer didn't, which has made him leave the track.
Yeah, exactly. So blue and yellow flags are out as we get down to the nitty-gritty of this. Just one lap to go.
But what happened to Long? I'm not seeing him
we
on
don't
the
know.
leaderboard.
Well, it's either pitted or it's stopped. But we're going to concentrate for now anyway on this battle for the win on the last lap. Well, Andy, I can tell how much you've enjoyed this. This is great to have you up here.
Absolutely love it. No place I'd rather be. And we're going to do it all again in a month's time at Motorsport Reunion.
There you go. Well, he took the lead early on, right from the get-go, and he hasn't looked back, has Spencer Trenary, and this has been a great run and a great weekend too. He really has been hot on it all weekend. Cal Mika's going to round out his weekend with another top 5. Kirby in 4th. Ross going to take 3rd. Looks as though Travis Engen in that Audi is going to settle for 2nd place. And down through the rainy curve for the last time. Just 2 corners to go then here at Laguna Seca. And the drone brilliantly illustrating how precise these cars and drivers are with their cars.
Yeah, it's amazing that the new track, they haven't lost any of the technical bits of it. So sometimes when they resurface a track, things change a bit.
Yeah.
There's a little bump across the as you go through one.
Yeah, everybody's been talking about that.
Yeah, if you haven't got any downforce, it's quite interesting because it kind of accelerates you a bit. It's quite fun. The car goes light.
Yeah, we were talking to Martin Laub, who said during practice he came in and said he had a puncture.
Yeah.
But they said, no, you don't. And they said, well, something happened.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah, you went over the bump at 1. And he said, oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. These guys won't even be feeling it, I'm sure, with those wings. But it's a good job. We've not lost any of the technicalities of Laguna that make it so interesting to drive.
Well, it's been a fun weekend. My thanks to Andy and to James. James, we've got one more group to go. We had a fun time with it last night, and I'm sure we're going to do the same to finish it off. And the crowd have stayed. You can see the car park. Yeah, there's a few people heading home, but they've stayed for the entire day and the entire weekend. It truly is a fantastic week of history when it comes to motor racing this Monterey August weekend, each and every weekend for the Rolex Monterey Reunion.
Thank you for having me.
Not at all.
Enjoyed that.
Welcome. All right. Thank you very much, Andy. It's always nice to have a fellow Brit up here. James, stay with us because we've got one more to go. But let's head down to Kev Harris, my fellow Brit, who's been doing the business throughout the day and the weekend. Kev, what have you got for the last hurrah?
Group 14 race, the saloon cars, who yesterday raced for an hour, and this man put his car on 5th place out of a whole load of cars that raced today. David Murray. David, you don't get to race for an hour today, but racing for 10 laps, I think. Looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah. Any time on track's good time on track.
Tell us about that 1 hour race yesterday. Quite grueling for you guys, the drivers, but quite grueling as well for these cars. You're in a 1967 BMW.
Yep. Yeah, the car did great yesterday. Yeah, it was a super fun race. Really got to tangle with the minis, and yeah, a lot of fun.
When you parked up here at the Rolex, you say super fun race with the minis. Are you near where they're parked up in the same alley, Don Racine and the guys there?
Oh yeah, yep. We're just right on the other back side of their pit. So
it's a good vibe when you walk around this event, isn't it?
It is. It's fantastic. Everybody's got a smile on their face. Everyone's having a good time. Can't beat California weather. It's fantastic.
And just tell us about this car. I think I'm right in saying a 1967?
Yep, 1967 BMW 1600. It's very similar to a 2002. That's probably what most people would mistake it as. Probably the more well-known car, but yeah, it's a blast to drive and fun to compete with the Alphas and the Cortinas, and we've just got a great group.
You got a really good group, because as I look at the list here, I think 31 cars in total. It's quite something watching you guys all race, because you are racing. They're historics, but you got a full roll cage in here. You're really giving it some, aren't you?
Trying to. Absolutely.
What's also interesting as well is some of the lines that people are taking. Some people are really sort of on the racing line, other people are being a little more cautious. Where do you think you're going to sit?
I'm hoping to get by a couple cars here and put her towards the front, so we'll see.
All right, well, listen, David, very best of luck for you. Good luck as we are getting ready and set to go. David Murray, car number 42. Keep an eye out for him. Who else shall we see? Car 62. That's one of the pure racing cars. There's the Mini. But I wonder if we go this way. Hang on. Looking up the front, Dennis Racine. We could try and find him. Number 177. That's got to be Don's son, hasn't it? Let's have a little look up this way. Who have we got here? Is it my man Don Racine in there? No, it's not.
It's Oliver.
It's what? This is Oliver. Oliver, great to see you, my friend. Sitting 1, 2, 3, 4th on the grid for this one. All excited for the race?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how we can do.
This was quite something to watch yesterday for 1 hour. Were you hopping in and out, or did you do the full hour?
Full hour. Yeah. It was good. Got a little slippery at the end, but it was good.
Yeah. And so this one then, 10 laps. What's the game plan?
Try to get ahead as soon as I can and keep up with the Escort.
Yeah, our man Todd, we spoke to him. I mean, that Escort race prepared, and he did a great job handling it.
He did a terrific job. It was a lot of fun trying to chase him out there.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, very best of luck to you, Oliver. We're going to get set and ready to go. Car 177, part of the Racine family, just ahead of our man Oliver there, in what is car number 61. But once again, keep your eyes on car number 63, the Ford Escort, lining up in the front row of the grid. Okie dokie, I'm going to hand over as we are going to take a short break, but when we come back, Group 14 will be going racing.
Well, we had a little delay there, but we're back and running. Our last group race of the day and the last race of the weekend. This has been a glorious weekend, as always, here at the Rolex Monterey Reunion. And yes, Laguna Seca has really treated us well, and the organisers need a big thanks for putting on this event. Over 400 cars involved, and many more, of course, downtown in Monterey itself, as this weekend concludes with a somewhat appropriate group, because saloon car racing from 55 to 1969 is what we've got out on track. And I'm joined once again by James Alder. And we had a bit of fun with this last night, and it's one of my favourite groups, no question about it. James, the simple reason being that these guys just have a lot of fun. And they're equally yoked a lot of the times, even though the Minis looked as though they won't be against some of the Alphas and the Fords out there. But they are, and we get some great racing.
Well, and these guys, I mean, first of all, again, like most of these groups, there are very good drivers in here. These cars make you feel safe. You're kind of enclosed. You're not open and exposed. Well, as you heard Don Racine yesterday, with the front-wheel drive Mini Cooper S, he can place that anywhere on the pavement.
I thought that was a great line. He goes, yeah, is there any places? He goes, I can put it anywhere.
Well, and then in turn 5, depending on the camera angle of the drone, you'll see perhaps the Alfa Romeos, perhaps the Lotus Cortinas up on 3 wheels. I mean, they are cornering so hard, generating so much G-forces, they will lift the inside front wheel.
Couple of BMWs out there, the odd Ford Escort, the odd, well, we saw a good Cortina run by Josh Fiber yesterday as well. Plenty of Alphas, plenty of Minis. And like I said, at the odd Cortina, Vincent Colonna in an Alpha GTV. One of my favorites, that lovely little Austin A35 from 1957.
Well, that's Bill Rookledge in that car.
Yeah.
And he's also the same gentleman that just finished that XKD 051 that was in Group 12.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of a juxtaposition in terms of
That is a bit of a
racing.
juxtaposition. Very good way to put it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, good strong field as ever. And, it was one of the biggest surprises when I first came to this event to see this many Minis and the interest in Minis here in the USA. I mean, obviously I grew up knowing the Mini, being from Great Britain, but I had no idea just how big the following of Minis and Mini racing is here, particularly here in California.
You know, one thing that we haven't talked about that I recall yesterday is, of course, the Italian job.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, the original Italian job.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was a demonstration of Mini prowess. I mean,
brilliant.
You know,
that did so much for the mark to make it the coolest thing. I told you, the bloody doors off.
Well, giant killers.
Yeah.
They can beat up V8 powered cars because, you know, you literally don't have to take your foot off these things in about 80% of this track.
Yeah.
And of course, as Don Racine said, the way to make it handle is keep your foot in it.
Yeah, exactly. I forget his name, but I once found myself commentating with one of the guys who, and I remember being completely startled because he said, I drove one of those Minis in the film. And I said, what? And he said, oh, yeah, it was great fun.
The original Italian job?
The Italian with Michael Bloody Caine.
What was that? It was at 1969
Yeah. And he just came in to do some commentary with me. I think it was in Hong Kong. And there was mini racing in Hong Kong. A lot of mini racing because obviously it was a British protectorate and a British colony. And so, of course, many minis out there. And he just joined me in the booth. I forget his name, but he said, I was at the Italian job. I said, what an experience.
Fantastic.
He said, oh, it was.
Fantastic.
He said it was. And it was a long shoot. A lot of retakes on stunts because you remember there were so many brilliant stunts in that.
Oh yeah,
that's worth rewatching.
Yes,
the original
absolutely.
Italian job, just to see how they did the street shots and managed to get the cameras round through the buildings and so on. Absolutely fantastic. Down through the corkscrew, then we are heading towards the start of our final group race of the day. It's been an absolutely stunning weekend yet again here
Look at how beautiful this is. Look at the weather.
I know, it's great.
It's
isn't
clear.
It? Finally
it's not
joined
too
us.
hot. It's not chilly. I mean, again, I thought that Steve Earle was the one that always arranged the weather, but maybe it's Jonathan Green.
Yeah, well, you said Steve Earle might be here today, so
He
maybe
is
he has
here.
arranged the weather.
He is
so there
here,
you go.
so perhaps he did it again.
So, oh boy, I tell you what, he's a late breaker, that pace car.
That's a tricky.
He's decided to come off, and we are going racing. And as you can see, formed up nicely from the drone.
Well, the green flag is already flying. They didn't wait. That was pretty early.
Yeah, very early. And away we go then. Group 14, their final race. Race 2 for the 1955 to 69 saloon cars, minis, Alphas, BMWs, and the led, of course, by that beautiful number 63, Donald Racine. No, excuse me, that's the 63B. Todd Willing, excuse me, in that Ford Escort from 1968. He did a great job yesterday.
On the pole, leading now.
Yeah, of course, yesterday was an endurance race, so we were all watching when he would come in. He came in very late and then had to sort of make his way back through the field.
Whoa! We got a mini outside there between 4 and 5, but he's back on.
Nicely done, and that's how planted those cars. You notice there was no swerving or swaying. It just kept planted, kept his foot in, went straight through the gavel trap and said,
That's right. You get a little scared and you let off. That's when trouble can start.
Exactly, yeah.
With these cars.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got Don Racine and his son out.
Inside left wheel was just 4 inches up in the air on that Alfa Romeo.
Of course. So Todd doing the business again. It looks as though he's being chased down by one of the BMWs at the moment as they go into the corkscrew for the first time. And whoa, he's got off again in the 61 this time. That's,
is that Don? Is that Don
that's
Racine?
Oliver Ramlett.
Oh, okay.
Now on the board it's Gear Ramlett, but I was told that Oliver
That's
is taken
Gear's
over.
son.
Yes,
Oliver.
exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So he's had a to-do there. Has the Austin Mini Cooper from 1960.
Well,
But,
and Johnny, you know, like all of these races, you want to find the race within the race.
Yeah, exactly. The race within the race. Well, as is tradition, I'm going to get Kev in here to regale us with his day as well as enjoy this last race. It's kind of like we've done this every time we've done these races. And Kev, what a great day you've had. I'm almost envious. You've had so much fun.
Mate, Johnny, I apologise because I have just been out and about all day in the California sunshine.
You may as well have been in the Florida sunshine.
I'm frazzled in the sunshine, but yeah, I've been in the California sunshine chatting to some legends of motorsport. People that you would have loved to have been out there chatting to as well. I mean, Gordon Murray for a start off a little bit earlier on. Fantastic talk.
How much did you pay Jim Farley for that line?
Oh, can you believe that?
I know.
Can you believe that?
Can't believe it.
The thing is, though, he was actually referring to last year's live stream coverage, which we didn't do.
Yes.
So we must say it wasn't us getting his name wrong. We were getting it right this year.
I know Jim Farley. Whoa, look at this. Side-by-side action.
And what a way to finish. I mean, I was just down there on the pre-grid for this. These guys, last race of the day, they're loving it. They were so psyched to go wheel to wheel on this one.
I'll bet.
Well, and a sprint rate as opposed to the enduro.
Yeah,
so they're going to be flat out for 10 laps.
Yeah.
And either the car is going to break or not.
Exactly. There was a different vibe on the pre-grid just now before this one compared to yesterday.
Yes.
And I think I overheard I think they're doing 9 laps, not even 10 or something.
Okay.
Because they had a slight delay to sort out the grid because they hadn't decided whether they were going to run in grid positions or in who finished, start from who finished where yesterday. So.
But Johnny, I mean, you're doing a fantastic job up here in comms all
I've
day
been
as
blessed
well.
with all these great commentary people coming
You've
up
had some
and
great
joining
guests.
us.
You've had some great guests.
Oh, it's been brilliant.
Really, really good. I mean, this Rolex event this year in 2023 has just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, it has.
The pictures have been fantastic. The track looks amazing and it's handling amazing. And people are just really enjoying it.
Yeah, and I have to take my thanks to the likes of Charles Nerberg, who, along with James Alder, has pretty much stood up and come for every session that we've asked them to. And it's been an absolute joy to learn the stories. We had a session a couple of minutes ago where they just regaled each other with stories, and I just sat back and listened. It was absolutely fantastic. So the 63 on his way. That's Donald Racine, and Don Racine, of course, the man responsible for bringing all these minis, or most of them, here as he takes that 1963 Mini. Now, which is it, Donald or Dennis? Dennis is the son.
Yeah, Dennis is the son. Of course, the company is Mini Mania.
Mania, yeah. Based here in California.
Yes. Well, no, I think they're in Oregon, possibly.
Oh, Oregon. Okay.
I could be mistaken.
No.
I'm going to jump here and trump you both. I think it's Nevada.
All right.
I'm going to say
you're talking
Nevada.
to a man from Reno.
Well, no, I don't think it's Nevada unless that's recent, but I would have heard about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we can ask Siri or Alexa or
it's out there.
or
It's a
Adrian
long day.
Newey.
But we're not going to argue about it.
Wherever he's based, Don Racine does a great job with his minis. And I tell you what, the area of the paddock, the lane that all these cars are in, it's always such a fun drive down there. It really is.
Kev, I was just saying before you arrived, are you as surprised as I am? The love of the Mini here in
it's
the
brilliant.
good old US of A.
I know, it's probably the smallest car in America, and yet everybody loves it.
Yeah.
Everyone loves it.
It's like the Fiat 500. My niece has got one of those. She absolutely adores it. Everybody waves at her, because it's a tiny thing.
Yeah. And can you imagine going down the corkscrew in a Mini? Must be terrifying.
Oh, terrifying, yeah. So then, Todd Willing leading the way at the moment. David Murray in second place. Richard Stewart Milne in third. Dennis Racine in fourth place. Donald Racine. So the Racines are together. Almost Racineless or seamless.
Nevada City, California.
Both of you. I like that.
We're both right.
Well, I'll give you credit because Nevada City, you would not know was in California.
That's right.
I would.
That's right.
I would. There you go. A point to each of us.
I like that.
And Nevada City is a beautiful Victorian village in the Gold Country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's on the Feather River, I think. I mean, it's beautiful. You need to visit.
How about this?
I do.
A Lotus Cortina Mark II in Mark Owen at the wheel from Albuquerque, a 1967 version. And then the number 7, Lawrence James at the wheel of a Lotus Cortina 66. So these two going at it.
What a sight that is.
I know, it's nice, isn't it?
What a sight that is.
Almost identical colour schemes.
And that was very common, that color scheme with Cortinas.
Yeah, and the rear of the Cortina so distinct. I grew up, I'm sure you did too, sitting in traffic jams most holidays, heading to the beach at Clacton, watching the back end of a Cortina.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Clacton on Sea.
There you go.
Water's a bit chillier there.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Well, there was a move there in 5, but it didn't quite happen, of both of those Cortinas that were dicing.
Got great battles out throughout the whole field at the moment.
Well, and like I had said, I always tell everybody you got to find the race within the race, and it could be a fight for 25th position. It doesn't matter. They are dicing like there's no tomorrow.
Yep.
They absolutely are. And where's my man, car number 42, David Murray, who I chatted to before the race? Is he?
Yeah, he's one of the BMWs.
Yeah, he's second.
This is the other one.
There's a number 17 BMW.
Yeah, that's Jim Huff.
Now, Jim could just kind of hold back a little bit, and the two Lotuses ahead, they're very competitive. They could possibly take each other out, and he could pick up 2 positions. I hope that does not happen, but I've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into the final bend, 10-11. Here's your leader.
That car, I have to say, seeing it up close yesterday and seeing it up close again today, it is so well prepared. There's just not a mark on it.
It's immaculate.
It is as tight as a nut. It really is, honestly.
He did a good job last night, and he's doing the same again. There's your man.
There we are. Car 42, David Murray. Looks good as well.
Yeah, that's a 67 BMW, 1600. Whoa, down you go.
Johnny, have you ever been lucky enough to drive here and go down the corkscrew yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh.
And it really is, even in I was in a rental car, I may add, but...
Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
It didn't matter.
Rental Ferrari?
No, yeah, I wish. No, but just the experience. And I've had some 2-seater drives around here, and that really is actually more fun because you don't have to concentrate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was lucky enough to have that when we were here 2 years ago, but never been holding the wheel myself, but I'd love to. Because you just got to trust your line, haven't you? And know that the car's going to...
Well, and as you'll talk to James and any other driver, they'll tell you they don't really look at the track because there's no track there. No. It drops away, so you look at the tree, right?
Well, you look at the tree. I mean, in my particular car, I have to actually, boost my head up to see the road because I've got that long bonnet
Yes, you do.
that's blocking my view.
Thank you for using the word bonnet, though. That's very kind of you.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, he's an Anglophile, if ever there was one.
The long bonnet.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
look at this.
Whoa, 3
This,
wide.
Whoever's in the third of that little line there just
Yeah,
had a bit of a
he
shock.
may have to change his underwear. I mean, you can get really hairy when two guys that are going after it and you're all of a sudden in the center of the sandwich.
We were just talking, and I'm sure you were the same growing up. That Italian job changed my life.
Really did. And you know, when you see these little minis racing around the track right now, you put yourself in that film.
Yeah, you
it's
do.
so funny. It's so funny. But they just look. All these cars just look so good in the California sunshine. don't they?
Something's parked up. One of the
shot.
Cortinas is parked up. It's out in harm's way, I may add, but not good to see it parked up there.
So this Alpha really wants to get this position back, and he's using more than the road. He's gone outside of the white lines of the asphalt going up the hill. We'll see if that helps at all.
Oh, this will be fun.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Squeeze that mini through. Go on, don't you? There you go.
Yeah, boy, you got to pass just right.
Yeah, this is a great little battle. Now, the Alpha should have the legs, right?
Yes. You can see the Alpha outbraking the Mini there, just closing up on the corner.
Actually, you know, that Mini's holding its own nicely. They come across the line again. And he is gaining now as they spread it out a little bit, but he's on the outside.
Okay,
and
but
the
he's
Mini
going to
through
hold
the
a
perfect
defensive line.
Yeah,
Oh,
look at that.
yeah.
Yeah, you can overtake me, but you're going to have to go the long way, my friend. So, great job at the moment done by Dennis Racine. And that was classic Laguna, wasn't it?
Yes.
You can have me if you want, but you're not going on the inside.
See, now I would have recommended a much wider line coming out of the Andretti hairpin. He sort of drove that a little bit conservatively, and the Mini has pulled ahead, but let's just see what happens. You might be able to gain in some power going up the hill.
Well, this is going to be interesting as well as they come up on small back markers
Yes,
here, because
yes.
let's see who does what, and if the 32 car is even aware of what's going on behind him. Yeah, drifts wide, gives him a bit of gentlemanly room there.
Now,
Now it looks like Dennis has gotten by cleanly.
Yeah, he's done well there. But where's our Alpha?
I think I'm going to buy a Mini. I mean, living in Texas, what a head turner that would be.
They look too good. Dropping it down the corkscrew. Then I think I think those back markers have given him a little bit of a lead on our friend.
I agree.
In the Alpha.
I
Look,
agree.
the gap now, the gap back, you can see.
Yep.
Not even featuring in the same TV picture here.
Well, you want to stay ahead. You know, you get a little bit of a lead work up. You really want to stay ahead, but there's a little thing inside you that wants to back off a little bit to continue the dicing.
I imagine. Yeah, I imagine.
Because that's where it's at.
Because that's the fun, isn't it? That's
Yes.
what we're all about.
Yes.
Well, this great dicing all the way through this race, and Todd Willing still out front. And you're right, the idea of giving it a sprint this time rather than the enduro has led to almost better racing because they're all going hell-bent to leather. It's excellent stuff. Still Todd Willing out in front then. David Murray and Dennis Racine, that's who it was in that 177 we focused on. Here's your leader. You were enamored by this last night.
I really was, and I still am. I think it's really, it's a beautiful car. And like I say, it's so well prepared. There's just nothing out of place on it. It's immaculate. It's better than when it came out of the factory. It really is.
I would argue the same, yeah. I love the checkered flag sun visor as well. Very nice.
There's so many great little touches, little design touches on all of these cars when you get up close and have a look at them. Things like that, you know, like the checkered visor like you see there. I mean, just...
Slide with you. Yeah, let's get some rubber down now. We're getting some sliding going on in the later part of this weekend. Can't wait to tune in and watch Indy from here in a couple of weeks. This is going to be fun.
Really exciting, really exciting.
Well, hats off to the team of volunteers and the organisers that are involved in this event. They put on a fantastic event. 14 different stewards for each and every group. Putting in their time and energy as the checkered flag waves for Todd Willing yet again. And that's the last race of the weekend. And like I said, congratulations to all the organizers, to all the volunteers, the marshals, the medical staff, those that keep us safe, and those that have had a part. Well done to John Narigi. To make sure he's got his, you spoke to him, the president and general manager of this particular event.
Yeah, John Narigi, what a guy.
Yeah,
we had a good guy.
Barry Topke up here earlier in the weekend. My thanks to Alicia Busas, helped us out with the information we need. And so many thanks is needed. My thanks to James Alder, who I hope we've given you a bit of therapy, my friend.
You have. There is a car just outside of start-finish there that stopped. So the drone was showing the leader go around on the cool-down lap, as they still are, but there are still races going on out there because they're still racing until they get the checker.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got caught on the hop there with the checker flag a little bit, but I was hoping we still had 1 or 2 laps to go. But,
yeah.
Will New
listen, every year I don't want this to end.
No, I know.
Again, this is year 47. I don't want it to end.
No. It gets better and better every year, I think. It really does.
That's a lovely shot
what
there.
What an aerial image.
I know, that is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, when the drone has got some time to give us some real beauty shots. That is a fantastic shot of both the corkscrew and the famous corkscrew logo just below it. You don't often get that view. And the famous Wayne Rainey Corner. It's a delight to hear from Wayne today.
What
Another
a gent. What
sensational
a gent.
hero. Yeah, lovely man. Lovely man. And well done to Todd Willing coming into the paddock. They haven't modernised that, have they? The entrance to the paddock. I love it. So I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been great to be here this weekend and enjoy it with you. And long may it continue. It's been a storied history that began here in 1974 as the reunion, but of course racing dates back to the early 50s and the beginnings of Laguna Seca back in 1957. So fantastic story, and what a great way to celebrate it. Learned a lot this weekend. Learned about the future of Ford. Learned about the history of Corvette and the future of Corvette. There's no question about that. Great to see Gordon Murray. Exciting future for him, bringing his own car.
How about that as well? Bruce Canepa going out on it.
I know.
I mean, I was down there. It went past me. The sound.
Screamer.
It was like a jet engine or something.
I presume, James, you will sort out whatever. What problems did you have with the X-Day? Are you going to sort them out and bring it next year?
You know, I was chasing everything, this vibration from the crankshaft back. I had the gearbox rebuilt. There was a long list of problems. I gave them a pile of money, put the gearbox back in, still had the vibration through the shift lever, whether it was in neutral, stationary, or moving. It wasn't drive shaft related. So I decided, okay, pull the interior out again, replace the flywheel, replace the clutch, put it all back together, still have the problem. Now, I remembered about a year ago, for some reason, I shredded a fan belt. That popped into my head, and that makes me possibly think that the ATI racing balancer that I have on that Jaguar motor perhaps has lost its marbles, and it's gone cattywampus on me, and that's what's creating the vibration.
Well, let's get it sorted. In the words of a famous band from California, let's hope you get some good vibrations very, very soon. My thanks to James Alder. My thanks, obviously, to Kev Harris and all of the Greenlight staff and cameramen around the track this weekend. My thanks to everybody involved. Thank you for letting us be part of this fantastic historical event. And I hope you've enjoyed it. It's an annual classic here at Monterey, as we take a look back in time and for motor racing enthusiasts from all over the world, celebrating in style a bygone era that is very much still alive. From Jonathan Green and the rest of the team, we'll see you next time round.